era of football est video is purement para entretenimiento y no infringe derechos de autor en les. Los derechos de la novela y la imagen son del autor original, no reclamamos propiedad. No te gusta esperar y quieres escuchar este fanfic completo ahora? Suscríbete a nuestro Patreon, donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 201 Unexpected. When the map for this game was revealed, almost everyone exclaimed in amazement. Yuan Fei's judgment was correct. Li Qing's did not choose those complicated maps he mentioned. However, the map Li Qing's chose for this game was something he had not expected. The Lion Camel Mountain map. It was the map randomly selected in the last China Cup final. This choice immediately surprised everyone. The opponent would be more familiar with the map that had just been played in the last game. If Li Qing's made such a choice, wouldn't he just give up the advantage of home court? Such a choice was really hard to understand. Yuan Fei's voice was also a little surprised and flustered. Tinhe's choice of this map really surprised me, but I think Li Qing's and Tinhe must have their own considerations, at least in terms of suddenness. They did it to the extreme. Can you imagine that Tinhe will use the same map for 2 consecutive games? You can't, I can't, and no one can imagine it. From this aspect, this choice can also be regarded as an ingenious choice. Of course, it depends on the outcome in the end. If Tinhe wins, then there is no doubt that this is a good move. If Tinhe loses, then this is a bad move. As commentators, we are certainly not afraid to stand here and speak, and as a party who makes the choice, making this choice itself requires great courage. When Yuan Fei's words reached Zheng Qi and the others in the box, Zheng Qi couldn't help laughing. This commentator is really good at flattering Li Qing's, and he doesn't say anything final. He leaves a way out for both sides. He is a talent. Don't talk nonsense. Butler Meng rarely refuted Zheng Qi. Senior Yuan's words are very meaningful, and he didn't say the deeper meaning. If he said it, the fans would be easily spoiled in advance. Oh? Uncle Meng, please tell me. I'm not afraid of spoilers. I always search for the episodes before watching TV series. Zheng Qi said excitedly. How can there be such a person as you? Lu Li was surprised. As a person who hates spoilers the most, it was incredible to see Zheng Qi's existence, but as self-professed quasi-professional players, they are indeed not afraid of spoilers. Li Qing's choice is a very clever choice. The first point is what Senior Yuan said before. You and I would never have thought that he would use the map of the previous game, and Cheng would never have thought that they would be at a disadvantage in preparation. In this way, the advantage of the home court has not been lost, but has been strengthened. Butler Meng said after thinking for a while. The others listened very seriously. Su Jin frowned slightly. Butler Meng called Yuan Fei senior. Indeed, Yuan Fei, who was in his 60s and almost 70s, was a senior in front of everyone, but would ordinary players call a former professional player a senior? The title of senior was at least used by people who had been in the same industry before, so the question was Butler Meng a commentator or a professional player? Naturally, the others did not think as much as Su Jin, but listened attentively. The deeper reason is that Cheng just played against Tinhe on this map a week ago. Butler Meng smiled slightly. In a week, people's memory will not be so bad, but it will not be so good that they can still remember all the details when they are not specifically remembering. In the game, some seemingly true illusions will arise, and these illusions are variables. And such variables will not disappear as the game progresses. The maps used in professional games are very large and cannot be seen at a glance. No matter how long the game lasts, there will always be places that cannot be taken care of. Tinhe has a week to prepare. They must have specific tactical arrangements in certain places on the map. There will be more than one arrangement point. Tinhe may continue to suffer losses. From this perspective, Tinhe has a greater advantage if it is unintentional. So that's how it is. Only in this way can Cheng make some mistakes and errors, and only in this way can Tinhe have a chance to win, because only victory is useful to Tinhe. Yixin wanted to fly and let out a long sigh. But this is still very risky. Dynamic Lightwave frowned and said. As a scientist, he naturally has the rigor of a scientist. Of course it's risky. You can't avoid taking risks in any game. Choosing the most likely way to win is the only way to win. However, it's easy to make mistakes in judging which one has the highest probability. This is also that charm of the football era game. Butler Meng concluded with this sentence, and then smiled. Now, let's enjoy this game. With this sentence, the players of both sides have already appeared. It is obvious that the Chang'an players already knew the map of this game in the locker room. The game map must be reported to the league organizing committee 2 hours in advance and will be made public. Of course, nothing can be done in these 2 hours. When the Chang'an players appeared, their expressions were very calm, but their head coach Luo Qixuan had a gloomy expression. Li Qing's idea is very unique. When shaking hands with Team head coach Zhu Meng, Luo Qixuan said coldly, "Zhu Meng is definitely not as outspoken as his name suggests. Instead, he seems very restrained." He didn't have any special reaction to Luo Qixuan's impolite words. He just smiled and said, "I have discussed this with him many times, and I think this is the most unexpected choice. It's only a week. Can we discuss a lot?" Luo Qixuan said coldly, but he didn't say that as a coach, you still have to discuss this kind of thing with the players. Li Qing's has been famous for several years. There have always been similar arguments, but Zhu Meng has fully demonstrated the level of a head coach with capacity. He has always cooperated with Li Qing's very well. If this provocation is useful, he would have broken up with Li Qing's long ago. After the head coaches of both sides let go and returned to their positions, the players of both sides had already appeared. There was naturally no change in the starting lineup. In fact, in the professional competitions of the football era, there are rarely any changes in the starting lineup. If there are any changes, they will change in the middle of the game. Li Qing's and his 5 tigers, Lu Xiaoshan and his 8 great kings all appeared. The last battle in the country, which is also a key game related to whether Chang'an can win the 5 championships, is about to begin. Lu Xiaoshan stood at the foot of the hill, looking at the towering peak, his equipment flashing with strange and colorful colors. This is also a feature of legendary equipment. The style and color can be customized, which is also a feature of the development of the surrounding area of football era. Lu Xiaoshan's equipment looks quite gorgeous, which is also related to his personality. At this moment, he stood at the foot of lion camel mounting, looking up at the peak, and the style of a master simply made countless people fascinated. Li Qing's has another style. The color of his equipment looks very elegant. Compared with Lu Xiaoshan's armor style, his equipment is more like a scholar's gown style. The styles of the two are different. One is a fierce general who charges into battle, and the other is a Confucian general who commands with confidence. Although in the traditional Chinese concept, Confucian generals seem to be a little higher than fierce generals, but in fact, in the game of football era, fierce generals with outstanding personal abilities are also very valuable. The equipment of each professional player is very individual, so there will be no situation of mistaking people in the game. The ID on the top of each player's head is extremely conspicuous, and the color of the ID will distinguish the players on both sides. The equipment is full of personality, which is for selling peripherals, and the ID is clearly distinguished, which is for competition. The professional league of the football era has found a pretty good balance between competition and business. The Lion Camel Mountain map is quite special. The mountain occupies the center of the entire competition venue, so the kickoff point is at the bottom of the hillside on the right side of the map. This causes both sides to think many times before the kickoff. Should more players be deployed at the kickoff point, or should a large number of people be sent to seize the commanding heights of the mountain? This is a very brain-consuming thing. Of course, even if the judgment is wrong, the most frightening consequence is nothing more than a goal behind. There is still time to catch up. After the referee's electronic random draw, Qinhe was the first to kick off. Standing at the kickoff point are Yu Gang and Gan Yutian, and standing opposite them is only one person, that is Lu Xiaoshan. Although there is only one person, his momentum is like thousands of troops. The first person in the league deserves such momentum. Does Li Qing's want to occupy the high ground? Isn't the lesson learned in the last game enough? Lu Xiaoshan's voice came coldly. Facing these two guys, one was killed by him in the last game at a disadvantage, and the other has never been able to stop his attack. Lu Xiaoshan's momentum is unmatched. Yu Gang and Gan Yutian looked at each other. Although their expressions did not change, they were still very afraid of Lu Xiaoshan in their hearts. The last game and this game are two different things. Yu Gang replied. I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm the only one guarding the mountain now. Everyone else is going to occupy the high ground. If you have the ability, rush past me. Lu Xiaoshan sneered again. This was a bit heartbreaking. Regardless of whether what he said was true or not, it would definitely cause great psychological pressure on Tinhead. We have our own rhythm. Gan Yutian replied. We have seen it in the last game. Lu Xiaoshan said calmly. This was more powerful than anything else. Gan Yutian and Yu Gang's expressions finally changed slightly. At this time, the referee blew the whistle to start the game. Yu Gan quickly passed the ball to Gan Yutian, who kicked it back from a distance. Tin He chose to be safe. The Chang'an fans in the stands laughed, because they could see from the panoramic view that except for a goalkeeper and a defensive player in the back position, everyone else in Chang'an really went up to Lion Camel Mountain to seize the peak. From the kickoff point to the Chang'an gate, there was only Lu Xiaoxun on the whole road. What about Tin He? Behind Gan Yutian and Yu Gang, there were two more players. Only Li Qing's, Yan Ziyun, He Li Kaiang, Qian Zixin and 5 others went up to Lion Camel Mountain to seize the peak. In other words, Tin He did have the opportunity to take a risk and break through, but he let it go because of caution. Chapter 202. Climax. After the opening, the ball was quickly transported to the back court of Tin He, while Li Qing's and his 4 companions were attacked by the superior forces of the opponent in the process of seizing the peak. Both sides reached the peak at almost the same time, but even a blind man could see that 8 people were fighting 5, and no matter how strong Li Qing's was, he could not withstand it. What's more, the opponents Wen Xiang, Feng Tu, Jian Guangqian and other fierce generals were all there. Although Li Qing's led the elites of the team, he could only be wiped out by the opponent if he forced the confrontation under such circumstances. Retreat. Li Qing shouted decisively and quickly withdrew. Although no one of them suffered losses in this wave of contact, the most critical commanding heights inevitably fell into the control of Chang'an. Chang'an did a great job in this battle. They boldly used Lu Xiaoxun to attract the opponent's attention, while the others decisively seized the top of the mountain, and they were very successful. Now Chang'an will be able to see all of Tin He's movements. They are already at a disadvantage with this home map. The commentator shouted loudly. Many people did not expect such a change at the beginning of the game. Chang'an fans were naturally very excited, while Tin He fans were a little caught off guard. At this time, Tin He quietly launched an attack. Tin He, who had already passed the ball back to their back court, quickly returned the ball to the midfield. Yu Gang, who had chosen to go up the mountain to receive the ball after passing it, quietly went down the mountain at some point, while Wen Xiang and others who occupied the top of the mountain were still paying attention to Li Qing's and others, so that Yu Gang was not noticed by Chang'an's players until he received the ball at the previous kickoff point. A sneak attack. Tin He is really well prepared. Yuan Fei, who had been silent just now, suddenly clapped his hands and shouted, "Good. Coach Yuan, you mean that the fight for the top of the mountain just now is just a sneak attack by Tin He, right?" The host asked immediately. That's right. Although Chang'an's fight for the top of the mountain was unexpected, Tin He's quick response shows that they were well prepared. If Chang'an hadn't concentrated its superior forces to fight for the top of the mountain, they would have tried to seize the high ground. In this situation, they quickly launched an attack, taking advantage of the fact that most of the opponent's forces were at the top of the mountain, and then launched an attack towards the goal. If they hadn't been prepared before, their tactical change would not have been so fast. Yuan Fei said affirmatively. While Yuan Fei was explaining, the Tin He attack on the field had begun to advance rapidly. Yu Gan controlled the ball at his feet and moved forward quickly. At this time, he couldn't use skills. It all depended on the player's own movement and the accuracy of the ball control. In the final analysis, the football eras still retain most of the characteristics of the previous football games. The importance of ball control skills is known to every professional player. And beside him, Gan Yutian and 2 other Tin He players were protecting him and advancing with him. At this time, the Chang'an players were still at the top of the mountain. If they wanted to return to defensa, they would not be able to do it in a short time. Jian Guangqian, take 2 people to defend the commanding heights and stop Tin He's counterattack. The others follow me. The Chang'an fans who were watching the game were already very worried at this moment, but Wen Xiang did not lose her composure. She immediately gave instructions and began to lead people back to defensa. Isn't it a little late to return to defensa at this time? The commentator couldn't help but ask. It's not too late. Don't forget that Lu Xiaoxun has already returned to defensa. With him and 2 defensive players, it will be difficult for Tin He to break through their defensa even if there are 4 people. As long as the people led by Wen Xiang can return to defensa in time, there will be no problem. So the key now is whether Tin He can break through the defensa of Lu Xiaoxun and the other 2 and send the ball into the goal before Wen Xiang lets people back to defensa. The commentator asked. That's right. Yuan Fei nodded. From this point of view, it is obvious that Tin He is still not good enough. With Lu Xiaoxun's personal ability, even if Tin He players are prepared, it is impossible to kill 2 opponents with 1 shot, but it is still no problem to protect the goal for a while. When Zheng Qi and others arrive, they will be attacked from the front and back and lose the ball. Zheng will push back and Tin He will have no chance," said the commentator. "Don't jump to conclusions." Yuan Fei smiled slightly. Facts have proved that Yuan Fei's experienced vision is not comparable to that of the commentator next to him. Although this commentator is also a first-class commentator, he has no professional experience and his acumen in this regard is still much worse. Yuan Fei may not be able to think of the tactical thinking of Li Qing's and others. After all, he has been away from professional competitions for many years, and he is old. Even in the game, he has not played against professional players for a long time. He lacks an intuitive understanding of the vision and strength of professional players. However, there is one thing that he is very valuable, that is, he never underestimates the strong operation ability and unrestrained creativity of these top players on the front line. Sure enough, just when Wen Xiang and his 4 teammates were preparing to quickly return to defense, Li Qing's, who had originally withdrawn from the top of the mountain and now turned over to fight with Zheng Qi and others, flashed with white light and used Yuo Jia's second skill. The 3 teammates beside him, including 2 good players, Li Qing and Tian Zixing, were sent out at the same time and teleported far in front of Wen Xiang. Wen Xiang's face really changed at this time. Although there were only 3 people blocking them, 3 to 5 was not a particularly big gap among professional players, not to mention that the opponent's purpose was just to delay them, so there was no need to worry about anything else. After teleporting these 3 people, although there was only 1 teammate left by Li Qing's, Zheng Qi and the 2 Chengfen players could not kill them in a short time. Except for the 2 people guarding the back, all 19 head players went out in full force, dividing the battlefield into 3 areas. They were at a disadvantage in the 2 areas near the top of the mountain. However, when the 5-on-8 became 3-on-5 and 2-on-3 respectively, Tin He's numerical disadvantage was no longer so noticeable. In front of the most critical Chengfen goal, although Tin He's 4-on-3 numerical advantage was even less obvious, all they wanted was to score a goal. Lu Xiaoshen's face also changed. He was guarding the goal like a man standing in front of 10,000 men. It would be no problem to delay for 1 or 2 minutes, even if the 3 opponents rushed towards him at the same time. However, now Wen Xiang and others were entangled and could not return to defense in a short time. Could he hold on for 1 or 2 minutes, or longer? You know, any team will bring 2 purely auxiliary roles in the game. Such roles do not have much effect in confrontation and lethality, but they can keep the teammates' combat effectiveness in the best state. These 2 roles are often guarding the gate. Now, there are 2 such roles beside him. In the direct confrontation, they can only play an auxiliary role, but cannot stop the opponent. At this time, Gan Yutian, who was not carrying the ball, rushed up like a madman. You know, once the attacking side has a numerical advantage, it is almost unsolvable in a short distance. This is why in any game, both sides actually compete for the situation of having a numerical advantage in front of the opponent's gate, especially the fewer the number of both sides, the more obvious the numerical advantage becomes. Gan Yutian rushed up frantically, even Lu Xiaoshen could only retrieve temporarily. It's not that he was afraid of Gan Yutian, but if he was entangled by Gan Yutian at this distance, he would be even more unable to defend the goal. He knew that Gan Yutian's impact was mostly to make him retreat, but he couldn't help but retreat. Even if it was a pit, he had to jump in. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Xiaoshen retreated, Gan Yutian attacked with Lu Xun's ultimate move, Burning Limb. This move is extremely powerful lethality and wide-range damage. When the flames are burning, it can also inflict negative states such as deceleration and poisoning on the enemy. Of course, no one in the game will be stupid enough to step on it and let you burn. Generally speaking, this move is used to limit the opponent's space for movement. It's not that Lu Xiaoshen can't think of it, but he has no choice but to retreat. Just when Chengfeng's fans were about to exclaim, Lu Xiaoshen, who had just retreated, turned around and killed him. Lu Xiaoshen, who came to kill, was rippling with silver light. Zhao Yun's first skill, Honesty, and second skill, Courage, were activated at the same time, removing all negative states and blessing the domineering state, plus increasing the burst power. Lu Xiaoshen wanted to seize the Ray of Life and kill Gan Yutian to make this defense a success. At the same time, the remaining 2 defensive players also activated the Yanzhen King and Zhao Yu hero cards at the same time. The 2 skills of Fenga and Oiling Jizi were used on Lu Xiaoshen at the same time, just to make Lu Xiaoshen's combat ability even stronger. This time, it can be said that the only chance of survival in the desperate situation was accurately grasped. It is easier to achieve better results by killing Gan Yutian when he releases his ultimate move. After this series of additions, coupled with Lu Xiaoshen's own amazing attribute points, he can completely ignore the damage caused by Lu Xiao's ultimate move, and quickly reduce Gan Yutian's physical value to 0 in a short time, changing the dangerous situation in front of the door. This is the value of top players. Even if there are only 2 assistants around, they can kill an important player of the opponent in such a situation to get a chance. The Changfen fans watching the game burst into huge cheers. Even if some of them could not see the exquisiteness of this move, they also understood the key of this move in the exclamation of the commentator. If he could kill Gan Yutian, it would be enough for Changfen to hold on until the others returned to defensa. If he could not kill Gan Yutian and was entangled by Gan Yutian instead, then the ball would most likely be lost. This was Changfeng's only chance to defend this attack, and it was also the last obstacle for Team He to score. No one expected that at the beginning of the game, both sides set off a climax. Chapter 203. Tactical suppression. In the last match, no matter how loyal the fans of both sides were, they were a little drowsy most of the time. After all, the 2 sides spent most of the game dispatching and blocking back and forth, and everything was done carefully. Although the situation was tense, there were not many exciting shots. Although Lu Xiaoshen broke out at the last moment and killed 2 people to open the situation, it was worth a ticket price, but at the beginning, the audience's interest was not particularly high. However, this game, from the beginning, there were extremely exciting shots and extremely moving suspense. Changfeng successfully seized the top of the mounting. Team He took advantage of the situation and attacked Changfeng's weak defense in front of the goal. Changfeng quickly returned to defense and intended to attack from both sides to establish an advantage in one fell swoop. Team He's surprise soldiers suddenly intercepted Changfeng's reinforcements. Gan Yutian's big move cleared the ground, and Lu Xiaoshen counterattacked strongly after blessing. All of this made the fans dazzled and showed a very high level. However, just as Lu Xiaoshen approached Gan Yutian and quickly used Zhao Yun's ultimate move, 7 ins and 7 outs, intending to take Gan Yutian away in one wave, Gan Yutian used Lu Xiao's first skill, Scholar as General, on himself, and after blessing the attribute, he quickly switched to Guo Jin's hero card. The Iron Wall blessed the shield, and it was as solid as a rock and entered a short period of invincibility. It rushed towards Lu Xiaoshen and entangled him. Did they calculate all this? Such a thought flashed through Lu Xiaoshen's mind. In fact, this situation is not the first time. Li Qing's estimation of people's hearts has reached an extremely high level. The traps he carefully set up, even Lu Xiaoshen would fall into a few in every game, and he had long been accustomed to it. Being tricked by Li Qing's is not shameful. However, being tricked is usually in a head-on confrontation. Being tricked once is nothing more than a matter of 10 seconds to come back. Most of the time, even if Lu Xiaoshen is constantly tricked by Li Qing's, Lu Xiaoshen still wins in the end. But this time it was different. Being entangled by Gan Yutian, who was weaker than him, in front of his own goal, he was afraid that he could not defend this time. Sure enough, when Gan Yutian entangled Lu Xiaoshen, Yu Gang led the other 2 players, without even looking at this side, and directly launched an attack. They were unwilling to waste time even giving Gan Yutian an extra blessing, because now, they could not afford to delay for a second. The 2 auxiliary players of Changfen were also helpless. If Lu Xiaoshen blocked them, they could use various auxiliary skills to let Lu Xiaoshen resist the opponent. If it was not possible for a long time, even if it was 1 on 3, they could still support for 1 or 2 minutes. But now that Lu Xiaoshen was entangled by Gan Yutian, they had completely lost the ability to fight. Of course, this was not Lu Xiaoshen's misjudgment, because this was not something that could be solved by defending for 1 or 2 minutes. Wen thought that they would definitely not be able to get back within 1 or 2 minutes. By then, Lu Xiaoshen would be dead, and the ball would still be lost. So Lu Xiaoshen chose to take a gamble. Unfortunately, his reaction was also within Li Qing's judgment, so Changfen could not even hold on for a minute or 2. Under the cover of 2 teammates, Yu Gan easily sent the ball into the goal, 1-0. Less than 3 minutes after the start of the game, Team He led Changfen. Changfen fans were silent, while the Team He fans, who were a little frustrated, shouted wildly. Never doubt Li Qing's. They shouted loudly, never doubt Li Qing's. This is a famous saying of Team He fans, and now, this goal once again proves this truth. From the map selection at the beginning to the opponent occupying the top of the peak as soon as the game started, coupled with the situation before the game, many Team He fans did feel anxious. In fact, Team He's performance this season is already very good, at least it has maintained 2 runner-up titles, and its popularity is also growing rapidly. For Team Head, which was only a mid-level team 10 years ago, such a result is already quite good. However, the higher expectations than in the past made them full of anxiety, so at that moment just now, many Team Head fans had a sense of distrust towards Li Qing's in their hearts. Now, this sense of distrust has disappeared, replaced by a feeling of shame and even more crazy respect for Li Qing's. Li Qing's encouraged Team Head fans with exquisite tactics, while Lu Xiaoshan encouraged Chengfen fans with his wonderful performance. Li Qing's is a very strong opponent, but it is interesting because of this. Lu Xiaoshan smiled at Wen Xiang, who returned to his side. If there were no such strong opponent, how could our achievements have such value? Just 2 sentences. Because of Team Head's exquisite tactics to score a goal first, the pressure has gradually disappeared from the hearts of Chengfen players. After the restart, Chengfen quickly launched a counter-attack. Chengfen's tactics are naturally not as calculated as Team Head's. Wen Xiang is also a player with strong tactical ability. However, in terms of being meticulous to every detail, no one can do better than Li Qing's. In fact, after having Lu Xiaoshan, the sharpest knife, it is better to use force to defeat 10 skills instead of using tricks. Therefore, Chengfen's style has always been open and bold. The advantage of open plots over secret plots is that open plots do not need to be afraid of being known by others. Chengfen's only conspiracy over the years was probably the last game when Lu Xiaoshan used the extra attribute points he had accumulated for more than a year to violently break Li Qing's fine tactics. But in the final analysis, victory was achieved by burst, not by tactics. So after the restart, Chengfen began to fight for the commanding heights in an orthodox way, and then played steadily and steadily. Lu Xiaoshan took the lead and rushed to the top of the mountain. He showed his first-class level to the fullest. Facing the double, teaming at 2 god-level players from Team Head, he did not retreat a step and stood on the top of the mountain. As his teammates gradually came up to support, Chengfen occupied the top of the mountain again. However, Li Qing's command ability was even better under such circumstances. He kept plugging loopholes and competing with Wen Xiang in tactical arrangements. With a ball in hand, they played very patiently, constantly intercepting and blocking, not letting go of any player of Chengfen, so that their goal was always in a safe environment. Li Qing's risk paid off in the best possible way. The advantage of the first goal meant that their slight difference in strength was no longer a weakness. This should be Li Qing's biggest tactical idea. Team Head was inferior overall, especially when Chengfen occupied the peak, but Li Qing's took the opportunity to give up the midfield and set up a sniper line on the mountainside. You see, at this moment, they have completely blocked all of Chengfen's offensive routes. This approach seems very conservative, but after having the lead, such conservatism will not put them at a disadvantage. So, Team Head's biggest disadvantage has now become their advantage, right? That's right. They can kill time naturally. Even if Chengfen can keep the ball, they still need to break Team Head's defense, and to do so, Chengfen's overall strength is stronger, but apart from Lu Xiaoshan, Team Head's 5 tigers will not be inferior to any Chengfen player, and may even be slightly better. What's more frightening is whether Li Qing's will set a trap somewhere. Chengfen can't afford a second mistake, which makes their attack more cautious and more time-consuming. Yuan Fei's vision has always been sharp, and the next game, as he said, began to enter a stalemate. Wen Xiang kept deploying troops to tear open Team Head's defense, but what Yuan Fei said, Chengfen's concerns also prevented Wen Xiang from completely using all his strength. Such an attack can only be regarded as scratching the itch for Team Head's tight defense. 30 minutes later, Wen Xiang organized a surprise attack. Lu Xiaoshan led 2 of the 8 better to cross over from the other side of the ridge and suddenly launched an attack, but was blocked by Yang Ziyun. Then ambushes were set up everywhere. 16 Head players who used the stealth skill appeared around and almost wiped out Chengfen. At the critical moment, Lu Xiaoshan broke through the encirclement of Team Head, so that only 2 Chengfen players died in this ambush, and Team Head failed to take back the commanding heights of the peak. It's my fault. This wave of confrontation was the last climax of the first half. The 2 sides spent the next time moving and dispatching. After the end of the first half, Wen Xiang said it as soon as he returned to the locker room. In the tactical confrontation, although Wen Xiang did a great job, she was still suppressed by Li Qing's. It would be fine at other times, but that wave of almost wiping out the whole team was indeed a major mistake of hers. This kind of mistake is a mistake we can accept. Luo Qixuan just said lightly without any blame. This is certainly not because of Lu Xiaoshan's face. Wen Xiang can become an important player in Chengfen after Lu Xiaoshan, and of course it is not because of the relationship between her and Lu Xiaoshan. In the first half of the game, we are temporarily at a disadvantage. This is because of the passiveness at the beginning. We have not been able to turn it around until now, but don't worry, it's not us who can't afford to make mistakes now, but them. A draw will make us the champion. Although we won't just think about a draw, this is a real advantage. Be patient and move forward step by step. All we want is a goal. Luo Qixuan emphasized this point. There is nothing to say about the specific tactics. In fact, what many fans of traditional football criticize about the current football era is that the head coach's on-the-spot command is not very important. The field requires more players to perform and judge on the spot. The coach can only be a firefighting and helping existence on the sidelines. Unlike the past football, the position of the head coach is becoming more and more important. However, this is also unavoidable. Compared with the previous professional football, the games in the football era are more complex and diversified. The head coach plays a more important role in daily training rather than on the sidelines. Chapter 204 The most powerful team. Their performance is not inferior to the last game, and we no longer have the sudden advantage of the last game, but do you know what I am thinking about now? It is excitement and stimulation. When Lu Xiaoxin's words rang out in the locker room, the players of Chengfeng did not show any surprise, but raised their heads and looked at Lu Xiaoxin seriously. Chengfeng is a traditional strong team. Few people know that Chengfeng is the only team that was established when the professional league was established, and has persisted until now. Although it has been relegated, it has never disappeared from the professional league sequence. Of the 16 teams that started the professional league, there are still 7 teams in the professional league, but except Chengfeng, the other 6 teams have been relegated to amateur competitions and almost disbanded. Only Chengfeng has always remained in the professional competition and has never fallen out of the professional competition. However, the current Chengfeng is a young team. The original Chengfeng was only a mid-level team in the Super League. After Lu Xiaoxin's rise, the club made up its mind to build a team around Lu Xiaoxin. In the process, a group of veterans with outstanding achievements were gradually fired, and the current Chengfeng was rebuilt with Lu Xiaoxin as the core. The result was quite successful. The current results of Chengfeng proved everything. The 8-grade kings of Chengfeng are basically the same generation as Lu Xiaoxin or later than Lu Xiaoxin. The oldest of the main lineup is only 26 years old, and the youngest is only 22 years old. There are some veterans in the substitutes, but most of them are newcomers. If such a team is not young, what kind of team is considered young? And this young team, without a doubt, only follows Lu Xiaoxin's lead. So when Lu Xiaoxin began to speak, everyone was watching him patiently. Only in such a difficult situation, only in such a strong opponent, we defeated them and broke through this situation. The achievements we created can be considered great. Everyone knows that the last team that was closest to the 5-time champion was the South Country. At the time, the South Country was very strong. They had Meng Fefan, Chen Fen, and the best players in China at the time. But do you know what I think? Even if they won the final of the World Cup, their 5-time champion would not be considered great, because they had such a strong team, but did not have enough great opponents to match them. Such a victory was incomplete. And why did they lose the most crucial game at the last moment? It was because they did not withstand enough pressure in the previous games, which made them, at the most critical moment, there was a collapse. And what about us? We are different from them. Our victory was all won by our own efforts. We have many strong opponents and once encountered an extremely difficult situation in the league. Think about the beginning of the second half. We did not have any advantage in the standings. At the time, Tianhe, Nanglo, Shenhua, they all had the opportunity to suppress us, and their performances were also very good, but we survived. Now, our last obstacle is only Tianhe. If we win this game, we will be the 4-time champion, and our results are snatched back by our own hard work. No one will hinder us in the World Cup, and we will not be so fragile that we collapse. Win this game, let us go to the World Cup in the best condition and win unprecedented honors. Lu Xiaoxin's words made all the Chengfeng players excited. Lu Xiaoxin is not a taciturn person, but he will not often encourage the morale of the team in the locker room. He is more accustomed to using his performance to tear open the opponent's defense on the field and boost the morale of his teammates. And now, when he shouted loudly, the enthusiasm of the Chengfeng players was also ignited by his roar. When Xiang looked at Lu Xiaoxin, who was waving his fists and roaring wildly, with a warm smile on her face. In the first half, her performance was completely suppressed by Li Qing's, which inevitably affected her mood and state. Now, such negative factors have completely disappeared. The whole league knows that when Xiang is the most solid backing and guaranteed behind Lu Xiaoxin. She is also the rider who allows Lu Xiaoshan, this fierce horse, to put on the bridle and attack in the right direction. However, Wen Xiaobang knows that she is sometimes very fragile, and Lu Xiaoshan can give her the greatest protection. We must get the 5-time champion. Wen Xiaobang thought silently in her heart. Lu Xiaoshan successfully mobilized the morale of Chengfen. At the same time, the locker room of Team He seemed to be quieter. We performed well in the first half, but we should note that one goal is not enough for us to win this game. We should be careful of the opponent's counter-attack, especially Lu Xiaoshan. His attack is enough to reverse the situation at any time. There are so many examples in front of us. If we make mistakes in this regard again, we will become a laughingstock. Zhu Domain said calmly in the locker room. He didn't think it was shameful. Lu Xiaoshan's reputation has spread all over the world in the past few years. There are countless teams that have been beaten by him alone. Team He has also been beaten by Lu Xiaoshan before, wasn't it the case in the last game? Coach, in fact, this is not a laughingstock. Being beaten by Lu Xiaoshan is not a shameful thing. Li Qing's laughed easily. He was dressed in a long gown and looked so calm at any time. That's right, so in the second half of the game, we have to avoid being beaten by him, but if we are really beaten, don't be discouraged. Do you understand? Zhu Domain nodded. If it were another club, if the head coach and the top players said such a useless thing, most of the players would lose their morale and think that this club has no future and would find ways to leave after the season ends. However, the Team He players were not moved by this. Li Qing's never ignored the other team's outstanding points in the locker room, and never belittled himself casually. What he said and the judgment he made were always absolutely correct. We were ahead in the first half, which laid a solid foundation for us. We have to win this game, there is no doubt about that. Winning is to win the league championship, which is our goal this season. Of course, blocking Chengfen from winning the 5 championships is also a very pleasant thing, and I don't mind doing this. Li Qing's words made the Team He players laugh. Yes, that's what they thought. Blocking Chengfen's dream of winning the 5 championships, while also being able to challenge the championship, is there anything more pleasant than this? Just thinking about this kind of thing makes people feel quite happy. In the past few years, Chengfen and Team He have been tit-for-tagged. The players of the two sides who originally had no grudges have become very tired of each other. The fans of the guilds also fight every day. In this atmosphere, being able to cause trouble to the other side is a very pleasant thing for our side. In the second half of the game, it is their turn to kick off. Our tactics remain unchanged. Block their attack and interfere with their attack. Do you understand? Remember our strategic goal. As long as this goal is achieved, it doesn't matter if they score 1 or 2 goals. The victory of this game must belong to us. Li Qing's words were very plain and seemed to have no power, but the players of Team He nodded one after another. They believe in Li Qing's, which is just like the meaning of the slogan of Team He fans. It's just that the fans may waver sometimes, but they will never waver. No one trusts Li Qing's more than them who were with him day and night. If there is no Li Qing's, there will be no Team He today. No matter what time, just believe in Li Qing's. This is something that the Team He players will not waver in even after losing the last game. From this perspective, Chengfen and Team He are indeed the strongest teams in China right now. Their team structure is reasonable, they are in excellent condition, and they have their own effective tactics. Most importantly, they have 2 absolutely reliable core players, and their teammates also have absolute trust in them. This is the most perfect state for a team, and for a team in this state, it is only a matter of time before they achieve results. If these 2 teams had not appeared at the same time, the current situation of the Chinese Super League would definitely not be a battle between 2 heroes, but a team that is extremely brilliant for a period of time. Unfortunately, 2 such teams appeared at the same time, and other strong teams never gave up the impact on the championship, which created another heyday of the Chinese Super League. The East Asian Championship has been monopolized by Chinese teams for 3 years. In the past 3 years of the World Cup, 2 of them were won by Chinese teams. Although such performance is not rare in the history of world football, it is not rare either. As the country with the largest population in the world, relying on this advantage, after the professional football game became a global event, the performance of the Chinese team has always been excellent. Although there are also lows, most of the time, the competitiveness of the Chinese team in the world is the strongest. This also makes Chinese fans always believe that the task of creating the history of the football era can only be achieved by the Chinese team. In the 80-year history of the Global League, Chinese teams have won nearly half of the East Asian Cup and more than 20 World Cup championships. Such performance cannot be matched by any league. If it is not the Chinese team that can create new history, which country's team can it be? Even before this, the Chinese teams have to compete fiercely, which still cannot reduce the expectations of Chinese fans. In such expectations, the second half of the game between Tin He and Zheng Qi made everyone look forward to it even more. Let's go and get the honor that belongs to us. Lu Xiaoxun and Li Qingxi said the same sentence almost at the same time, and the players on both sides stood up and walked out of the locker room. The second half of the game is about to begin. Chapter 205. Ingenious trap. When the players from both teams came out again, the audience, who had rested for 20 minutes, burst into warm cheers. Although in the current audience seats, such cheers could not gather into a huge torrent, nor could they affect the emotions of the players on the field. After all, the stadium is completely sealed, and no matter how loud the cheers in the stands are, they cannot affect the players on the field. This setting was resisted by many people at the beginning. In traditional football, empty stands are an extremely severe punishment for the club, which means that the home team players will play such a game without the cheers of fans. However, the reality of the football era and the setting of the main perspective make the game only possible in a sealed venue. After all, the game is played in the game. If the venue is not sealed, if an excited player in the stands uses a big move to hit the venue, it will be a mess. Although the player will definitely be punished for this, it is absolutely certain that the game will be affected. As for the problem of soundproofing the venue, it was also a helpless move. The venue and complex conditions of the football era are also key factors in the game. Unlike the traditional football in the past, the venue is visible at a glance. Even if someone reminds you on the sidelines, it is no big deal. In the football era, using the terrain to make a fuss is itself a part of the tactics, and it is also a point that many weak teams can use. The personal ability of the football era can be quantified through attribute points. If it were not for the change of the map that made the gap between the players less obvious, then the suspense of the game would no longer exist. Therefore, the closed and soundproof venue of the football era has become a necessity. Under such circumstances, it has led to a situation that no one expected, that is, there are more players watching the game on the spot than in the previous traditional mode. Even here, they are watching the live broadcast through holographic video just like at home, but they are more willing to come to the scene to watch the game. The league organizing committee was quite puzzled at first. If you want to feel the atmosphere, many players choose the sealed audience seats. Even if they are not sealed, so many people shouting together, the players in the game field can't see it. If they are loyal fans, there can't be so many people in a game. Later, the league organizing committee realized that these guys came to watch the game on site more for the PK after the game. Often after each game, the fans of both sides will have a big PK on the spot. Anyway, they are free. For many marginal fans, they are not qualified to participate in the conflict that only core guilds can participate in. On the sidelines of the game, they can fight against other players with more players of the same guild. After understanding this, the league organizing committee can only smile bitterly and let them go. PK is normal in the mid zone. People don't have much to do if they don't PK, so there are not many things derived from it. For these marginal players, being able to represent the club and PK with the other side is also a very pleasant thing, at least it can increase cohesion and friendship. The topic has gone off topic. Amid the cheers of fans from both sides, the players from Zheng Qi and Tin He quickly entered the game state. Zheng Qi was the one kicking off now. After they kicked off, they immediately took the lead in launching an attack from the ground. They did not participate in the competition for the top of the mountain, but directly launched an attack from the relatively flat road. This was the conclusion they came to during the halftime break. The situation on Lion Camel Mountain was complicated. They were definitely not as familiar with the details of various terrains as Tin He, who had been well prepared. It would be better to attack simply and roughly from the ground and try their best to play to their personal level. However, Li Qingxi would not fail to consider this. When the ball was just kicked off, in addition to arranging some players to intercept on the main road, Li Qingxi led 3 players to the top of the mountain. When he saw that most of Tin He's attackers launched a frontal attack, he immediately began to reinforce from the side. As a result, Zheng Qi was a bit exhausted. It was not so easy to break through the defense line led by Li Qiang in a short time with a frontal attack. Although Li Qiang was not as good as Li Qingxi in assisting and instigating, he was also a first-class player in the league. Despite Wen Xiang's command, he fought and retreated, leading his teammates to bear Zheng Qi's attack. Li Qingxi and his partners who rushed down from the side began to pour their skills on Zheng Qi. With the advantage of the terrain, they began to use their long-range skills to the fullest. Under the assistance and instigation of Li Qingxi, Yan Ziyun, Gan Yutian and others' long-range skills continued to create trouble for Cheng Feng. Under such a double-line attack, Cheng Feng's attack was quickly beaten back. The fans of Teen He in the stand cheered. Seeing Teen He suppress so resolutely naturally made them feel extremely happy. Cheng Feng has always been arrogant and repelled everyone, but now it has collapsed under Teen He's attack. How can they not be happy? However, there was no joy on Li Qing's face. He knew it wouldn't be that simple. Sure enough, the next moment, Lu Xiaoshan, who seemed unable to withstand the double attack of Yu Gang and Tian Zixing, retreated back into his own formation, but disappeared quickly under Li Qing's attention. Rush, Li Qing's thought in his heart. Guo Jia's second skill is used by almost all players who are good at tactics, and Guo Jia is also a very popular hero. The first skill can increase the vision of teammates, the second skill can teleport teammates, and the ultimate skill has a strong lethality. It can be said to be quite versatile. The key is this teleportation. Where will Wen Xiang send Lu Xiaoshan? Is it to the back of the team's lineup, or directly to the top of the mounting? Now in order to block the opponent's attack, almost all the players of Teen He have come out, leaving two full-time defensive players in front of the goal. If Lu Xiaoshan can appear in front of the goal in time, then with his lethal, he can directly kill the two people, and then the Cheng Feng players can directly kick the ball over from a long distance. In the second half of the game, the Teen He players were so stressed by Cheng Feng that they couldn't even see where the ball was. Another option was to go directly to the commanding heights of the peak and use Lu Xiaoshan's strong personal strength to create an impact from above. In this way, the Teen He players that were originally surrounded were surrounded by Cheng Feng in turn. This was also a terrible result. If the Teen He players were completely wiped out here, 10 seconds would be enough for Cheng Feng to score a goal. The former was more direct, and the latter took longer, but it was more kingly. Wen Xiang's use of troops is more secure, and we still have two people in front of the goal. Even if Lu Xiaoshan is strong, it is impossible for him to score a goal before we have time to return to defensa. We also have teleportation skills. Occupying the peak and looking down from above is the most suitable choice. Li Qing's brain turned much faster than that of ordinary people. He knew that he had to make a judgment at this time, because whether to return to the front of the goal or to intercept at the top of the peak, he needed to make a choice immediately. He quickly chose to go to the top of the mountain to intercept. This was because several teammates around him were on the mountainside, and it was not difficult to rush to the top of the mountain. Moreover, Lu Xiaoshan disappeared alone, and with 3 teammates around him. Even if Lu Xiaoshan occupied the top of the mountain, Li Qing's was sure to knock him down. As for if Lu Xiaoshan went to the front of the goal, then it would be more timely to return to defensa, and the teammates on the main road could return to defensa. After receiving Li Qing's instructions, Yan Ziyun and Gan Yutian quickly moved to the top of the mountain, and at the same time, there was another attacker. Li Qing stayed alone there, continuing to help teammates on the flat ground to block the opponent's offensive, and also to reinforce everywhere. However, because Lu Xiaoshan disappeared alone, Teen He had to use 3 players to intercept in possible places. This is the ability of top players. Seeing the opponent's move, Wen Xiang began to command the other players of Cheng Feng to launch a counterattack again. Under the leadership of Feng Tu and others, 7 Cheng Feng players launched a fierce attack on He Li Qiang and the other 5 in front of them. However, He Li Qiang and others did not retreat at all and stubbornly resisted the attack of the opponent's superior forces. Including Wen Xiang, Cheng Feng attacked 8 people on the flat ground, 8 to 5. Although they could not defeat the defense of He Li Qiang and others in a short time, they also made He Li Qiang and others unable to do anything else. At this time, rippling patterns like water waves suddenly appeared in the air beside Li Qing's. Before that, the stands had turned upside down. From the perspective of the players, everyone could clearly see that after being teleported, Lu Xiaoshan immediately switched to the Jing hero, used the first skill of stealth, and became invisible. And the place he went to was not in front of the Teen He gate, nor was at the top of the peak, but chose a place that seemed extremely stupid at the time next to Li Qing's. If he showed up at the time, the 3 Teen He players beside Li Qing's would be able to double-team him immediately. No matter how strong Lu Xiaoshan was, he would be dead if he faced the double team of these 3 people in the same terrain. However, just when he sneaked to Li Qing's side, Yan Ziyun and the other 3 left Li Qing's side at the same time and ran to the top of the mountain. The captain of Teen He, the person that Cheng Feng was most worried about, became the most vulnerable person at this moment. He was a supporting player and would be under the most stringent protection at any time. However, at this time, he was just one person, standing there alone. Although he was the second strongest player in the league, he seemed so fragile at this moment. Of course, if he faced other god-level players, even if Li Qing's was a supporting player, the 5 heroes selected in this game were all supporting ones: Zhao Yu, Zhu Yu, Yu Kaiyan, Deng Aibai and Zheng Qi. However, even if he only brought 1 or 2 offensive heroes, any god-level player would not be sure to defeat him if they met him one-on-one. However, if it was Lu Xiaoshan was very patient. He did not take action immediately when Yan Ziyun and others left. Instead, he waited for a few seconds until Yan Ziyun and others were far away, and then he suddenly showed up. Li Qing's is going to die. Almost everyone had such a thought. There was no doubt that this was an extremely sophisticated trap. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en sinisfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontras la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 216 has advantages. Trap. The trap was created by Lu Xiaoshan's leaflety that could never be ignored. It was also carefully designed by Wen Xiang, so that Li Qing's could only react quickly. Lu Xiaoshan appeared beside Li Qing's, show the map to close the distance, and assassinate Qin with one strive to kill. Yuan Fei shouted loudly. Although Lu Xiaoshan had not yet made this series of moves, everyone knew that Jin would definitely take him away next. With such a good environment, it would be a waste if he didn't sacrifice himself. Although it would take some time for Lu Xiaoshan to recover from this wave of taking away, the terrain he occupied now was not bad. Even if he was at low health, he could switch to other heroes with long-range attack capabilities and attack Li Kaiyan and others on the flat ground from a high position. Li Kaiyan and others were already struggling to support, and with the attack from the sky, they definitely couldn't support it for too long. Although killing the opponent is not the purpose of the football era game, it is a very important means to achieve the goal. The advantage of numbers cannot be squandered so easily. Moreover, the attackers of Team He are all elites in defense. If one is missing, the entire defense line will have a huge flaw. When Lu Xiaoshan delivered the last blow, he had already thought about what to do next. However, at the same time, 8 brilliant lights ignited around him at the same time. Hugely Arg's ultimate move, the 8 formation diagram. The 8 formation diagram is the ultimate move that takes time to prepare. Once used, it can bless all opponents within the range with 8 different negative states, and it cannot be eliminated in a short time. However, even so, the 8 formation diagram cannot eliminate the effect of the Qin assassination move. The ultimate moves of each hero have irreversible characteristics. Since they are used, they will not be ineffective unless they are missed. Of course, Lu Xiaoshan cannot miss. But another feature of the 8 formation diagram played a role at this time. If there is only one opponent in the center of the 8 formation diagram, then the opponent will be completely restrained in a short time, no matter what state he is in. Lu Xiaoshan's whole body froze. Although his dagger was only 1 step away from stabbing Li Qing's, with the characteristics of the Qin assassination, even if it was only a slight stab to Li Qing's, it could directly send Li Qing's out of the field. However, this 1 step away was a long way off. The control of the 8 arrays could not last for too long, and Li Qing's could not use offensive skills when using the 8 arrays. This was an opportunity for Lu Xiaoshan, but the next moment, the faces of the Changfeng players on the sidelines all changed. With one hand holding the spell to maintain the control of the 8 arrays, Li Qing's other hand quickly changed several times. Rush! Yuan Fei shouted. Beautiful. Li Qing's trick is really, what's wrong with this guy's brain? Amid Yuan Fei's praise, Yan Ziyun and the other 3 who were about to rush to the top of the mountain had returned to Li Qing's side again. As soon as their figures appeared in the air, they attacked continuously, hitting Lu Xiaoshan like a storm. No matter how strong Lu Xiaoshan was, or how high his physical fitness was, he was directly taken away by this wave of attacks. This was beyond doubt. Even if he added 100 points of physical fitness, it was only 1000 points of physical fitness. If he used several skills to hit his face in a row, it would be too easy to be taken away. Of course, if it was too difficult to kill the opponent, then it would be equivalent to having no penalty of only 10 seconds to leave the field. Lu Xiaoshan was the first to be sent out of the arena, and Changfeng's situation was very bad. After killing Lu Xiaoshan, with the assistance of Li Qing's, Yan Ziyun and the other 3 attacked from a high position again. Even with Lu Xiaoshan in the formation, they could not withstand such a pincer attack, let alone now. Wen Xiang immediately led his teammates to retreat, but this situation was extremely difficult for any team. On the ground, the large team led by Li Qiang was chasing, and on the mountainside, Li Qing's commanded a small team of 3 to attack. Cheng Feng's retreat immediately turned into a rout. After finally retreating to the front of their own goal and joining up with the resurrected Lu Xiaoshan, there were only 3 of Cheng Feng's 8 players left, and even Wen Xiang was killed by Tian Zixin when he saw the opportunity. Although they joined up with Lu Xiaoshan, there were only 6 players left on one side, including the defensive players, and 9 players on the other side were full of energy. There was no suspense about what happened next. Although Tian had destroyed the ball directly, they had very bad luck. The football hit by the skill was refreshed in the Tian He formation. Li Qiang led Tian He's offensive players to bombard and force Lu Xiaoshan and others away. Li Qing's easily scored 2-0, Tian He led by 2 goals. Cheng Feng is facing a very difficult situation now. It is obvious that Li Qing's is already prepared for this game to the climax. Judging from Tian He's performance in this game, they even held back in the last China Cup final, just for this league championship. Cheng Feng's strong individual strength was controlled by them using the advantage of the map. If there is no improvement in the next period of time, Cheng Feng's failure will only be a matter of time, Yuan Fei sighed. No way, Cheng Feng is so vulnerable. It's unbelievable, Zheng Qi muttered in surprise. It's not that Cheng Feng is vulnerable, it's that Li Qing's tactical thinking is too good, and he restrained Wen Xiang very well. This goal just now can be seen. Wen Xiang used tactics to take Li Qing's away first, but Li Qing's took advantage of the situation and took Lu Xiaoshan away. The difference in this goal is just a matter of millimeters. If Li Qing's hadn't been prepared, Lu Xiaoshan would have been able to take Li Qing's away easily. Then he would have launched an attack on Tian He from a high position. How long can the main force of Tian He led by Li Qiang hold out? Butler Meng asked with a smile. That's just a matter of seconds, Zheng Qi nodded. That's right, by then the Tian He army will be completely wiped out, and Yan Ziyun and the other 3 will be farther away from the goal than Lu Xiaoshan and the others. Cheng Feng will still be in control of the ball, and it will be easier for them to score. Of course, Tian He's ability to counter-attack and score a goal is also related to their good luck. The ball just refreshed in their formation, otherwise, Cheng Feng might not fall behind by 2 goals. Butler Meng nodded. Luck also depends on strength. Cheng Feng is really in danger now, but Lu Xiaoshan has been very silent so far. I look forward to his explosion. Zheng Qi replied. Tian He's current advantage lies in the fact that Li Qing's has used tactics to suppress Wen Xiang. Wen Xiang's performance was not good today. Dynamic Light Wave suddenly said. Not very good, but before against Tian He, even if Wen Xiang was inferior to Li Qing's, he would not be suppressed to this extent. Wen Xiang's performance today is a bit wrong. Su Jing also began to express his own opinion. Did Tian He pour a drug into the holographic cabin? Yuan Ziquan shouted. Of course not, you should not have too rich imagination. Su Jing said with a smile. I mean Wen Xiang's condition today is not very good. Not very good is normal. I just fought against Li Qing's once with all my strength a week ago. Zheng Qi stopped talking halfway and looked at Zheng Qi in surprise. You also noticed it. I think so too, otherwise, Wen Xiang's condition would not be so bad all of a sudden. Zheng Qi nodded. Butler Meng laughed, while the others were confused. Can you two speak Chinese? Dynamic Light Wave protested. In the last game, Wen Xiang and Li Qing's had a fierce confrontation, and she was always fighting against Li Qing's tactical scheduling. Under such circumstances, Lu Xiaoshan's outburst directly broke through Tian He's defense line. Zheng Qi said. Isn't this normal? Everyone knows, Dynamic Light Wave said halfway, and suddenly reacted. Ah, you mean, the fierce confrontation in the last game was also intentional by Li Qing's, so that Wen Xiang overdrawn too much, thus affecting this game, right? That's right. Zheng Qi nodded. No way. There is such an operation. Chaos Mat Blade asked in surprise. From now on, it is very likely that Wen Xiang's performance in this game so far is indeed not her best level. In such an important game, there will be a performance below expectations. It is definitely not because of her psychological factors. It can only be said to be a state problem. Zheng Qi nodded. If that's the case, then it's really bad. A low state can't be changed by a few words. Wen Xiang is obviously working hard, but she can't hold on any longer. Su Jing said worriedly. Although Wen Xiang is not the top female player in the league, she is also a strong player in the eyes of countless female fans. In terms of personal owners, Wen Xiang can be said to have the most among female players. Of course, it is also related to her being in a team like Changfeng. Su Jing has always admired Wen Xiang, even though Wen Xiang is only a little older than her. If Changfeng realized this, it shouldn't have given Wen Xiang such a heavy responsibility. However, Changfeng has always relied on Wen Xiang for organization and on-field tactics. They can't put a substitute in such a key position. Where can they find someone who can take responsibility now? Butler Men shook his head. Changfeng's situation is indeed difficult now. Li Qing sacrificed the last game to do this. This is a very extreme situation. No club will prepare a substitute specifically for such an extreme situation. Moreover, in Changfeng's main lineup, in addition to Wen Xiang, the tactical core, and Lu Xiaoshan, the breakthrough core, there is no room for another core. It seems that Changfeng can only win the 5 championships after our brother Fei goes there. Zheng Qi laughed and patted Yasheng Fei's shoulder. I'll take it as a compliment. Yasheng Fei replied. Chapter 207. Substitution. Qin He was able to take advantage of 2 goals and not fall behind on the field, which really surprised many people. The goal after the opening of the first half and the goal after a stalemate after the opening of the second half, both of which were scored shortly after the opening, which is also a feature of the football era game. Most of the goals occurred in these 2 time periods. So much so that for a while, some fans joked that the professional games of the football era can be judged by these 2 5 minutes. Of course, this is not a generalization, but in terms of probability, the number of goals scored in these 2 5 minutes is indeed much higher than other time periods. There are certainly reasons for this situation. The first reason is that the tactics of the professional games of the football era are complex. To really form a complete and smooth tactic, the players can still operate step by step during the period when the game starts. If the tactics are played smoothly, then the probability of scoring will naturally be much greater. After this period, even the team with the strongest tactical execution ability will not be able to execute the tactics so precisely. At the time period, it often depends on the players' on-the-spot performance and personal ability. It is precisely because of this factor that the football era games are full of unknowns and attractions like the previous professional football games, and the number of goals scored in the first 5 minutes of the game is not so much that people can't stand it. At the same time, as the clubs pay more and more attention to the defense and offensive at the beginning of the game, the tactics of scoring goals at the beginning and then defending are no longer feasible. The football era games are also a process of continuous development, just like the previous professional football games. As the player's personal level continues to improve, a large number of players with command and tactical deployment capabilities on the field have gradually emerged. Until the appearance of Li Qing's, it means that such players have reached a peak. From the beginning of the coach's supremacy to the later coexistence of tactical power between the coach and the players, everything is the choice of the game itself. Just like the ancient wars, the commander-in-chief's command from behind is certainly important, but it is also indispensable for the generals on the front line to use it flexibly. From having a famous general to have an invincible team, to the role of a large number of grassroots officers becoming more and more obvious, this is the change in the history of war, and the current football era games have similar changes. In this game, Li Qing's used this ancient tactic to its fullest extent, thus achieving very good results. This practice is of course not the norm, but it can play a very good role when used occasionally. If it continues like this, then Changfeng's situation will be very bad. Changfeng has reached the time to change. Wen Xiang is not suitable to be the core of the offensive organization. When he is in a bad mental state, the tactical command is easy to be superficial, which makes it easy for Li Qing to see through it. However, this is also an opportunity for Changfeng to change. It depends on whether they can grasp it. Yuan Fei said with a sigh, and at this time, Luo Qishuan, who was already looking very unhappy on the sidelines, had already reacted. The role that the sideline coach can play in the game is now very small. After all, it is different from the beginning of professional games in the football era. The coach at the time had a full perspective on the sidelines. Whether it was tactical command or coaching skills, it could play a great role. Therefore, in the professional games at the time, the role of the coach was extremely valued. A top coach was fully capable of leading a team with average overall strength to win the championship, so that all clubs were pursuing top head coaches. After all, it was enough to find a head coach, and it was not easy to gather a strong team. Later, this made it difficult for the players to improve their level. The league made changes to the rules. The head coach's perspective overlapped with the players and no longer had a God's perspective, because this was unfair to the hard-working players on the field. After several years of adaptation, this rule change completely changed the pattern of professional games. The personal performance and on-the-spot response of the players will become more important. In addition to occasional command on the sidelines, the coach's main role is to arrange tactics and train players in normal times. His responsibilities are closer to the head coach of professional football games, rather than the God when the professional games in the football era just started. It was also after this change that the era of famous coaches ended, replaced by the era of top players. Super players began to emerge one after another, leaving behind one glorious moment after another with their wonderful performances and classic performances. The importance of this change was acknowledged even by the coaches. Coaches can become superstars, but they cannot overshadow that brilliance of the players on the field, because it is the players who fight on the field. Now, as a top coach in the league, Zheng Qi responded immediately. Zheng made a substitution. A defensive player left the field, and the young player Zheng, who filled in the first team during the league break, came on the field. At such a critical moment, Zheng Qi actually replaced a new young player. Zheng, only 17 years old this year, was promoted from the second team to the first team in the middle of the season. His attribute points are close to 800 points, which can be said to be promising. Many outstanding newcomers have emerged in District 108, such as Liu Shbo from Nanguo, who has now become a main player in Nanguo. Zheng has played before Changfen, although not many times. Let's see what kind of performance he will have when he comes off the bench in such an important game with the ID Ban Yushan. Oh, it's that kid Zheng! Yuan Shiquangdu shouted. When they were in District 108, they had fought against Zheng more than once or twice. He didn't play in the last game, did he? Zheng Qi asked. He only played for more than a minute. In the last game, Lu Xiaoshan, Wen Xiang and others played the whole game, and the playing time of substitutes was also compressed very small. Yuxin Xiang Fei replied. This time he is not just going up to kill time, right? This kid is very calm and has a flexible mind. Is he going to replace Wen Xiang as the core of the organization? Zheng Qi said after thinking about it. In the previous matches, he has always been playing against us as the core, but every professional team that played against us has such a character. Our tactical organization is too chaotic, and we can't detect the opponent's level. Dynamic Lightwave thought for a while and said, Comrade Dynamic Lightwave, you have to work hard and learn from Li Qing's. Zheng Qi said. Get lost. Dynamic Lightwave replied. After Zheng came on the court, Li Qing's looked at him from a distance without saying anything, while Li Kaiyang beside him laughed. Changfen, you don't expect such a newcomer to fight against you tactically, right? I'm good enough to deal with him. Li Kaiyang said this with confidence. Although he is the second tactical quarantine head, most of the time, he and Li Qing share tactical power equally. Of course, he needs to listen to Li Qing's command, but there are countless times when he can act on his own. Well, but we need to consider that they are doing this to distract us. Although Wen Xiang is very tired at the moment, her tenacity is not comparable to that of ordinary players. I will continue to fight her, and you pay attention to the new little guy. Also, maybe they will change the tactical focus. Li Qing's replied. Shift the focus to Lu Xiaoshan. Li Kaiyang immediately understood what Li Qing's meant. Don't forget that Lu Xiaoshan often makes some troubles, it's really a headache. Li Qing sighed. Li Kaiyang smiled bitterly with a sense of sympathy. For tactical players like them, Lu Xiaoshan is really annoying, a player who often relies on his own strong strength to unreasonably tear through the defense line and break the situation. What can you say? Changfen is scary here. Wen Xiang is a first-class tactical master, and her tenacity is far beyond the average person. It is difficult to control her, but even if you control her, you will often face Lu Xiaoshan's unreasonable blows. When dealing with Changfen, there are not one but two levels to overcome. Now Changfen has created so many troubles for Teen He just by replacing Zheng, who has tactical ability. Of course, Teen He's 2-goal advantage will not disappear just like that, and the next period of time will also be favorable to them. Changfen's substitution is obviously to strengthen the offensive, and it will add more variables to their offensive. Li Qing's used targeted tactics to control Wen Xiang and achieved an excellent situation. Now Changfen's response is to increase Li Qing's pressure. The more variables in the offensive, the more things Li Qing has to consider. Even a tactical master who thinks carefully can't consider situations. After all, the players are human, not gods. Butler Meng's words made others nod, but Zheng Qi frowned and thought. Just to increase Li Qing's pressure. This won't work quickly. Maybe there are other purposes, but we can only guess now. The most important thing is that if Li Qing's fails to take care of something, Lu Xiaoxin's personal level can be fully exerted. Under Wen Xiang's tactics, it can save Lu Xiaoxin a lot of energy, but when it comes to using energy, Lu Xiaoxin will not be stingy. Butler Meng replied with a smile. That is to say, when one's strength reaches a certain level, it can no longer be controlled by tactics, Zheng Qi replied. From a certain perspective, it is true, but you can't be too superstitious about your own strength. After all, no matter how strong you are, if 3 people on the other side are against one of you, you'll die. Did you see how Lu Xiaoxin died just now? And after all, it is 11 people against 11 people on the field. If a heavyweight player on one side is sent out of the field, the consequences will be extremely serious. This is why Cheng Feng was defeated all the way just now. Butler Meng reminded Zheng Qi. Yes, that's the reason. No matter how powerful I am, if Fei Ji and Xiaodong and you two join forces to deal with me, I will die. Zheng Qi sighed. You just know it. Dynamic Light Wave rolled his eyes. Chapter 208. Moving forward, He Jing's appearance did not immediately change the situation on the field. He is indeed a player with quite distinctive characteristics in SYNOPSIS, with a calm mind and comprehensive skills. In terms of skills and attributes, he already has the potential to be a god-level player. Originally, Cheng Feng was the team with the most god-level players. If there was one more He Jing, their lineup would be so luxurious that it would be suffocating. However, for Team Head, they are also the most resilient team in the league. Although only Li Qing's and the 5 Tigers are god-level players, the attributes of other players are not particularly outstanding, but under Li Qing's dispatch, they can often perform better, otherwise they would not be qualified to tangle with Cheng Feng in the past 2 years. After the restart, Cheng Feng did not rush and attack fiercely, but adopted the most orthodox tactic of dividing troops into 3 routes. When Xiang and Feng Tu and others launched an attack on the main road, Lu Xiaoxin led 2 teammates to compete for the top of the mountain, and the newcomer He Jing and Jian Guangqian launched an attack from the mountainside. 3 lines of attack were launched simultaneously, among which Wen Xiang had the most teammates around him, but Lu Xiaoxin also had a lot of people competing for the top of the mountain. In addition to his own super strength, he could be said to be able to do the work of 2 people in this terrain. As for He Jing and Jian Guangqian, they had the fewest people in their group, but in a place like the mountainside, they could get support from the main road and the top of the mountain at any time, and the 2 of them were both strong enough to support for a period of time. Team Head has 2 players who can command, and Cheng Feng is advancing on 3 fronts. This is to hurt others with his own strength. Butler Meng said. It's a bit rough, not technical at all. Zheng Qi said. Effective tactics don't depend on what form it is, as long as it works. Yasheng Saibang said coldly. This rough tactic does not seem to have much technical content, but it can well play the advantages of Cheng Feng's personal ability from this perspective. The simpler the tactics, the more difficult it is to crack. At any time, it is more difficult to crack open plots than secret plots. Even though this tactic was so crude that Li Qing's could see it at a glance, there was no way to break it. Dividing the troops was a taboo, which would only make them gradually forced by the opponent. Except for the 5 Tigers, the other players of Team Head had a gap in personal ability compared to Cheng Feng. Such a gap was not a big deal when acting collectively, and could be made up by various means, but once they were separated, it would form an irreparable disadvantage. Retreat. Li Qing said a word decisively, and began to concentrate the troops and defend within his own defense line. This was the only way. Team Head could not be dispersed, and if Cheng Feng was still dispersed and did not converge, Team Head could completely concentrate the advantage of numbers to deal with one route first. Seeing that Team Head did not even block the attack and quickly gave up the midfield area, Cheng Feng was quite impressed. It was not difficult to make such a decision, but it was rare to have such a decisiveness. What a good judge of the situation. If I could transfer to Cheng Feng, even Luo Qishuan, who was determined and never erratic, couldn't help but fantasize in his heart, but he quickly abandoned such emotions. If he was distracted in such an important game, he would be courting death. After leaving the midfield, Team Head's players quickly set up a standard defensive formation. Li Qing's was in the middle ready to respond at any time. Li Qiang assisted him. Yan Ziyun and Gan Yutian, 2 defensive stalwarts, were at the front, and Yu Gang, Qian Zixin and others were at the back ready to attack. Set up a turtle formation again. Countless Cheng Feng fans cursed angrily. Qin often used such a defensive formation. With Li Qing's and Li Kaiang, two top auxiliary players, they could play at their best level when they stood in position. Even if the attack was strong, it would be difficult to break through their defensa. In the cup last season, they used such defensa to leave Zheng Qi helpless, and then scored a law goal through counter-attack, defeating Zheng Qi and shattering Zheng Qi's hope of winning the 5th championship. This season, are they going to do it again? Now they are 2 goals ahead. If they continue to defend like this, they will have a chance. Lu Xiaoshan has never been afraid of the opponent's strong defensa, but facing such a defensa, can he score 2 goals in the remaining time? Zheng Qing's fans cursed and worried in their hearts, while Qin's fans cheered happily, attracting the angry eyes of Zheng Qing's fans. It is foreseeable that no matter what the result of this game is, the fans of both sides will definitely have a big fight after the game. Now the emotions of both sides have been mobilized. In this way, if there is no PK after the game, it will be a shame to such a warm atmosphere on the scene. The good thing about the football era is that no matter how much PK, no innocent people will be hurt, and public facilities will not be damaged. In fact, if the audience seats are not now protected from each other, maybe they will fight now. In the past, when the professional games of the football era were not considered so detailed, there was no obstruction between the audience seats. Often when one side was sure to lose, the fans would fight with the fans of the other side on the sidelines, regardless of the game, causing many bad situations. Now it is improved. There was no fight on the sidelines, but a fierce battle had already begun on the field. Qin defended, Zheng Qi attacked. On the surface, Qin would be very passive in this way, because they had to prevent the opponent from attacking their own goal. However, in fact, in such a battle, the attacking side would often suffer. In such a large-scale battle, it was not easy to send the opponent out of the field, but it was also inevitable. No matter how high the physical fitness of professional players was, it was only about 1,000 points at most. Facing the opponent's concentrated fire, if there was no timely interception, evasion, various state blessings, and blood recovery, then it would basically be a matter of minutes to die. Once they died, Qin's players would be able to quickly return to defense after 10 seconds, while Zheng Qing's players would have to run from far away in their own penalty area. The distance difference alone was enough for the defending side to take advantage. However, such an advantage was not enough to change the situation. Lu Xiaoshan was the most troublesome opponent for Qin's defensa. Every time he attacked, Qin's overall rebound would be driven. In this case, Fen Tu, Jian Guangqian, He Jing and others could take advantage of the situation. However, Qin's tenacious defensa was not so easy to break. Li Qing's and Li Kaiang's auxiliary skill control was quite good. They used them one after another to provide the maximum endurance for their teammates. As time passed, Qin's fans began to feel happier. Qin's players were constantly sent out of the field, but it was obvious that they were killed as expected. Some players would even take the initiative to die at the right time. Such a choice could not be made casually. It can only be said that they were used to such performance. Qin played with such a rhythm. If we make a table, we can see that the health of their players dropped in a regular pattern. Li Qing's and Li Kaiang also used their auxiliary skills in a regular pattern. They always kept 1 or 2 key skills in reserve. At the same time, every teammate who was sent off the field was sent off when the other teammates had sufficient physical energy. This approach was enough to prevent the teammates from collapsing due to the loss of one person. Zheng Qi did a good job in this regard, but because of the distance, it was difficult for them to form a breakthrough. Qin would have no problem in this stalemate, but Zheng Qi's time would be getting shorter and shorter. Such a resolute defensa, it is obvious that Qin had been mentally prepared. Did they know they would be ahead before the game? No, it's just that their preparations were more detailed. I think Qin is ready to deal with any situation. Under the command of Li Qing's, they can quickly switch to the right state. This is really hard. Training in normal times can lead to such an outstanding performance on the court. Is it hard? For professional players, hard work is the least praiseworthy, because everyone works hard. How can there be any achievements without hard work? And Qin, who works hard and still has excellent results and rewards, is truly worthy of boasting. Yuan Fei replied. As time passed, the mentality of the fans at the scene began to become more and more extreme. Zheng Qi fans were worried that the team would not be able to make up the score in the remaining 20 minutes, while Qin fans were looking forward to the time passing quickly. 20 minutes is actually not a short time. Although scoring 2 or 3 goals in a professional game is considered an average, many games are decided by 1 goal. However, to be honest, it takes less than half a minute to score a goal. the battle endgame before scoring a goal are the most important. Tin He is now paying a lot of attention to Lu Xiaoshan. After all, the more it gets to this point, the greater the possibility of Lu Xiaoshan's explosion. However, no one expected that He Jin, who came on as a substitute, showed his value at this time. He Jin, who had been playing steadily, quickly switched to the Hannibal hero card when Tin He players subconsciously relaxed a little bit after a wave of attacks and were about to retreat. The second skill is to fight to support the enemy, which can strengthen oneself and allow oneself to continuously absorb blood during the attack. The amount of blood lost by killing the opponent will be partially compensated by oneself. The first skill is to lead by example, rush forward quickly and attack the opponent. Instead of retreating, He Jin, who was originally on the front line, immediately rushed into Tin He's defense line. This is obviously a very reckless behavior. After all, attacking Tin He's well-prepared defense line and rushing into the battle alone is often a death wish. However, He Jin's timing was very accurate. After his attack, Lu Xiaoshan attacked. Many Tin He players' attention was on Lu Xiaoshan, and his previous preparation to retreat also made Tin He players inadvertently relax their vigilance against him. His turnaround and counterattack brought the forwards of surprise to the fullest. Like a lone hero, He Jin rushed into Tin He's formation. Move forward courageously. Chapter 209 Pentakill. It is a very simple tactic or routine to suddenly turn around and charge into the opponent's formation while retreating. However, as Zheng Qi said to Zheng Qi, the key to tactics is not whether they are exquisite or not, but whether they are effective. Any tactic, when used at the right time, can achieve the best effect, then it is a successful tactic. He Jin's move was obviously successful. Originally, Li Qing's and Li Qiang would not make such a mistake, and would not ignore He Jin's threat because he was preparing to retreat. However, their attention was more on Wen Xiang and Lu Xiaoshan. Lu Xiaoshan's threat is unquestionable. Although Wen Xiang is not in good condition, she will not make any mistakes in such a rigid positional battle. In this way, the two players with the best insight in Tin He will inevitably not be able to take care of all places. Compared with other famous generals in Changfen, He Jin can only be regarded as such a junior. But it was this junior who had the bonus of fighting to support the battle. He rushed into the Tin He defensive formation with Hannibal's first skill, and then activated Hannibal's ultimate skill, 1000 Miles Rush, and began to output all his damage. 1000 Miles Rush, jumping 15 times in a row, and being able to attack at the same time every time, is a very difficult ultimate skill to operate, but as long as it can be used well, it can completely disrupt the opponent's formation. He did it. In this process, he did not send away any Tin He player, but he had completely disrupted Tin He's defensive formation. In order to kill him, Yan Ziyun was forced to retreat, and he and Zhu Gan carried He Jin's output together, exchanging injuries for injuries, and then he emptied He Jin's physical value and sent him out of the court. In this process, their defense line was already in chaos. The next one to rush in was Lu Xiaoshan, who was like a tiger. Lu Xiaoshan did not open Hannibal's hero card, because Hannibal was suitable for long battles, but what he wanted was quick and fast damage. Now Tin He's front line has been disrupted by He Jin's sacrifice. Although no one in the formation died, several main forces have lost a lot of physical value, and the stable defensive formation has been messed up. Lu Xiaoshan's body flashed with white light, and he had used the Lushan hero card. This is a hero that few people would use, because although it has great lethality, it moves slowly after use, and its own protection is not enough. As long as the opponent is prepared, it will easily die. More importantly, this hero is vulnerable to control. All kinds of control skills are accurate. Without strong mental defense, control skills can be well demonstrated on this hero. However, at this time, the Lushan hero card is extremely applicable. Before he rushed over, he had already been densely blessed with a lot of auxiliary skills, and he was extremely close to the opponent's formation, and he also sees this chaotic moment. Lushan's shortcomings are no longer shortcomings, but its advantages can be fully exerted. Almost at the same time, Lu Xiaoshan activated Lushan's ultimate move, Wolf Ambition, and the first skill, Playing Pig to Eat Tiger. The ultimate skill Wolf Ambition blesses Lushan's explosive power for 15 seconds, and Playing Pigs to Eat Tigers blesses Lushan's attack speed for 15 seconds. These two skills are bless skills, but the bless effect is irreversible due to the long duration. In other words, when Lu Xiaoshan gets close, even if other people use various weakening control skills on him to remove all the auxiliary states he blesses, these two bless states will last for a full 15 seconds. The next moment, it is Lushan's only offensive skill, Yuquan Dance. A hero has 3 skills, and only one is used to output damage, which means that the lethality brought by this skill is extremely huge. The first to bear the brunt are Yan Ziyun and Zhu Gang. The two just tried hard to send He Jing away, and their physical strength was in a relatively dangerous state. They happened to be in the middle lane, and the two together, Lu Xiaoshan, who activated Yuquan dance, immediately involved both of them. Li Qing's reacted very quickly. He first sent 2 weakening skills to Lu Xiaoshan, and then threw a large-scale blood-adding skill between Lu Xiaoshan and Yan Ziyun and Zhu Gang, trying to increase their blood volume. Unfortunately, Lu Xiaoshan's burst and lethality, combined with Lushan's characteristics, had no significant effect on these 3 skills. Disperse! Li Qing shouted loudly. The two are already beyond saving. What was needed now was to save the others. But the others in Chengfen were not fools. Lu Xiaoshan seized some of the opportunities that He Jing risked his life to rush out, but the other opportunities depended on them. When Xiang and Feng Tu attacked at the same time, 1-8 formation diagram and 1 ashes and destroyed, which were laid on both sides of the tin head formation. These 2 big moves were not to cause much damage, but to compress the space for the tin head players to move. The other players in Chengfen launched compression from the front. The tin head players who were not well prepared for this generally acted a little slowly, and at this time Lu Xiaoshan, who had already involved 2 opponents in his skills, moved sideways again and involved 2 more. Those who enter the range of the Yuquan dance skill will also be subject to certain control. The most important thing is that the entire person's perspective will rotate rapidly. Even a long-tested professional player will find it difficult to keep his footing in such a situation. At the same time, the physical value drops rapidly, and there is no room for the skill to be used. All of this will cause serious consequences. Of course, this also led to any player attaching great importance to Lushan's skills. Basically, no one can use this skill well. But at this time, Lu Xiaoshan successfully used it. Yan Ziyun and Zhu Gan were quickly sent out of the field. Their health was only half of what it was before. After being hit by Lu Xiaoshan's explosive attack, and covered by the long-range skills of other Chengfen players, it was impossible for them to last too long. After controlling 2 fewer people, Lu Xiaoshan moved again while using the skill and rolled in another tin head player. This operation made everyone exclaim. During the use of the Yuquan dance, the user's perspective is also rotating at high speed, so generally people who use this skill are at the mercy of fate, and they can roll as many people as they can. Lu Xiaoshan can also accurately judge the opponent's position and increase the effect of the skill to the maximum. Lu Xiaoshan's operation is really amazing. Butler Meng couldn't help but swear, which shows how much this operation shocked him. He should have done a lot of balance training, but he rarely uses the Lushan skill card in normal games. This guy can even keep it back. What a scary person. Yashing Xi couldn't help but say something. Yes, he kept a hand of attribute points before, and now he keeps a hand of hero cards. Although he looks very unstoppable on the court, he is actually very insidious and cunning. Zheng Qi sighed. All is fair in war. If he didn't have this awareness, he wouldn't be a top player. Butler Meng had also regained his composure at this time. The skill duration of Yuquan was also 15 seconds, which is not a very long time. When this skill ends, the remaining 3 tin head players who were involved by Lu Xiaoshan did not die, but they were all at low health. After finally stopping, the 3 tin head players were about to retreat. However, the dizziness caused by such a long rotation would not disappear easily. However, Lu Xiaoshan, who was also rotating with them, had a flash of white light on his body and directly switched to Guanyu's skill card, and his ultimate move was to ride alone for 1,000 miles. Accelerate and sprint, and send out 6 swords in a row. Guanyu's ultimate move is also a great move with extremely excellent attack power. Each sword can cause twice the damage of ordinary attacks, and all 6 swords can be sent out in a short time. If all of them are cut on one person, then even if the opponent is full of blood, he will be in danger of death. Of course, it is still a little distance from instant kill. And now, Lu Xiaoshan is facing 3 opponents with residual blood. The blood volume left by these 3 opponents is different, and Lu Xiaoshan's 6 swords are accurately distributed to the 3 people. The one with the least blood volume was hit by 1 sword, the one with the second highest blood volume was hit by 2 swords, and the one with the most blood volume was hit by 3 swords. 3 screams sounded almost in no particular order, and the 3 tin head players were sent out of the field at the same time. Lu Xiaoshan killed 5 tin head players in one breath. Although his physical strength had dropped to a dangerous level during this series of processes, he still took out 5 people in one go, which was also a new record in professional competitions. Lu Xiaoshan, covered in blood, still maintained his attack state. Although it was only for a moment, this scene left an indelible impression on the eyes of all the spectators. This scene was even repeatedly played and watched by many people many years later. The first 5 kills in the Chinese professional league. Although the counter-attack of other Tin He players sent Lu Xiaoshan out of the field in the next second, the glory of that moment was better than countless others. He Jing was sent away, and Lu Xiaoshan was sent away. But the two of them exchanged 5 people on the other side, and more importantly, broke the opponent's defensive formation. No matter how good Li Qing's is, he can't put up any resistance in such a situation. Now Tin He still has 6 people on the field, 2 of them are purely defensive, and he and Li Qiang are 2 auxiliary types. The remaining 2 Gan Yutian and Tian Zixin also have a lot of physical value. Facing the Chengfen players who are still vigorous despite the absence of Lu Xiaoshan and He Jing, how can they resist? Wen Xiang will not make mistakes in such a situation. Chengfen then starts to attack Gan Yutian and Tian Zixin, the only 2 main attackers. Although Li Qiang and Li Qing's continue to support them, they can't support them for too long. After Gan Yutian and Tian Zixin were sent off the field, before Yang Ziyun and Yu Gan had time to return to the field, Tin He's goal had been captured. 1-2, Chengfen got back 1 point. Chapter 210 A real decisive battle. There is no doubt that this was a goal that came at a very timely moment. In addition to narrowing the score to 1 goal, it was an extremely inspiring goal to tear open the opponent's defensive formation and score a goal. Chengfen gained more than that. Although there were only 10 minutes left in the game, Tin He could have delayed the game even if it wanted to, but He Jing's outstanding performance was enough to prove that the next generation of Chengfen had begun to bear fruit. More importantly, it was a morale issue. If Chengfen scored another goal in this game, they would win the league championship. No one would forget that Chengfen only needed a draw to win the championship. Although Luo Qishuan, Lu Xiaoshan, and Chengfen's players had been saying before the game that they wanted to win the league championship with a victory, it was obvious that if they won the championship with a draw, it would not detract from their greatness. The game was restarted. Tin He replaced 3 players, but the 5 Tigers and Li Qing's did not leave the field. Their level and strength were the key to Tin He, and this critical moment was certainly not the time for them to rest. Chengfen did not change players, even though they had consumed a lot of energy in the breakthrough process just now. Tin He kicked off, and only Yu Gan and Tian Zixin stood at the kickoff point. After the kickoff, they quickly sent the ball to the mountainside. Most of Tin He's players began to seize the mountain top, which was a protective defenser. Occupying the high point, and then continuously carrying out repressive attacks, Chengfen's remaining precious time continued to pass in this process. Li Qing's tactical choice was no problem. When Xiang judged Li Qing's choice, it was not a very difficult judgment. Lu Xiaoshan took the lead and went to seize the mountain top with his teammates. In the process of seizing the mountain top, no one dared to teleport. When most of the strength of both sides was focused on seizing the mountain top, if you only sent 3 players up, it would be a refueling tactic. The 2 sides launched a fierce fight at the top of the mountain, not giving up an inch. Tin He would suffer some losses in this regard, but even ordinary fans could see that in the fight for the top of the mountain, even if Tin He was doomed to fail, they would not lose the overall situation. Sure enough, it took 3 minutes for Chengfen, led by Lu Xiaoshan, to seize the top of the mountain. However, after a tenacious resistance, Tin He quickly retreated and did not send its players out of the field. Their defense line is too well arranged, just to delay time. When Xiang took a look and said, looking at the Tin He players who were already waiting on the mountainside, Lu Xiaoshan also frowned. The situation that he and He Jing had worked so hard to open up just now did not cause any setbacks in the mentality of Tin He. The next game was indeed troublesome. However, if Tin He was not such an indomitable team, how could it become Chengfen's biggest opponent when there was a certain gap in strength? Of course, if there was no Li Qing's, no matter how tenacious they were, they could not continue to block Chengfen. Suppressive attack. Lu Xiaoshan said in a deep voice. This was the only choice. Only by attacking can it be possible to score a goal. If they delay any further, they will only be suffocated to death. Of course, this is also the way Chengfen is best at playing. The current situation is not favorable to Chengfen, but also not favorable to Tin He. They forced Chengfen into an environment where they had to attack, and this happened to be the way Chengfen was most used to playing. This game is not over yet. Butler Meng agreed with Yuan Fei's words. Now is the time to test Chengfen. The effect of attacking within the specified time can test a team's true offensive level. If there is a team in that country that is capable of creating miracles under such circumstances, it must be Cheng. This game is not over yet. Will Li Qing's not consider this? Dynamic Lightwave asked doubtfully. What if he can consider it? Now he dares to attack instead of defend. Attacking instead of defending means dividing the troops, and dividing the troops will weaken their overall strength, which will make them more passive. It is better to concentrate on defense. They are not without hope when they defend while controlling the ball. Yixin Fei snorted coldly. Zheng Qi touched his chin and thought about it, and at this time, the game on the field entered a white-hot stage again. Of course, defending on the mountainside is a disadvantage. Cheng is high above, constantly attacking Tin He's players with long-range skills, but Tin He does not retreat. In order to take advantage of the terrain, Cheng has to perform at a relatively far distance. As long as the interception is accurate and timely, even if Tin He is passively defending, it will not suffer substantial damage. However, when Wen Xiang began to chant the 8 formation diagram, they had to retreat. Such a big move takes too long to chant, but it will not be interrupted at such a long distance, which is a good way to advance steadily. But what makes Wen Xiang feel helpless is that under Li Qing's command, Tin He retreated a distance just right, just avoiding the longest range attack of the 8 formation diagram. Wen Xiang cancelled the 8 formation diagram skill, and Tin He's formation also moved forward neatly for a distance. Next is Fentu. Zhao Yu's big move was wiped out. Tin He retreated again. Tin He is trying to delay that time until the last moment. Cheng can't panic now. It only takes a few seconds to score a goal. If you rush for success now, you will lose the time and opportunity to attack. Yuan Fei said. It is obvious that Cheng and Tin He are very clear about what they are doing at the moment. Tin He is constantly retreating and Cheng is constantly approaching. In this process, Tin He loses the advantage of terrain, and Cheng consumes their skills. The cooling time of such a big move is often more than 1 minute. It cannot be made up in a short time. However, in such a situation, it should be used. Anyway, this kind of powerful range attack requires a long time to lay out and chant skills. It is originally used in such a situation. Generally, no one has the opportunity to use this skill in a head-on confrontation. The long chanting time and the huge power of the range attack itself mean that it is easy to be interrupted. The overall cooperation ability of both sides is fully demonstrated in such an orthodox advancement. The commentator sighed, and Yuan Fei nodded in agreement. Every time Tin He retreated, it retreated when the opponent's big move was about to end, wasting time to the maximum extent, while Cheng pushed forward with a complete formation every time it forced the opponent to retreat, saving time to the maximum extent. If it was not a stronghold, it would be impossible to achieve such a complete advancement. Compared with these guys, we are still a lot behind. Zheng Qi couldn't help but sigh. This is the foundation that can only be laid after a long period of tacit understanding. Any team that wants to create some miracles must have such tacit understanding. Butler Meng said with a smile. While they were talking, Cheng continued to advance. It was a long distance from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain. However, with the extremely excellent overall movement of both sides, it only took 3 minutes for Cheng to advance to the foot of the mountain. Tin He retreated again, and now there is no place to retreat. Cheng can show their best offensive tactics, and the place of the decisive battle is the place chosen by Tin He. One side has the advantage of terrain, and the other side has the advantage of people. Now it depends on which side of the sky is on their side. Butler Meng said leisurely. I heard that the weather is not as good as the location, and the location is not as good as the people. Is Cheng going to win? Asked the crazy sword of chaos. How can it be that simple? What this sentence means is that the final decision of victory or defeat is the people, not other things. Which side do you think is not strong enough? Asked the housekeeper Meng with a smile. I think we are the strongest. The crazy sword of chaos replied. It's always a good thing to have confidence. The housekeeper Meng laughed. Almost the same as before, Cheng began to attack and Tin He began to defend. Compared with before, Cheng's morale was obviously higher, and Tin He was no longer as calm as before. Their previous defense was to delay time. After all, they were still leading by 2 goals at the time, and even if they lost one, they still had room to maneuver, but now, there is no such room for maneuver. However, as a tenacious team, such a change will not affect their mentality. Cheng was very patient in attacking, and was not anxious because there were only 5 or 6 minutes left. As Yuan Fei said, no matter how short the time was, one should not rush in attacking, as that would only waste precious time. If the situation was opened up, it would only take a few seconds to score a goal. Qinhe's defense was even more patient. The leading side needed more patience, especially when they could not lose the ball. When Xiang cheered up and began to command Chengfeng's players to attack continuously, when Xiang's command had recovered a little during this period, which was also related to the overall situation, she did not perform well in this game because she was too exhausted before, but that was when the small battlefield was scattered, and she was not as good as Li Qing's in multi-line command. Just like in the StarCraft game that year, those with fast hand speed could launch multi-line attacks to drag down the opponent. In multi-line attacks, Li Qing's was the player with fast hand speed. Now, the two sides are concentrated together, which is equivalent to fighting on a single line. Even if when Xiang's hand speed is slower at the moment, she can still support it. However, her tactical command ability will not be dominated by this. Li Qing's advantage is only reduced, not suddenly disappearing. Lu Xiaoshan, He Jin, Fen Tu, Zheng Qi and Chengfeng's players took turns to launch attacks under Wen Xiang's command, while Li Qing's countered each move and constantly blocked Chengfeng's attack, while keeping the formation intact without causing any losses to himself. Now it's a war of attrition, and it depends on who can open the situation first. Chengfeng can score a goal immediately after opening the situation, and Qinhe can at least kill time again after opening the situation. This is a real decisive battle. Chapter 211 Who is more passive? The real decisive battle. In the last few minutes of the championship battle, the victory or defeat is only a goal. This is the real decisive battle. There is no exaggeration in this description. Almost all the fans of both sides are left with constant shouting and constant tension at this moment. Compared with the players on the field, they seem more nervous. The Chengfeng players who are capable of charging are nothing more than Lu Xiaoshan and Fen Tu, and now there is also He Jin. Zheng Qi is an opportunistic attacker. Such a head-on confrontation is not his forte. Although the other players of Chengfeng are also excellent, they do not have such a strong temperament. Yasheng Xiangfei commented. That's right, so the so-called Eight-era, in fact, only when Xiang and Fen Tu can become Lu Xiaoshan's right and left hands. Zheng Qi is a surprise soldier. The other 5 are excellent players, but not decisive players. Butler nodded. So if our Fei brother joins, Chengfeng will truly be invincible. Zheng Qi said. Don't black me, Yasheng Xiangfei said somewhat weakly. However, others felt that Zheng Qi was right. Yixin Xiangfei was also a strong attacker. If he joined Chengfeng, he and Lu Xiaoshan could share the responsibility of breaking through the formation. If there were 2 such players, it would not be as simple as 1 + 1. Of course, this was theoretically speaking. Whether a player was suitable or not was not only determined by his attributes and characteristics, but also by whether he fit in with other teammates. Otherwise, Lu Xiaoshan had already reached the current top level when he entered the league. Why was Chengfeng's performance that season not particularly outstanding? It was because Chengfeng was a very mature team at the time, so mature that it could not accommodate Lu Xiaoshan, a player with such distinctive characteristics. If Luo Qixuan had not decisively established Lu Xiaoshan as the core and rebuilt a team, Chengfeng would not have reached today's level. Just like the main lineup of the previous football game, it was more metaphysical. Lu Xiaoshan rushed into the opponent's formation again, but was confronted head-on by Yang Ziyun and attacked from the side by Yu Gang, and was beaten back again. If he did not retreat, he would be surrounded by the opponent. Lu Xiaoshan is not afraid of sacrifice, but if his death does not play a tactical role, then he will die in vain. Lu Xiaoshan has charged into the battle 3 times, but still failed to open up the situation. If this continues, Chengfeng will run out of time, the commentator sighed and said. Time is not important, scoring is important. Yuan Fei said with a smile. But there are less than 2 minutes left. The commentator said. I said that it only takes a few seconds to score a goal. Wen Xiang is trying various offensive methods now, and now Chengfeng's offensive lineup is very good. Now it depends on whether they can open up the situation like before, Yuan Fei said. Unleash a hero card. Qinhe will pay attention to this. The commentator said. Well, but Lu Xiaoshan has only used 8 hero cards so far. No one knows what his choice will be for the remaining 2. Yuan Fei nodded. Yes, the commentator looked at the technical statistics, and the skill cards used by each player were clearly displayed on it. This technical statistics can be seen by fans, but the players and coaches on the field cannot see it and can only remember it by themselves. The hero cards of other players have basically been revealed, including He Jin, who came on the field in the middle and used 9 hero cards. Apart from him, the important players of both sides have not used up all their hero cards, leaving only Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing's also only used 8. The commentator shouted. Really? Li Qing still took Lu Xiaoshan's personal level into consideration. Yuan Fei sighed. But even if Li Qing's kept 2 hero cards as backup, what use would they be? Judging from his performance today, his extra points were mainly added to endurance, balance, jumping and physique, which are more beneficial to assistance. 875 points of attributes are certainly very powerful, but with a large number of attribute points placed in these 4 items, his speed, burst, strength and flexibility, the 4 attributes that are more inclined to attack, are at most just over 100. Otherwise, he would not have been so perfect in assistance. The commentator's words made Yuan Fei nod his head. Indeed, for a famous general like Li Qing's, his attribute points are not a secret. With his 875 attribute points, although more of them are added in balance, it can be inferred from the effects of his auxiliary skills that his endurance and other 4 attributes that are more beneficial to assistance, each of them is at least over 115 points. In this way, even at the minimum, 60 of his extra attribute points are placed in these 4 items. The remaining 15 attribute points, no matter which attribute of strength, speed, flexibility or burst is used, it is impossible to form an overwhelming advantage. It is easy to infer that Lu Xiaoshan's points added today. The 4 auxiliary attributes, endurance, balance and jumping, are only kept at 91 points at most. Only the physical fitness exceeds 100 points. The other extra attribute points are used for speed and strength, which can directly cause damage. With his super character with more than 900 points, such points addition may even push one of the speed or strength to the limit of 200 points to gain an overwhelming advantage. Judging from his previous burst, his speed points added at least reached 150 points, which can make his attack more sharp. Next, it depends on whether Lu Xiaoshan can fully play this advantage. Yuan Fei said affirmatively. Not only Yuan Fei, but everyone actually thinks so. Among the 22 players on the field, only Lu Xiaoshan can truly have a super character and strength, and can show 1 against 2 in a local battle, or even against more opponents. The brilliant record of 5 kills just now is enough to prove this point. Although before this brilliant record, He Jing sacrificed himself to successfully charge into the formation, and when Xiang made a brilliant tactical arrangement, even the top professional players watching had to admit that if it were them, they might be able to take away 2 or 3 people from the opponent, but they still couldn't do something like 5 kills in one breath. This is a miracle that can only be created by Lu Xiaoshan's top character attributes and his excellent operation level. Both are indispensable. In such a situation, such a dangerous guy, of course, cannot be let go easily. Li Qing stood in the middle of his own defensive formation, and the skill operation in his hand never stopped for a moment. When only using the skills of 8 heroes, he still maintained a steady skill rhythm, but the perspective kept turning, observing Cheng Feng's attackers everywhere. At this moment, Cheng Feng was out in full force. One of their 2 defensive players in the backcourt had been replaced by the attacker He Jing. This meant that they had 10 players available in the event of an advance. Tianhe's geographical advantage was no longer a big deal. Under the attack from all sides, although Tianhe's overall defense line was not in chaos, the battle line was being stretched out little by little. A feint to the east and attack to the west. When Li Qing saw He Jing coming to the right and Lu Xiaoshan on the left side of the middle, such an idea flashed through his mind. A feint to the east and attack to the west, He Jing attacks here, and Lu Xiaoshan takes the opportunity to attack from the other side. Zheng Qi shouted. It can't be that simple, right? Anyone can see it. Dynamic Light Wave retorted. As long as you are determined, ordinary strategies can also have good results. Don't forget how Cheng Feng scored that goal just now. Zheng Qi retorted. Dynamic Light Wave had nothing to say. The goal just now was certainly the result of Lu Xiaoshan's brilliant 5 kills. However, before that, Cheng Feng's tactics were quite ordinary. He attracted the opponent's attention and then launched a sudden attack to disrupt Tianhe's defensive formation. You have to know that although the football era is somewhat similar to ancient warfare, the role of strategy and tactics is quite important. However, no matter how complicated the tactics are, it is just to use people's mentality and scheduling to form a local advantage. No matter how large the competition venue is, it is not as good as a real battlefield. No matter how outstanding the players are, in the final analysis, it is just 11 against 11. In such a small-scale confrontation, no one can think so carefully. There is no best tactic, only the most suitable tactic. making a feint to the east and attacking the west. It looks simple, but if used well, it will still be very useful. At this time, Zheng Qi launched an attack again on the field. Unlike the previous wave of attacks, this time two people launched the attack at the same time. He Jing led two teammates on the right, and Fen Tu led two teammates in the middle. They launched the attack at the same time, which exceeded half of Zheng Qi's attacking players. Faced with such an attack, Qin He naturally did not dare to neglect it. Yan Ziyun and Gan Yutian, two defensive stalwarts, defended one side respectively, and He Li Qiang and Li Qing's auxiliary skills were also used in these two directions at the same time. He Jing moved, Fen Tu moved, but Lu Xiaoshan didn't move. This tactic is too crude, Qin He couldn't help laughing. 6 of Zheng Qi's 10 attackers moved at this moment, but 3 of the remaining 4 who didn't move were important personnel: Lu Xiaoshan, Wen Xiang, Jian Wenqian. Not crude. Don't forget that the two groups of people who launched the attack have created a huge pressure. Although Qin He can rely on its overall strength to eat them separately, but in the current environment, does Qin He dare to do so? Butlerman laughed. Qin He thought carefully. Qin He really didn't dare to do this. If it was near the midfield, Zheng Qi dared to divide the troops like this. Qin He might concentrate its superior forces to eat one group first, but now the place of battle is in front of Qin He's goal. So Qin He can only passively take the beating. This is enough to attract Li Qing's attention. Butlerman sighed. So now it seems that Zheng Qi is passive, but in fact, it is Qin He who is passive. Chapter 212. The last laugh is the best. It is Qin He who is passive. Butlerman's words made Zheng Qi and others feel a little incredible at first, but after thinking about it carefully, it made sense. When Qin He was leading by 2 goals, they had indeed mastered a considerable initiative. They could fight the opponent in any way they wanted, including the seemingly conservative retrieve tactics, which could consume the opponent's energy and state to the maximum extent. However, after Lu Xiaoshan's wonderful 5 kills saved 1 point, their initiative was unstoppably taken away by Zheng Qi bit by bit. The general situation was like this. Even if Li Qing had strong tactical ability, he could not change this situation. Just like countless battles in ancient times, no matter how talented the commander was, he could not withstand the crushing of the opponent's strong strength, unless the opponent's coach himself made a stupid move. Obviously, although Zheng Qing's Wen Xiang still had a certain gap in tactical ability compared with Li Qing's, the gap between the two sides was not so great. Even if Wen Xiang was not in a very good state, he would not make extremely serious and low-level mistakes. Qin He is not doing well. After He Jing and Fen Tu's 2 groups rushed into Qin He's defensive formation and entangled Qin He's main force, almost everyone reached this consensus. Lu Xiaoshan has not moved yet, but when he moves, with Wen Xiang's assistance and Jian Wenqian's ability to grasp opportunities, and the help of another offensive player, Qin He will also be in a weak power comparison, although there are Li Qing's, Yu Gang and 3 other players. Li Qing's is an auxiliary, there are only Yu Gang and another attacker, and the remaining 2 Qin He players are defensive players. Can they withstand the impact of the 3 opponents? 3 auxiliary players with 2 attackers, against a lineup of 1 auxiliary player with 3 attackers. The opponent also has Lu Xiaoshan. How can they fight against the opponent? This is an upright conspiracy. With the help of a series of attacks, the opponent's main force is completely tied down, and then the team's elites are used to break through the opponent's defense. This point can be seen by anyone, but the other Qin He players who were entangled by He Jing and Fen Tu couldn't even be distracted. The number of opponents is about the same as theirs, and their individual level is even higher. If they are distracted, they will be defeated immediately. When Lu Xiaoshan rushed to Li Qing's, everyone knew that the final decisive moment was coming. Yu Gan had no choice but to meet him. He wanted to entangle Lu Xiaoshan and give the auxiliary players behind him enough space to play. Li Qing's and others were not slow in their movements. Li Qing's almost instantly blessed him with Zhunyu's second skill, Perseverance, and the ultimate skill, My Sunroom. The other 2 defensive players also blessed him and another attacker with defense and attack speed status, in order to narrow the attribute gap between him and Lu Xiaoshan to the greatest extent. Unfortunately, they will bless, and others will also bless. Attribute blessing is not infinitely accumulated. Only the right blessing can exert the maximum combat power without wasting skills. Under normal circumstances, it is completely sufficient for 2 auxiliary players to bless 3 attackers. 3 auxiliary players to bless 2 attackers can only be regarded as a waste. Now the blessing of Qin He's side is a bit wasted. The state blessing is overflowing with data, and there is no benefit. Although Wen Xiang's blessing alone could not take care of some areas, he did not miss any of Lu Xiaoshen's attribute blessing. Lu Xiaoshen charged forward, followed closely by Zheng Qi and another attacker. Their task was not to help Lu Xiaoshen kill Li Qing's, but to help Lu Xiaoshen entangle the remaining two attackers as Tinhe. When he was about to meet Yu Gang and the remaining attacker, Lu Xiaoshen's figure disappeared into the air. The next moment, he appeared behind Yu Gang and the attacker. Yu Gang and the attacker reacted quickly and turned around to attack Lu Xiaoshen, but Lu Xiaoshen did not want to entangle with them. As soon as Yu Gang and the attacker turned around, Lu Xiaoshen had already roared at them. Just now, the invisibility was Zheng Fei's first skill, which was rough but delicate, and now it was Zheng Fei's second skill, riding alone to cover the rear. The strong knockback judgment instantly made Yu Gang and the attacker retrieve 2 steps in a row. When they stood firm, Zheng Qi and another Changfeng player had already entangled them. Although the blessings on the two of them were not enough, and there was a certain gap in attributes with Yu Gang and the others, it was no problem to entangle them for a short time. Even if Yu Gang and the others were eager to return to defend, they might be killed by them. Obviously, as experienced professional players, Yu Gang and the others would not make such a mistake, so even if they were extremely anxious, they immediately turned around and fought with Zheng Qi and the others, relying on the advantage of the better effect of the blessings on their bodies, and constantly attacked Zheng Qi and the others. In this respect, Zheng Qi and others are at a disadvantage. They have no advantage over Yu Gang in terms of attribute points. On the contrary, they seem to be a little behind because of the difference in the attribute blessing. Moreover, Yu Gang is an excellent attacker, but Zheng Qi is an opportunistic attacker. He is not good at direct confrontation. Once he comes into contact, he is killed by the opponent and retrieved step by step. However, the fans of Changfeng and Tinhe and the neutral fans at the scene can't care about this. The key now lies in Lu Xiaoshen and Li Qing's. Lu Xiaoshen killed in front of Li Qing's and started Zheng Fei's big move, 10,000 enemies without saying anything. The strength is greatly enhanced and the attack range is expanded. 10,000 enemies is a rare skill that can bless an individual. As a big move, it is obviously a bit wasteful to just bless yourself. However, since 10,000 enemies can be used as a big move, it has its excellent effect. The strength is increased by 30%, there is no upper limit, and it can overlap with other blessing attributes. These characteristics are added together, enough to make the player's strength break through the upper limit of 200 points and reach a stronger attribute. I know you still have the hero card but it's useless. But my strength has reached 260 points now. After the blessing, the strength attribute is full, plus the 30% bonus of 10,000 enemies, you can't resist such a force. Lu Xiaoshen launched a fierce attack while roaring loudly. In the face of absolute power, any calculation is useless. Li Qing's dodged Lu Xiaoshen's fierce attack, looking very embarrassed, but he smiled. Lu Xiaoshen frowned. In the face of absolute power, calculation is really useless. Li Qing smiled, and then his body began to shine. Zheng Fei hero card? You actually brought a Zheng Fei hero card? But can your strength reach the full 200 points? Don't be ridiculous. I pushed my strength to 170 points to reach this value. Lu Xiaoshen's men kept roaring. Why can't I? Li Qing laughed. How many attribute points do you have in total? According to my calculations, you can push your strength to 150 points at most, and that's at the expense of other attributes. No, have you also hidden the attribute points you have gained in the past year? Lu Xiaoshen was stunned, and then he punched Li Qing fiercely. Li Qing, who had the power of 10,000 enemies, also punched. A competition of strength. The cyclone dispersed, and the two stood firmly in place, and no one retreated. Not much, just 4 points more than you, and now my attribute points are exactly 900 points. Li Qing rushed forward. Now, it's my turn to entangle you. Lu Xiaoshen was furious, but he knew that now was not the time to entangle. Li Qing, who had 2 offensive hero cards left, was not scary. He could rely on his advantage in strength to send Li Qing out of the field, but a Li Qing who was comparable to him in terms of strength blessing, was definitely not something he could easily kill alone. And Li Qing, now it's his turn to entangle himself. Lu Xiaoshen reacted immediately. Zheng Qi and his team were at a disadvantage and were entangled with Yu Gang and his team. With the support of 2 assistants, how much advantage could Yu Gang and his team have against Zheng Qi and his team who only had 1 assistant? Moreover, Zheng Qi and his team just wanted to entangle Yu Gang and the other 2. If necessary, they could even sacrifice some of their own health, as long as they could hold on until they killed Li Qing's. So how much have they sacrificed for this? When Lu Xiaoshen's face changed color, the stands were already in an uproar. The words of both sides in the game would be clearly heard by everyone, and now, almost everyone did not believe there is. It's really shocking. Li Qing's actually hit the attribute points he gained in the past year or so. This is something no one knows. According to him, his current attribute points have increased by 25 points, just reaching 900 points, narrowing the gap with Lu Xiaoshen by 4 points. From this contract, he is not exaggerating. Li Qing's is so patient, even in the last game, he didn't say a word. The commentator shouted almost crazy, and Yuan Fei smiled bitterly at the sight. Young people nowadays, how can their ideas be so despicable? The mean here is not a derogatory word. Only by being mean on the court can you catch people by surprise. Guys who stupidly rush forward will never make it big. Damn, now we have 2 more 900 attribute points. How can our body cause a sensation in professional competitions? Zheng Qi said unhappily, and Yuan Fei was also smiling bitterly. Although their attribute points are still higher than those of the 2 top players, the sensation caused by being the first to reach 900 attribute points is completely different. Watch the game. Why are you arguing? Said Dynamic Light Wave dissatisfiedly. What else is there to watch? Cheng has no hope this time. Zheng Qi said nonchalantly. Why is it no hope? Asked Dynamic Light Wave. The last desperate attempt hit a premeditated trap. Not to mention that they still need a goal. Even if they don't need this goal, I'm afraid Teen He will score another one. It turns out that whoever laughs last can laugh the best. Zheng Qi stretched and yawned. CS escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en cines fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontras la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 213. Looking forward to. Zheng Qi's word hit the nail on the head. When Lu Xiaoshen was entangled by Li Qing's and could not kill Li Qing's in a short time, Cheng Feng's failure was already doomed. They worked hard for this goal for a long time and made a final counter-attack, but they found that the final goal was a huge trap. Just like the joke said, you are the monarch of a small country. You work hard and spend more than 10 years, using various strategies to wear down the power of a big country, assassinate the famous generals and commanders of the big country, capture the capital of the big country, led thousands of troops to rush to the palace of the big country, and are about to destroy the country, but the emperor of the other side is a legendary master, who kills your army alone. This absurd thing is of course impossible to happen, but it is somewhat similar to the current situation. Through continuous attacks, they distracted the attention of the Teen He players, weakened their state and fighting spirit, and then relied on the attack of 2 groups of people to entangle the opponent's main force, and then launched an attack with Lu Xiaoshen as the spearhead, first killing the opponent's strongest point Li Qing's, and then naturally annihilated the opponent and scored a goal. They even used this tactic at the last minute, just to prevent Li Qing's from having any tricks left and not giving Teen He any chance to counterattack. This is their confidence, and it is also a point that Li Qing's took advantage of. Li Qing's sudden burst of strength attribute is comparable to Lu Xiaoshen. In fact, his attribute points are still lower than Lu Xiaoshen at this moment. He is better at assisting. In a fair one-on-one contest, he will still lose to Lu Xiaoshen, who has endless offensive means. However, in such a short confrontation, it is enough for him to entangle Lu Xiaoshen. Lu Xiaoshen cannot win quickly, and Zheng Qi and others who just wanted to entangle the opponent before are miserable. With the help of 2 supporting players, Yu Gang and his team, who were well prepared, attacked boldly and vigorously, not hesitating to constantly exchange injuries for injuries, and constantly took away the physical value of Zheng Qi and others. With 2 supporting players behind them, they were naturally more willing to take risks than Zheng Qi and others who only had 1 supporting player behind them. Zheng Qi and others were not good at direct confrontation. In the old football terms, Yu Gang was a centre forward and Zheng Qi was a shooter. Although the value of the 2 could not be said to be higher or lower, Yu Gang had the upper hand in the direct confrontation. Under such circumstances, Zheng Qi, whose physical value had already dropped a lot, could not resist for long and was soon sent off by Yu Gang. The remaining player was also unable to resist the fierce attack of the 2 and was killed almost at the same time. After sending Zheng Qi and others off the field, Yu Gang and his teammates did not return to support Li Qing's, but rushed to Wen Xiang at the same time. Wen Xiang was pale at this moment. The previous stalemate in overall tactics was a false impression. She didn't hide her strength. How long could a support player stand when being attacked by two attacking players in isolation? Wen Xiang was out. Next was Lu Xiaoshan. He was entangled by Li Qing's. Although he had some advantages, he was far from being able to kill his opponent. When Wen Xiang was out, the opponent's 3 players surrounded him and there were 2 support players to help. Lu Xiaoshan was not a god, and it was impossible for him to complete a 5 kill under such circumstances. When Lu Xiaoshan was out, the next thing became a pursuit. Although He Jing and Feng Tu saw that the situation was not good and began to retreat with their teammates, they were pushed back by Tin He all the way to the mid line. Only then did they stabilize the defense line with the support of Jing Wenqian and others who had returned to the field, but it was impossible for them to score a goal. As time went to the last second, all Tin He fans immediately cheered loudly. They are the champions. In the last round, they defeated Chengfeng 2-1, and came from behind to lead Chengfeng by 1 point and won the league championship. Chengfeng's fans were almost mad. They wanted to curse Li Qing's for his despicable behavior, but they couldn't curse him. Just a week ago, their Lu Xiaoshan also played the same way and helped Chengfeng win the China Cup. Chengfeng's fans were quite depressed. Such depression, and then witness the crazy celebration of Tin He fans, immediately turned into a raging anger. A melee followed. "Let's go back," Zheng Qi said to the others. The others nodded. This game was indeed exciting, but after watching every exciting game, if you want to savor it, it's better to leave first, otherwise you will be dragged into the fans of both sides who have lost their minds. Even professional players will be dizzy. At this moment, countless neutral fans and professional players chose to leave. When they started fighting around the venue, countless lights flashed. This was because they chose to leave the competition venue, and those who stayed were basically fans of both sides who wanted to vent and PK. Such PK only starts near the competition venue and will not affect other people. This is also one of the factors that the league committee does not ask. You can fight if you want, just treat it as training your survival ability. Anyway, if you die here, your equipment will lose materials and your character will lose experience. There is no benefit except to vent your anger. This is also one of the reasons why Zheng Qi and others did not stay in such a chaotic environment. They are still weak now, and they don't have so many red equipment materials, let alone materials for legendary equipment. When there was chaos on the sidelines, it was relatively peaceful inside the field. Lu Xiaoshan stood in front of Li Qing's, and Wen Xiang followed behind him. Looking at this guy who single-handedly stopped his dream of winning the 4 championships, Lu Xiaoshan couldn't help but admire him in his heart. If it weren't for him, he might have won the 5 championships a year in advance. If it weren't for him, there would be no one to stop him this year. But Lu Xiaoshan found that he couldn't hate Li Qing's. How lonely it would be to live in this world without 1 or 2 decent opponents. Amazing, this game. Lu Xiaoshan said to Li Qing's. It's really amazing. I didn't expect that everything I imagined could become a reality in this game. Li Qing's nodded. I didn't have any confidence at all, so I had to take a gamble. Yes, the crucial second ball, if it hadn't been refreshed in your formation, the final result would not be like this. Lu Xiaoshan nodded. But luck always favors those who are prepared. You are more prepared than us. No, it's just that you have too many games to be distracted. Li Qing smiled slightly. If you want to achieve something unprecedented, you naturally have to bear more pressure. Lu Xiaoshan shrugged. But not this year, there is still next year. I'm only 25 years old, there is plenty of time. I'm only 2 years older than you, if possible. I also want to challenge the 5-time champion. Li Qing's also laughed. You deserve the victory in the game, but you bullied my girlfriend, I remember, be careful next time. Lu Xiaoshan finally showed some of his fussy nature, while hugging Wen Xiang beside him, and said. Wen Xiang pinched him awkwardly, then smiled and said to Li Qing's. I admire Brother Li's tactical level. Li Qing's touched his chin unconsciously, looking at the 25-year-old Lu Xiaoshan and the 24-year-old Wen Xiang in front of him. How many years can he stop these 2 guys? This is really a helpless thing. I hope the team will be stronger next year. There are several good players in the new area. I wonder if the club can find a way to get them. After shaking hands with the other party, Lu Xiaoshan left with his team. Although it was a pity to miss such a good opportunity this year, Lu Xiaoshan was not discouraged at all. He was originally a person who became stronger when facing stronger opponents. Li Qing's is also such a person. It is because of this that the current Chinese Super League has such a charming scenery. It's a pity that Zheng Qi fell before the 5-time champion. Which team will be the next to have the ability to win such an honor? I'm really curious about this kind of thing. Li Qing's tactics in this game are actually very risky, but he won. The championship belongs to them. Let's cheer for them. Yuan Fei finished this sentence with a wry smile. In the past important games, when one side won, there would be awards on the spot, accept the cheers of the fans, and then there would be a grand celebration. In such a scene, the commentator's exquisite words often come out because of the atmosphere, and they will be remembered by many people. But what about today? The fans of both sides are in a big PK with more than 10 million people, and the players of both sides have also left the field. What I said is more like a routine. But this is also normal. For professional games, various awards are never given after the game, because that is when the fans PK. All awards will be given out in the All-Star game after the League and the World Cup. That will be a harmonious event. On that day, the best players in the league will gather together to select the best in each category and make a summary of the professional games for the whole year. The league is over, and Zheng Qi will still participate in the World Cup. If they can win the World Cup, they will also be the 4-time champion. It's a pity. Will Zheng Qi continue to strengthen its strength next year? If they do, the balance of the league may be broken. Yuan Fei thought to himself while sorting out the materials at hand. Seeing that the professional league is getting better and better and its influence is getting bigger and bigger, this old man who has been in the football era for almost 40 to 50 years can't help but feel a lot of emotion. When he was a professional player, professional competitions were already on the right track, but the influence was not as great as it is now. At the time, only the top few clubs had fans at the level of tens of millions. What about now? Basically, every super team has tens of millions of fans, and the huge size of 1 billion players is only fully revealed at this moment. The future is really exciting. Yuan Fei murmured to himself. Chapter 214 Communication. There is actually nothing to analyze about this match. The level of both sides is the best in recent years, but for both sides, the key to the victory or defeat of this match is, first, Li Qing's forbearance, and second, luck at the critical moment. No one had any objection to what Zheng Qi said. Anyone with eyes could see that in this match, in addition to the key effect of Li Qing's hidden strength in the last shot, the luck of the second ball also played a role in turning the tide. But if Tin He didn't have the second ball, Zheng Qi might still be more stable at the last moment. If it was Tin He that showed the offensive at the last moment, Li Qing's hidden means could still be used well. Zheng Qi said. Yes, this is also a possibility, but we are not going to learn these now. These are too far away from us. We need to show our strength in professional competitions, which is important. Zheng Qi said. Well, there are still 2 months before the end of this year. We can now try to show our level in big games. Zheng Fei also nodded. Yes. We have been leading the team to play dungeons this month. Our guild can almost get together a few groups to play the 7 major dungeons. Now we have to go to more difficult scenes for training, otherwise the current dungeon playing will not have much training effect on us. Said Chaos Matt Blade. You are very proud, but it is also true. Zheng Qi laughed. It is not easy for us to participate in such a big scene. We have no source of intelligence, and we don't have enough teams to help us. It is a bit unrealistic for the 10 of us to participate in the competition for boss. Dynamic Lightwave thought for a while and said. Then of course we will find someone to cooperate. The people in our guild are barely enough to play the 7 major dungeons now, but they don't have time to fight boss with us. Zheng Qi said. Oh, do you mean to find Zheng Qi's people to cooperate? Dynamic Lightwave's brain is not slow. Yes, there is a basis for cooperation, of course we have to find them. What is the name of that president? I forgot, Zheng Qi muttered. Anya, what a poor memory you have. Said Dynamic Lightwave. I have too many things to think about, I don't want to remember small things. Zheng Qi laughed, and then quickly dialed Anya's contact information. Boss Anya, do you still remember me? I'm Ring Ping Sheng. Anya was really shocked when he received Zheng Qi's call. In the past month, Anya's life was a bit boring. Although he became a professional player he had always dreamed of, his guild officially joined the ranks of core guilds and became the 21st guild of the glorious Shenshijia Guild Alliance. The general leader, Boss King Wenming, came to care about them every now and then, and added a lot of good players to their guild, which made his guild expand to 7,000 people. The weekly group dungeon can also clear 2 or 3 of the 7 major dungeons, but compared with the previous 2 months when he cooperated with Zheng Qi and others, the effect was much worse. In those 2 months, they could clear 7 dungeons every week. Even if they only got 40%, they still got quite a lot of rewards. Although the overall value of the materials they got seemed to be similar to what they get now, the output rate of high-end materials such as legendary materials was much higher. At the time, they could at least get 1 or 2 legendary materials in a week, but now, sometimes they don't get any in a week. The reason is very simple. The more difficult the dungeon is among the 7, the greater the probability of getting legendary materials. At the same time, the more 7 dungeons they clear in a week, the greater the probability of getting legendary materials. Now they can't clear all 7 dungeons in a week, so there are more red materials than before, but fewer legendary materials. Although the days now are better than before, compared with those 2 months, the days are indeed a bit boring. At this time, Zheng Qi came to contact him.
Thanks to you, I'm doing well recently.
Anya replied.
Call your boss out and let's have a chat.
Zheng Qi said.
Are you looking for me just to find our boss?
Anya felt that he seemed to have become the legendary spare tire, but of course he would not say this out loud, but answered consciously. That's fine. After hanging up the phone, Anya immediately called King Wenming. In the past, he was not qualified to contact King Wenming directly, but now, isn't his status different?
Rin Pingshan wants to see me.
King Wenming was stunned on the phone for a moment, then laughed. No problem, when? Anya immediately called Zheng Qi to ask about the time and place. While calling, he felt that his future was bleak. He contacted the boss in a hurry without even asking about such things. It was really tactless. Where did all the workplace wisdom he learned go? Fortunately, when King Wenming received Anya's call for the second time, he did not show any dissatisfaction. Well, I know, I will go then, you can come too, you deal with them more often, and it is easier to talk to them. Anya happily replied to Zheng Qi. It seems that the boss does not care about this matter, and his future in the guild will not be affected. The time and place agreed to be that night, in a safe zone of a certain city. The major cities in the myth zone are basically similar to large cities in reality, with all the enjoyment and space you can find. As long as you pay some gold coins that can be earned in the game, you can live comfortably in the city. Many otakus are very happy to accept this kind of life. After finding a coffee shop in the city, Zheng Qi chose a booth. It was obvious that those who would be in the booth were often sneaky people who had the purpose of private chat. When Zheng Qi walked towards the booth, he could see several players who did not have guild IDs above their heads. In the myth area, guilds would definitely appear above their heads, and there was no such thing as vests. Those who did not have guilds were mostly secret agents of various clubs, making some private contacts or something. This situation was not uncommon. After all, contact in the game was relatively hidden. Player transactions would not be negotiated in the game, but it was normal for material transactions between guilds to be discussed in the guild, which was also more convenient. Zheng Qi found a seat and sat down, and then ordered a cup of coffee for himself and Su Jing. It is said that the food in the game tastes no different from that in reality, but I still think that fake is fake, and no matter how real it is just like that. Zheng Qi said to Su Jing with a smile. Su Jing took a sip and sighed with satisfaction. You know, this cup of coffee is sold at a sky-high price in real life, but in the game, it's only half a gold coin. Su Jing laughed, and the sensory experience it brings is no different. But it's still fake. Zheng Qi curled his lips. The primary function of food is to fill the stomach, and then it's sensory enjoyment. From this point of view, fake is indeed fake, but if it's just to fill the stomach, the government's daily ration for each person is enough to fill the stomach. But will you eat the thing now? Su Jing laughed. I really won't eat it, but if I don't have money, I can only eat that. Zheng Qi answered honestly. If you enjoy it, these foods in the game are also a good enjoyment. Su Jing said. Well, what you said makes sense. Zheng Qi laughed, and then swallowed the cup of coffee in front of him, which was more valuable than gold in real life. Oh my god, it's so hot! Zheng Qi shouted. Su Jing couldn't help but cover her mouth and laughed. When King Wenming and Anya arrived, Zheng Qi had already regained his composure. In reality, Zheng Qi would have to go to the hospital to see a doctor after swallowing a cup of boiling hot coffee, but in the game, he just lost some physical energy. What would you like to drink? Zheng Qi asked. Whatever, let me introduce you. This is the president of our Shinshipjar Guild, King Wenming. Anya said to Zheng Qi. Hello, President King. I'm Rin Pingshan, the president of Fifan Guild, and this is our vice president Jin Yankanbai. Zheng Qi replied. King Wenming shook hands with Zheng Qi. Well, this lady is also one of the 10-person team. There are not many female players who can have such an outstanding level. Zheng smiled. The proportion of female players in the professional league is not low, but in the game, most of the good players are still male players. It's our first meeting, but I have to thank you and your club on behalf of our Zheng Qi guild. If it weren't for the cooperation with you, we wouldn't have added a core guild. Kim Wenmin said after sitting down. It's just mutual benefit. When our guild was just starting out, we were the only 10 core members who could reach the maximum level. So we cooperated with Boss Q and Tianya's guild, and both sides got what they needed. Zheng Qi said with a smile. Anyway, our guild has obtained a lot more materials recently, which also provides sufficient guarantee for our first-line team. Let me toast to you two first. Kim Wenmin raised his glass and said. Not really. These materials are very important to us newcomers, but at the level of professional clubs, the materials dropped by the wild boss are more important, right? Otherwise, each guild only needs to focus on the 7 dungeons. Why fight for the wild boss every day in the leveling area? Zheng smiled slightly and replied. Kim Wenmin looked at Zheng with a little surprise. Yes, that's the truth. We are not unfamiliar with the situation of your club, but I think you are relatively unfamiliar with the situation of our guild. Our guild was established late and started late, but we are not bragging about our high-end combat power. We still have certain capabilities. What we really lack is a complete guild system like your club. Zheng continued to speak, and Zheng Qi closed his mouth and said nothing. This was discussed before coming. Zheng Qi knew that his negotiation ability was very average or even poor. This was clearly reflected during the live broadcast, and Zheng's negotiation ability was not to say that it was 2 streets ahead of Zheng Qi, but it was a street ahead. Chapter 215 Happy Cooperation. Although our club is only a Class A club, it also has a long history, a group of loyal fans and a complete guild system. Although we can't compare with super clubs in the competition for outdoor boss, we still gain a lot in this regard every week. Kim Wenmin smiled and said, this can be regarded as the result of the efforts of our guild. I have always admired the level of President Kim Wenmin, who was able to stabilize the guild's personnel and prevent more loss under such difficult circumstances, and re-agglomerate the fighting spirit of fans. However, the incident more than 10 years ago was indeed a huge blow to Zheng Qi, so the Zheng Qi guild, which was originally capable of ranking among the top 20 guilds, can't even guarantee the top 30 now. I'm not wrong about this. Zheng said calmly. Miss Su is so young, but she knows a lot about the history of our club. Kim Wenmin did not answer directly. To do something, of course you have to understand it first. Zheng said calmly. In fact, what I know more about is that the number of bosses that Zheng Qi guild grabs every week is not very outstanding. I would like to hear more about it. Kim Wenmin said calmly. The Myth Zone refreshes 1,000 bosses every week. Apart from various accidental factors, the bosses are often captured by the top professional team guilds. The 5 major guilds usually grab at least 50 bosses every week, and the number of bosses grabbed by other Super League guilds in a week will not be less than 20. That's right, the players of the super teams are more outstanding. Their guilds are often stronger. Kim Wenmin nodded. In this way, the teams in the Super League can often grab about 70% of the bosses. This number is not fixed, but generally speaking, 80% of the wild bosses go to the super teams and 20% go to the first-class teams. This is a relatively normal result over the years. Zheng said. Kim Wenmin did not continue to answer, but raised his hand to make a gesture for him to continue. That is to say, the number of boss snatched by the Class A teams every week is about 200 or so. There are 24 Class A teams, and each team can snatch an average of 7 or 8 wild bosses, which is considered to be the average number. Zheng laughed. But the average number of bosses in your club in the past year is less than 5 per week. Tianya smiled bigly. He knew this very well. Rather than saying that these 5 bosses were snatched by the Zheng Qi guild, it would be better to say that they picked up leaks. After all, the mythology zone is too large, and no matter how many guild members are spread out, they may not be able to find that place where the boss refreshes in time. If they are lucky, they can get 6 or 7 a week, and if they're unlucky, they can only get 2 or 3 a week. In short, if there is no competition, they have no problem getting the boss, but if there is competition, it will be very difficult. There is no way. This is the current situation of the Class A club. We don't have so many fans and core members. This is not just a problem of financial resources. Kim Wenmin spread his hands. In fact, we admire the loyalty of your guild members to the club. Nearly 20% of the weekly bosses will be discovered by your guild members when they refresh. However, in most cases, your guild cannot compete with the other party, even with the help of professional players. Zheng said. All clubs are like this. Professional players will only participate in the competition for 3 days. The rest of the time, it depends on the overall strength of the guild, and even for professional players, we are not comparable to super teams. Kim Wenming said very frankly. So, cooperate, just like before. We need your guild's strict organization and intelligence, and you need our guild's high-end combat power. Your guild's high-end combat power can only participate in the competition for 3 days, while our high-end combat power can participate in the competition for 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, rain or shine. Zheng smiled. Just because your guild can pass the 7 dungeons doesn't mean it has a huge advantage in the competition for wild bosses. Kim Wenming smiled and said, of course, such cooperation is beneficial to both parties. We don't mind cooperating with you, but it's hard for us to promise anything before you show your strength in competing for wild bosses. Of course, we can't prove anything without personally experiencing the battle of wild bosses, but the strength of the team can also be shown from another aspect. Zheng said nothing and released her attribute hiding. You can see how many points my attribute has. Kim Wenming and Qtianya looked over at the same time. Qtianya was shocked, and even Kim Wenming opened his eyes in surprise. 834 points. Although Lu Xiaoxun and Li Jinx have recently proved that their attribute points have reached 900 points, accounts with more than 800 points are still a watershed in professional competitions. Professional players with accounts with more than 800 points are qualified to be called God-level players, and more than 70% of God-level accounts have only a little over 800 attribute points. The third-placed Nanglo, the attacker with the strongest attributes, Wadovn, only has 837 attributes. Although it is not uncommon for ordinary players to have higher attribute points than professional masters due to luck, at least this is enough to prove the strength of Zheng's character. After letting the other party see her attribute points clearly, Zheng continued to hide her attribute points. To be honest, my attribute points are only in the middle of our team. The attribute points of Rin Pingshen, Yuxin Xiang Fei, Donggan Guanbo, and Yuan Shiquandu beside me are much higher than mine. How many attribute points do you have? Qtianya asked Zheng Qi curiously. I dare not say, I'm afraid to scare you if I say it. Zheng Qi smiled. TSK, forget it if you don't want to say it. Qtianya said, but he also knew that his request was unreasonable. The detailed attribute points of each professional player are actually secrets. Although the attribute points of many top masters are public, no one knows whether they have hidden their own attribute points. The importance of this point has been proven in the past 2 games. Moreover, with the level shown by Rin Pingshen and his team, it would be a joke to say that they are not going to enter the professional competition. So it is normal for Zheng Qi not to reveal his attribute points. We don't mean to doubt the strength of your guild's elite team, but since we want to cooperate, we must discuss a principle for the distribution of materials. Kim Wenming waved his hand and said. We had a very pleasant cooperation with the guild of Qtianya. Zheng said calmly. It was very pleasant, but I won't hide it. Qtianya's guild was very weak at the time. After cooperating with you, they can immediately know how much help you can bring in one game, so even if it is a 40% to 60% split, they are still taking advantage. As for the field boss, there are too many luck factors, and it is really hard to tell who has the greater credit. Although I am the president of the General Guild, I can't afford it if it affects the interests of the club. Kim Wenming smiled bigly. President King, you are too polite. Everyone knows that you are a legendary player of Zheng Qi. If we cooperate, we will naturally share the materials equally. After cooperating with us, the number of bosses that your guild can kill will definitely be more than doubled than before. Zheng said with a smile. Share equally. The manpower we dispatched is much more than yours. Isn't it a bit unfair to share equally? Qtianya raised an objection. When you were clearing the dungeon, you also had more manpower. Zheng smiled and glanced at Qtianya. Qtianya stopped talking. It was really hard to respond to this. It's a different time now. Don't say such things. Kim Wenming laughed. It's indeed a different time now, but it's obvious that for both of us, if we don't cooperate, we will both lose. If we cooperate, you won't lose too much. If we succeed, the number of bosses we get in a week will be more than doubled. It will also be a lead for your guild, isn't it? Zheng didn't laugh. That's true, but now that the league is over, our professional players may come to compete for the boss every day. Even if they can get the boss, it doesn't necessarily prove that this is the change brought about by your joining. Kim Wenmin smiled and said, and if you just want to make a fortune and leave after taking a week's boss harvest, we can't do anything about it, right? The club's restrictions on players are not that big. It is a mandatory requirement to participate in guild activities 3 days a week. For the remaining 4 days, I'm afraid your guild doesn't have any restrictions, right? Now that the league is over, players generally have a month's vacation. This month is actually a vacuum for the guild, President King. We know a lot about professional competitions, so you don't have to use this aspect to lower the price. Su Jing shook her head. Kim Wenming's face finally froze for a moment, and then he laughed awkwardly. You see, we're very sincere. In fact, we don't mind cooperating with any guild. It's just that our familiarity with your guild can save us a lot of time. Otherwise, we only need to mess with a certain guild when fighting for the boss to show our strength. It won't be difficult to find a partner at the time. Su Jing smiled. Okay, you in. Kim Wenming stretched out his hand to Su Jing. Our guilds will cooperate. After we get the ownership of the boss, the materials will be divided equally. No problem, I'm very happy to have such a cooperation with you. Su Jing smiled. When will it start? Kim Wenming asked. Starting tomorrow, 12 hours a day, the boss will refresh during the day, so we don't need to stay up late. At the time, our team will act together with the elite group of your club. Su Jing replied. Okay, see you tomorrow. Kim Wenming said. The negotiation went smoothly. After King Wenming and Qi Tianya left, Zheng Qi sighed. It's okay. We did a good job at preparation and the requirements are not too demanding. It's a problem if they don't agree. But you have to be careful when dealing with guilds. If I hadn't prepared well, Kim Wenming would have definitely lowered the price. Su Jing said. Then we can just go find another guild. This is also a good opportunity for them. Zheng Qi laughed. Chapter 216 Temporary Joining. It must be said that Zheng Qi and his team chose Shengshijia Guild as the most suitable partner. After dealing with it before, Kim Wenming and Qi Tianya knew the strength of Zheng Qi's team, which saved a lot of trouble. If they went to other guilds, Zheng Qi and his team would still have a lot of confidence, but it would take at least a few days to get used to each other, so it would be less convenient than finding someone familiar. It's a good thing to be able to cooperate, but our group has only been to the scene of the boss competition once, and the 4 of us died as soon as we arrived. You only lasted for an hour and then retreated. What role can we play in participating in Shengji's competition tomorrow? Xin Zhaoyilin asked anxiously. It's not his fault that he wasn't anxious. That I'm participating in the boss competition did leave a very deep and painful impression on Xin Zhaoyilin and his team. Countless players fought, and the sky was full of flying skills and attacks. They didn't have time to react when they entered, and were hit by a wave of covering attacks. They died before they even had time to use their hero cards. The time was different after all. Zheng Qi laughed. The time we went to join the fight, but the 3 major guilds, Fen Yuhai Chen, Shi Xuantaxia and Yuan Guchuangqi, were fighting for a wild boss. Such a big scene does not appear every day in the Myth Zone. Generally, it is good to have 2 guilds at the top 5 levels participating in the competition for a boss. In addition, the 3 big guilds were deadlocked at the time, which attracted more than 10 guilds at the Super League and several guilds at the A-level league teams, forming a very rare big melee, which led to such a complicated situation. Generally speaking, it shouldn't be that complicated. Really? Shinny asked. Yes, there are 1,000 bosses refreshed in a week, and it is rare that there will be so many big guilds competing. Moreover, all the professional players participated that day. We were killed as soon as we entered. Usually, there are only 2 or 3 guilds fighting in the melee, and the winner is finally decided. Dynamic Lightwave said. Then I feel relieved, but what should we do next? Shinzo asked. As usual, we should practice cooperation in the arena. Our team's basic cooperation is pretty good. When we get to the kind of big battlefield, we must not attack the enemy, but look for opportunities to kill the opponent's core players to create opportunities for our allies, assist, break the formation, kill, and then teleport ourselves out of the deep enemy formation. This is what our elite team has to do. Zheng Qi said. Others nodded one after another. Fighting the wild boss is also a very complicated job. Although it is not difficult for the guilds at various professional clubs to kill the boss, the key is to get the most output and grab the most materials while competing with the opponent. So most of the time, Killing the commander headed by the opponent can better disperse the opponent's team, so as to pass the material protection time and sweep away all the materials, unless you were outputting to the boss from beginning to end, otherwise, there'll always be material protection. As mentioned before, the attribution of materials for outdoor boss is a very complicated calculation. Anyone who damages the outdoor boss will have a certain degree of attribution probability, and this probability will only be lost if the opponent is killed or driven out of a certain range of the battlefield. Therefore, in the competition for boss, it is often more difficult to fight against the opponent than to kill the boss. Zheng Qi and his team want to show their competitiveness in the competition for boss, and it is naturally difficult to grab output. The all-stars in the professional league, even if they form a team of 10 people, cannot win any group in output. Of course, if the group is not well organized, the all-stars have a high chance of winning in the PK between the two sides. Therefore, in the cooperation with the SYNOPSIS Guild, Zheng Qi and his team can play a role in disrupting the opponent's command system and creating a good opportunity for their side to grab the boss. This is also what the SYNOPSIS Guild needs. They are not short of manpower, and as a Class A team, they have no ambition to bloom more. At the same time, when there are several bosses refreshed, they divide their troops into several routes to grab. They usually start with a certain boss to ensure a higher success rate. But generally speaking, when any boss is refreshed, it is rare to encounter a situation where only they find it, or only the Class A team finds it. There'll often be at least one super team guild. Facing such a guild, SYNOPSIS suffers from the lack of core players who can disrupt the opponent's organization and deployment, but is repeatedly interrupted by others. The fight for boss is a test of the overall level of the guild. Zheng Qi is a team with a long history. There are many core players in their guild, and the number of thugs who retired from professional players is indeed not small. However, after the incident more than 10 years ago, not only did many fans choose to quit, but also many top players quit, which directly made them degenerate from a Super League guild to the level of a Class A guild. The lack of strong players has become one of their biggest flaws, and the level shown by Zheng Qi and others is indeed necessary for SYNOPSIS Guild. It is never easy to take the head of a general in the midst of thousands of troops. There are only a few written records in ancient China that can do this. Similarly, in the game of football era, it is also very difficult to kill the leader and commander of the other party under the organization and protection of the team members around you. You must know that in the myth area, no player can hide the guild mark on his head, plus without the existence of vests, those with excellent abilities cannot open a small account to murder the leader of the other party. Although everyone knows that with the level of the general guild elite group, it is basically necessary to rely on the leader to command the captain, so that a group can be as easy as an arm. If the leader dies, the entire group is likely to be at a loss in the chaos, and then it will be easily eliminated by the opponent. On a battlefield with nearly 10,000 people, there is no organization, and no matter how strong an individual is, it is useless. However, Zheng Qi and his team will certainly not be stupid enough to attack an opponent's group in person. Even if they succeed, it will be easy to be remembered. Before that, they also need to cooperate with others. So on the second day, after meeting up with King Wenming and others, Zheng Qi took the initiative to propose to be with Qi Tianya's team. Immediately, except for King Wenming, the eyes of the other 20 presidents all turned to Qi Tianya. As the president of the 21st Guild, Qi Tianya blushed quickly when they looked at him. It's not because of other reasons, it's just that the members of President Qi Tianya's team are more familiar with us. We can play a better cover-up role by mixing among them. Zheng Qi explained. King Wenming nodded. He also knew that the elite groups of other guilds had never cooperated with Zheng Qi and others, and it was inevitable that there would be some conflicts. It was normal to let them join Qi Tianya's guild elite group. But, President Qi Tianya's team is generally responsible for the task of sniping on the periphery. King Wenming said to Zheng Qi. Why not replace them? Zheng Qi said. The other guild leaders immediately booed. As the elite group of the core guild, they were naturally the first to charge the main group. The ordinary group was responsible for interception and finishing. Qi Tianya's elite group could only be considered a second-tier team before, and now they were going to be transferred to charge. How could the top-ranked guild leaders put their faces? Qi Tianya's head was almost lowered to his chest. As a guild leader who was promoted at a rocket speed, he seemed a bit out of place among the original 20 core guild leaders. Although he would leave the elite group of his guild to participate in each battle against the boss, he was indeed doing the work of blocking the opponent on the periphery every time, and he didn't do it very well. After all, compared with the 20 professional groups, his team had a certain gap in experience and strength. How about this, Guang, you have to bear the grievance today and take on the blocking mission, and let Qi Anya's group replace your group. Qin Wenming thought for a while and said to a guild leader next to him who looked honest. This president was also one of the few people who didn't do. Gasquan nodded. His guild was ranked in the top 3 in the entire Shinshijia guild. He always fought hard battles. However, he was famous for his honesty and loyalty to Shinjia Club. He was also a big fan of Qin Wenming. Qin Wenming knew this. While he usually valued him, he could only let him down at this time. Gasquan did not disappoint Qin Wenming. However, the presidents of the other 2 guilds were also very strong, so they were a little unhappy. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Although the Shinshijia Guild Alliance is not a powerful guild alliance, the presidents of the core guilds are all arrogant. Tyrannical Eagle and Zheng Qi Feng are 2 such people. Their guilds are ranked in the top 3 in the Shinshijia Guild Alliance. Although they can't tell a winner between each other and compared with Gasquan's guild, Gasquan is a strong and honest person. Even if they don't have a very good relationship with Gasquan, they admire Gasquan's character. Now they replace Gasquan with the Qi Anya team that they originally looked down on. How can they do this? After all, every time they robbed the boss, Gasquan, who had a strong character, rushed to do the dirty work, and let the 2 of them do the outstanding things. Even if Qi Anya was also honest, did his elite group have such ability? The 2 are ready to speak out to stop them, but Qin Wenming immediately waved his hand. Okay, everyone follow that command. If the effect is not good, we will talk about it next time. Qin Wenming is the former captain and legendary player of the club, and the president of the General Guild. No matter what, he still has some dignity. After he said this, Tyrannical Eagle and Zheng Qi Feng immediately swallowed everything they wanted to say. Don't worry, with us here, it's easy to break through the opponent's defense line. Zheng Qi patted Qi Anya on the shoulder and said, "Just don't be too hard on me, old man." Qi Anya said with a wry smile. Chapter 217. Bad luck. Although he expressed regret for Qi Anya's words of not knowing good people, Zheng Qi still did not say anything to provoke others. He just went to Qi Anya's elite group with Yashingxi Bang Fei and others, waiting for the news from the boss. Most of the members of Qi Anya's elite group are indeed acquaintances. It would be difficult if they were not acquaintances. Although Qi Anya's guild has now added a lot of new members promoted from other guilds, it is obvious that the previous 20 core guild members cannot go to a newly added core guild. I only heard that people go to higher places, but never heard that people go to lower places. This is also a reward mechanism of the guild alliance. Most of the members of the core guild are not professional players who get paid. The core guild can actually give them very little, nothing more than love for the club and the sense of honor brought by the identity of core guild members. If the players are forced to go to a guild with a lower ranking, unless Qin Wenming wants to have the previous big split again. Therefore, the people who filled the Qi Anya guild were basically all members of non-core guilds, because of normal promotions for good performance. At the same time, because the Shinshijia Guild Alliance had one more core guild, the vacancies became much larger. Many old players with good strength who had no vacancies in the core guilds were given channels for promotion. However, there were relatively few such people after all, and their strength was not particularly outstanding, otherwise they would have been snatched away by other guilds. Therefore, although the number of people in Qi Anya's guild has expanded to more than 8,000, the number of good players added is not very large. Most of their elite group are old people who used to hang out with Zheng Qi and his team. They admire Zheng Qi and his team's strength. Now they are together and seem to be more harmonious. Are you sure about our next mission? Qi Anya asked Zheng Qi. What is the mission? Zheng Qi asked. Well, if we find the boss first, we will be responsible for sniping the other guild, creating time and space for the other 2 guilds to kill the boss. If the other party finds the boss first, then we will try to open the gap of the other party under the cover of other guilds, creating opportunities for the other 2 guilds to kill the boss. Qi Anya thought for a while and replied. Even if you have never eaten pork, you have seen pigs run. Although Qi Anya's guild used to be a helper, he also knew what Gasquam's guild did before. Now that he has replaced Gasquam's guild, he must also take on the responsibility of Gasquam's guild. TSK, what you do is thankless work. Zheng Qi understood what was going on as soon as he thought about it. We couldn't even do this kind of work before. We could only be responsible for sniping or holding off the opponent's team on the periphery. Qi Anya sighed. It's okay. If the supporting role is played well, it can also grab the role of the protagonist. It's up to us then. Zheng Qi said confidently. Don't mess around, our boss grabbing tactics are very mature tactics. If you mess around, it will easily ruin the big thing. Anya warns Zheng Qi. Mature tactics, can't grab for it in a week? Zheng Qi asked. Anya was speechless. How could this guy be so good at stabbing people in the heart? Of course, he didn't feel much. After all, it was not his responsibility. If the boss King Wenmin heard this, he would immediately turn against this ally. Don't worry, your boss grabbing results are already as bad as they can be, and it won't be worse than it is now. Zheng Qi comforted Anya. Anya could only continue to smile bigly. However, during the bitter smile, Anya was not idle. He kept observing furtively around, like a voyeur. Why are you looking around instead of talking properly? Zheng Qi asked. I want to see how many main forces of other guilds there are in this city. Anya replied. Oh, who are they generally? Zheng Qi asked curiously. He was really not familiar with this aspect. There are a total of 20 cities in the mythology zone. In fact, the locations of these 20 cities are equivalent to dividing the entire mythology zone into 20 large areas. The differences between them are not so detailed, but it is generally like this. Anya said. Yes, I know this. Zheng Qi nodded. So, basically, each super team guild will not be in the same city as other guilds, so that the competition will be more intense. Generally, a super team guild occupies a city. Those large guilds that are confident in their own strength will occupy a city close to the center, so that there will be more areas bordering on all sides, and the probability of boss will be greater. Anya said. Zheng Qi continued to nod. He also understood this principle. Although they are all areas of similar range, the city located in the central position can naturally take into account more in all directions. Those areas close to the surrounding Kunlun Mountains, the East China Sea, the West Heaven and the northern snow-capped mountains, at least one side will not refresh the boss. Of course, the guilds of those super clubs occupy one city each, and each has its own sphere of influence to avoid too much internal friction. The guilds of our Class A clubs can only wander around, looking for cities with weaker club guilds, and at the same time, there are fewer guilds of other Class A teams, so that there will be less competition. Anya said. Well, if it is distributed evenly, there are still 4 Class A teams that have not been settled. Zheng Qi nodded. How can it be so normal? The 5 major guilds are much stronger than the average super club guilds, and they all occupy 2 or 3 cities. And it is also difficult for those downstream super club guilds to occupy a city, because in addition to facing the same competition from downstream clubs, they also have to face competition from some powerful Class A club guilds. Anya smiled bigly. Yes, if I were the boss of the guilds in Fendyne City, I would definitely be willing to occupy 2 cities. Zheng Qi suddenly realized that no one would complain about having too many resources. Even if the materials of the clubs in Chengqinghe and Henan were too much for them to use, they would still try their best to grab all the other materials. Whether they could use them themselves was one thing, but the key was not to let others use them. So in addition to occupying the city, if the news was refreshed near the city, they would also send a team over. In this way, the boss near a city would not only be fought over by 2 or 3 clubs and guilds, but even by 6 or 7 or even more than 10. Anya sighed and said, but basically, the first to participate in the snatch was the main guild in this city, so I want to see how many guilds occupy this city now. Well, I think this is a relatively marginal city, there shouldn't be many people, I'll go check it out. Zheng Qi said. Don't alert the enemy. Anya said immediately. Stop it. If there are so many of you together, you would have been discovered long ago. Besides, I'm not from your guild. Zheng Qi said. Anya thought about it and realized that it was indeed the case. Zheng Qi has always been a man who does what he says. He immediately wandered around the city and came back in less than 10 minutes. You're so fast. Anya was shocked. Although Yongan City is a city on the southwest border and is relatively unpopular, the cities in the myth area are all quite large. In reality, cities with tens of millions of people are already extremely large super cities, but in the football era, that is standard. The highest configuration of Yongan City is to accommodate hundreds of millions of people at the same time. How huge is this city? There are at least dozens of groups and thousands of people who will gather here to fight the boss. It can be seen clearly by standing on a high place. Is it necessary to walk around the streets? Zheng Qi asked back. Oh, Anya blushed again. After all, he was an experienced old player, but he made a mistake in such common sense, which was really embarrassing. So what did you find? There are probably 2 more illegal gatherings like yours. Zheng Qi replied. 2 guild alliances? That's not so bad, Qutianya said. Why are your legs shaking? Zheng Qi asked. Nothing, just excited. Qutianya stopped shaking his legs. What clubs are they? Qutianya's question was reasonable. In addition to the core cities that were fixedly occupied by the 5 major guilds, and the competition between them was quite fierce, other guilds basically had no fixed bases. After all, every guild had been mixed up until now, and no guild could be harmonious. There were more or less enemies. If they were fixed in a certain city, they might be targeted by enemies at any time. So basically every guild would randomly meet in a certain city before the arrival of each day, so as to avoid conflicts with other guilds as much as possible. This was even more true for the Zheng Qi Guild Alliance. They didn't dare to go to the central city very much. They often wandered around and tried their luck. They had a greater chance of grabbing the boss when they went to the city with few opponents. Congratulations, we won the grand prize this time. The other 2 clubs are Xiu's Meteoric Pavilion and Hong Yuan's Jilutan. Zheng Qi said with a smile. Now Qutianya's legs really started to tremble. There are 20 cities, and there are 3 elite teams of guild alliances in one city. It is not rare, and it can even be said to be very common. It can only prove that Zheng Qi's luck is not very good. But the Meteoric Pavilion, which is second only to the 5 major guilds in a super team guild, plus Jilutan, which ranks high among the A-level teams, their luck can be considered very bad. After all, Hong Yuan has been one of the hot teams to impact the Super League in recent years, and it is much better than Zheng Qi, which can only rank in the middle of the A-level league. More importantly, although the name of Hong Yuan's guild Jilutan seems to be very frugal, in fact, Hong Yuan's financial resources are among the best in the A-level teams. Fulei's old club Kangping was just 1 step away from entering the Super League for 2 consecutive years, which caused the entire club's finances to have big problems. That's because when the performance is good but not good enough to enter the Super League, the club must pay more money to the players to retain the good players, otherwise they will be easily poached by super teams, especially those who have just been promoted. Therefore, Kangping, which has a weak foundation, has been tossed around twice and is about to collapse financially. And what about Hong Yuan? They were just 1 step away from entering the Super League for 4 consecutive years. Chapter 218. Strive the week. First 4 years of impacting the Super League is only 1 step away, which means that the annual investment is quite huge. At least it is not an investment that can be afforded by the income of a Class A team. However, although Hong Yuan has become a laughingstock because of its continuous failure to impact the Super League, they are still living a comfortable life now, because the financial resources of the consortium behind them are indeed quite strong. Even if they subsidize 100 million or 200 million every year, it is just a drizzle. Although it is difficult to quickly make the strength of the first team extremely strong with financial resources, after all, top players are not just about money, but in the operation of clubs and guilds, they can take a considerable advantage. Generally speaking, the core guilds of the Super League are around 50 guilds, and the level of the 5 major guilds can reach 70 or 80. This kind of core guild is not something you can promote. If you don't have enough competitiveness, even if you shamelessly say that you have 100 core guilds, you will still become a laughingstock when you pull them out to fight with others. Zheng Qi's 20 core guilds, no, now 21, are considered normal in the A-class teams. Most of the A-class team guilds are of this level. Any professional team can easily pull out 1 or 200 ordinary marginal guilds. After all, the number of fans of the A-class teams is also in the millions. These fans will join the guild anyway, so whoever they join is not the same. However, the core guilds need to recruit more good players. Although most of these good players are still fans, the really important double-flowered red sticks and talents who can command the team are serious professional players who have to sign contracts with the club. Such talents may not be fans of the club, but they can be stabilized with money. Hong Yuan's Jilutan is like this. After using money to win over a large number of good players who are quite useful in the game, their guild is not only one of the best in the A-class teams, but even compared with some guilds of super teams, it can stand out. Such a team, of course, is likely to make other teams feel a little envious and jealous. Damn, everyone is not as rich as you, who else can they fight if not you? Therefore, Jilutan is also easily sniped by the opponent every time, so that the possibility of them wandering around becomes much greater. With their strength, as long as they are not fighting against 2 super club guilds at the same time, the probability of grabbing the boss is still much greater. Obviously, the boss of Hong Yuan is also an expert. He knows that using money to hit professional players may not be effective quickly. Instead, it is better to spend money on the guild to improve the strength of the guild, introduce players with good strength, enhance the competitiveness of the guild in the myth zone, grab more boss, and let the opponent get less materials. Slowly, the club will naturally become stronger and more attractive to top players. So when Qi heard the news, he could only complain bitterly. Although there were only two guilds competing in Yongan City, both of them were powerful guilds at the level of super teams. How can they play? Qi immediately reported the news that Zheng Qi had discovered to King Wenmin. Of course, he reported it through private chat. He knew that it would not affect the morale of the army. After hearing this news, King Wenmin was also very depressed for a while, but he was different from Qi. He had been in the general guild for so many years. What kind of bad situation had he not seen? The worst thing was that there was nothing to gain today, and Qi suggestion to change the city was also decisively rejected by him. There was no way to avoid snatching the boss. If you can avoid it once, can you avoid it again and again? We can't retreat from this kind of test. If we retreat, the morale of the entire guild will decline again and again. There is an old saying called "show the sword." I don't know if you have heard of it. When facing a strong opponent, we can only show the sword. Even if we lose, we can't lose morale. Kim Wenming decided to use this opportunity to warn Qi. In his opinion, Qi operation level is mediocre, and his ability to organize the guild is not very outstanding. However, his enthusiasm for guild affairs and loyalty to the club are quite good qualities. Any club or guild cannot do without such a person as the core. Let him grow a little, which is good for both the club and the guild. Qi answered with a learned word, and then didn't say much. He continued to wait for the news from the scout with others. A guild chooses a city as a resting point on a certain day, and most of the other members of their guild will also be scattered around the city. Once they find the trace of the boss, they will report it immediately. This is a very normal operation. 1,000 bosses a week, on average, about 150 bosses will be refreshed every day. There are 20 areas, so one area will refresh about 7 to 8 bosses a day. Although the refresh of bosses is quite random, it is not that a certain boss will be refreshed at a certain time, but generally speaking, it is balanced. After waiting for an hour, Kim Wenming finally received the news. In the east of the city, at coordinates 1567 and 2946, the boss Peng Demon King refreshed. There are 1,000 bosses in the myth area, and these 1,000 bosses are not repeated, so the source is also very complicated. There are 60 heroes that players can use, major bosses that will refresh in ordinary areas, and bosses in dungeons. However, once these bosses appear in the wild of the myth area, they are all extremely high in health, attack power, and skills. Of course, no matter how powerful the boss is, it can't withstand the players and fighting the elephant. No matter what club or guild, two top elite groups can kill the boss. The real confrontation is between players. Has anyone found it? Kim Wenming asked while mobilizing 21 teams. Yes, the people of Meteor Pavilion and Jiliutan have already discovered it, and they should have started to act now. Without the need for spies to report, Kim Wenming had already discovered that in addition to the 21 groups of his own side, members of Meteor Pavilion and Jiliutan began to emerge in various places in the city, and gathered towards the east city. Let's go too. Kim Wenming said. It was obviously impossible to make a fortune quietly at this time. The other party was not a fool. Their 21 groups gathered together, which was more than 2,000 people. They certainly couldn't expect Meteor Pavilion and Jiliutan to fight each other and cause heavy casualties before they could take advantage. Of course, there is more than one city gate in the city of the myth area. Even in the east of the city, there are as many as 6 gates for players to enter and exit. Kim Wenming chose a city gate with few people and began to lead his people out of the city. After leaving the city, it is no longer a safe zone. PK can be carried out at any time. On the way to the boss, the various guilds began to snipe each other, which is also a normal thing. The location where the boss refreshes is not too far from the city gate, so it is normal that after leaving the city, the entire east of the city immediately became a battlefield. The 3 guilds, plus some stragglers who wanted to take advantage, make the entire east of the city quite complicated. In a multi-person melee, rushing through often required luck. Of course, since they were not far from the city, even if they died, they could return to the team quickly, so there would be no problem. It was precisely because of this problem that the three guilds did not immediately launch a fierce attack on each other, but instead restrained their formations and sent out only one or two elite groups to wander around, and immediately kill any stragglers who wanted to take advantage of them. In front of the team, even if the stragglers had excellent personal abilities, it was difficult for them to get any good opportunities. Of course, if the teams they sent out met each other when killing the stragglers, they would not hesitate to fight. Anyway, even if it was an elite group, it was nothing more than a set of orange equipment. Orange equipment was a rare thing in ordinary guilds, but it was not a big deal in professional clubs. Although wild monsters did not produce much, they would definitely explode in ordinary 100-man dungeons, and the explosion rate was quite high. The biggest advantage of professional guilds was that they could organize these dungeons to ensure the basic needs of guild members. In this case, all guild members were certainly not afraid of death. At most, they would lose some experience and equipment materials, which would be replenished in a few hours. What was the big deal? After sending out 2 groups to guard the rear, Kim Wen-min led the other 19 groups to quickly rush to the location where the boss refreshed. Of course, they could not give up their vigilance along the way. Who knew if the Meteorite Pavilion and the Throttling Hall would beat them out first? Before the 2 strong teams faced off, it was normal to kick out the weaker party first, because even if one side wanted to cooperate with the weaker party would not cooperate with them, after all, knowing that they would only end up being swallowed. The beauty of the Golden Age is a group of 21 core guilds, but when King Wen-min saw the other party, he could only smile bigly. As the top guild after the 5 majors, the Meteoric Pavilion has 50 core guilds this time. After all, apart from the 5 majors, the core guilds of other super leagues are also this number, and there can't be too many, otherwise the 5 majors wouldn't have more than 80 core guilds and could often seize 2 cities. The number of core guilds in Jiliutan is less, but it has reached 43, which is about the same number as the middle and lower level super club guilds. No wonder everyone knows that Hong Yuan people are stupid and have a lot of money. 50 versus 43, in fact, the gap is not that big. If a melee breaks out, many forces cannot be used well. On the contrary, if they join forces, they may indeed reach a consensus. This is what King Wen-min is worried about. The more than 20 groups under his command are actually not bad in terms of cutting-edge strength, but the overall number is too different, and they can't fight against the other party. What's more, the other party may join forces to kill him first. How does the old saying go? What you fear will come to you. When they were about to reach the boss spawning location, Kim Wen-min, who was following behind, immediately saw that the Meteoric Star Pavilion and Geely Hall, which were originally clearly divided, each split into 8 groups and rushed towards his team at the same time. Damn, I knew these guys would do this. Kim Wen-min cursed, and then shouted loudly, "Prepare to fight back." Chapter 219 Relay. Although he was very upset that the 2 strong ones teamed up to bully him, Kim Wen-min also knew that if he were the boss of the Meteor Pavilion, Yin Melyuxing, and the boss of the Geely Hall, Toyubi and Yuan Liu, he would make the same choice. Apart from anything else, weren't those obviously very weak stragglers cleared out by them at the first time? The Meteor Pavilion and Geely Hall sent out 8 groups at the same time, obviously not wanting to destroy him, but just blocking his team's progress. This was the time for the ordinary groups to play a role and resist the opponent's attack, while the core teams had to rush in and prepare to find opportunities. Just when King Wen-min was about to give such a command, he suddenly received a message from Qutianya. Boss, Rin Pinsheng said that we should tangle with them first, and wait until the people from the Meteor Pavilion and Geely Hall really fight at the place where the boss refreshes, then we will talk. Kim Wen-min was slightly stunned. Wait for the other side to fight? But even if the fight started, the people in front of them were still there. If they went around, it would take a lot of time. Would it be too late? Boss, Rin Pinsheng asked me to tell you that you'd believe him. Anyway, it's hard to get the boss in the current situation, so why not take a gamble? Kim Wen-min shook his head and decided to show some sincerity and cooperation first. Attention, all groups, stop and fight them, one-on-one, use our numerical advantage, and slowly wear down their attack. Kim Wen-min shouted loudly, and Zheng Qi's elite group immediately began to block the opponent according to the team. If this kind of battle is fought against each other under command, it can only fall into a mutual struggle. Obviously, the relationship between Meteor Pavilion and Geely Hall is certainly not a solid block. They are temporarily cooperating to clear the obstacles in this area, not to be close brothers with each other. After driving Zheng Qi's people away, they will have to fight to the death. Therefore, the 8 groups of each side did not mix together, but one on the left and one on the right, leaving a long distance in the middle. Of course, they are not worried that the other side will rush through this gap, and if they rush, they will be hit by both wings. Only fools will do this. The reason why both sides tacitly agreed to send out only 8 groups each, which put them at a numerical disadvantage when facing the Zheng Guild Alliance, was because their mission was only to intercept. The Zheng Guild Alliance was at least 20 guilds. If they really wanted to defeat them or even destroy them, both sides would have to send out at least 10 guilds each. In this case, Zheng, which had fewer teams, would not be so stupid as to do so. When there were more than 40 groups on our side, it was not a big problem to have 7 groups less than the opponent, but if there were less than 30 groups on our side, it would be a big problem to have 7 groups less than the opponent. Sending out 8 groups each was an acceptable result for Zheng. As long as they could stop most of the Zheng teams, missing a few groups would not have any impact on their overall situation. However, soon, whether it was Yinmeliuxing or Toyubi and Yuanliu, they received news from their subordinates. Zheng Guild did not send out a few groups to bypass from both sides, but relied on the advantage of numbers to launch an attack from the front. When they heard the news, they both laughed at the same time. Was King Wenmin stupid? 21 groups charging 16 groups do have a big advantage, but it will take time to break through the defensor. By the time you break through the defensor, the boss will have already been revealed. However, it cannot be ruled out that the other party did this on purpose to make them lose their vigilance, so Yinmeliuxing and Zhuanjuanliu issued orders at the same time. No matter how the fight inside is, you just hold on well, and that will be a great achievement. 16 groups against 21 groups cannot be defeated, but even if they defend to the death, they can still hold on for a while. After issuing such an order, the Meteor Pavilion and Geely Hall officially started the fight. The confrontation between groups has always been very tragic. First, long-range skills are thrown into the opponent's formation, and then players who are good at close combat rush to the opponent's lineup. The auxiliary and long-range attackers behind are in an orderly manner under the command of the group leader to fight against the opponent. No matter how fierce the battle outside is, it is often not the theme. The real competition is the fight between the elite teams near the boss. Throwing Whip and Cutting Flow commanded the elite group under his command to rush towards the direction of the boss, and the Meteorite Pavilion, relying on the advantage of numbers, was the first to reach the location of the boss. The 2 main attack groups began to attack the boss, and the others started to defend. The players of Zheng naturally would not let them succeed easily. The 2 teams sacrificed themselves and launched a desperate attack from both sides. After attracting part of the opponent's attention, the other elite groups launched a fierce attack from the front, forcing the elite group of the Meteorite Pavilion to divide part of their strength to resist their attack. At the same time, the long-range attackers of Zheng also constantly threw long-range attacks towards the location of the boss, just to contain the hatred of the boss. In theory, 2 groups can kill the boss, but it still takes a long time, and you have to concentrate. If you can't concentrate, it is common for the boss to release a few big moves and make the corpses all over the ground. So in facing the crazy attack of Zheng, Yinmeliuxing can only command his team to intercept one by one to get time to kill the boss. However, under such circumstances, Zheng showed that their boss's money was not wasted. Zheng's real core team, almost all of which were former professional players or young players who could not meet the requirements of professional competitions, broke through the interception of the 2 elite groups of Yunxing Pavilion like a group of tigers, and rushed directly to the vicinity of the boss. Yinmeliuxing cursed Hong Yuan's boss in his heart for being too bored. You know, there are actually quite a lot of such players. After all, there are quite a few young players who fail to meet the standards of the first-line team and are eliminated every year. Not every retired player can find a position in the club every year. They are often filled into the guild to serve as the core. Of course, this does not mean that the giants will take advantage of this. After all, many players who cannot gain a foothold in super teams can still go to the first-class teams, and if they really can't, they can still go to the amateur teams. Many amateur teams have sufficient financial resources and can still support a few former professional players. Although these amateur teams based on the region do not have professional leagues to earn income, they can still earn a certain amount of income from some friendly matches and small-scale cup competitions. Being a professional player is much better than being in a guild, so although there are such players in each club and guild, the number is not too large. Although the 5 major guilds can organize such an elite group, they will not organize it in this way. After all, being dispersed can improve the strength of more teams. If the Meteorite Pavilion really wants to gather such top players in the guild, it is not impossible to put together a group, but this means that many of their core guilds will lose a certain amount of combat effectiveness. Only Hong Yuan is rich and powerful. With more than 40 core guilds, it can still organize such a top-level and powerful elite group. In addition to the team composed of professional players, such a team composed entirely of semi-professional players can basically represent the most luxurious lineup in the myth zone. If it were not for the stimulation of money, it would be impossible to organize such a team to rush in regardless of life and death. After all, it is much easier for semi-professional players to accumulate equipment. This team is almost all red equipment, and some people even have legendary equipment. If they rush in like this for the guild and die, won't the guild make up for the loss of red equipment and legendary equipment materials? Although this thing can be bought with money, it is not cheap. Only Hong Yuan can be so rich. Seeing that the defense line at his side was broken, Zheng had to arrange the remaining reserve troops to intercept it. At the same time, he withdrew a regiment that was besieging the boss, and let the remaining regiment temporarily contain the boss, so as to concentrate the superior forces to destroy the opponent's elite regiment. Although even if the opponent's elite regiment was destroyed, it would not take long for the opponent to come back for support, but although the address where the boss refreshed was close, it would take nearly half an hour to move over at an accelerated speed, which was enough to decide the outcome. The two regiments that were broken up by the breakthrough, the two regiments as the reserve team, and the regiment that was withdrawn from the boss, a total of 5 regiments, began to attack Hong Yuan's elite regiment fiercely. Hong Yuan naturally would not watch his biggest trump card being surrounded and annihilated like this. Apart from anything else, one less death would also mean less replenishment of materials, right? At that moment, Toyubi and Juan Liu began to command the few regiments that he could still command to attack fiercely, in order to rescue his elite regiment. In the innermost part was the elite group of Hong Yuan, while the 5 groups of Xing were surrounding them. Throwing Whip and Cutting Flow led 5 powerful teams to attack from the outside to open the connection channel with the elite group, while the other groups of Xing and Hong Yuan with weaker strength intercepted and blocked the enemy. The forces of both sides began to fight each other thoroughly. Even if the remaining group of Xing wanted to deal with the boss, it was too late. The elite group of Hong Yuan was indeed a top fighter composed of double-flowered red sticks. Surrounded by 5 times the number of enemies, they continued to attack the direction of the boss, causing chaos in the defense line of Xing. You guys pull the boss and run first, others, intercept them. Xing kept commanding. Of course, the wild boss would not stay still after it refreshed. Now it was a melee. Let the only remaining group take the boss away, at least to make the impact distance of the other elite group longer and the loss greater. Xing would not forget that there was another group of people eyeing him covetously. He pulled the boss away just to increase the impact distance of Jilutan. If he sent people to lure the boss away, if he was ambushed by other forces, he would be so desperate that he would not even be able to cry. CS escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y superan sin esfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 220 The real yellow bird is behind. They finally started a melee. After receiving the news from the spy before his death, Kim Wenmin immediately sent a message to Zheng Qi. Well, now is the time for us to take advantage of the situation. Zheng Qi said. They won't be so stupid as to send only a small team to lure the boss away and then give us the opportunity to siege. Kim Wenmin said helplessly. Who said we should target the boss? Of course, we should drive away the interceptors in front of us first, and then concentrate our forces to disrupt their organization when they're fighting. Zheng Qi replied. What? They have more than 90 regiments in total. Kim Wenmin was shocked. He originally thought that Zheng Qi was going to use a decapitation tactic or something like that. Now it seems that Zheng Qi's appetite is so big. Believe it or not, when we defeat the interceptors in front of us, we will only face 20 to 30 regiments at most, and their organization is still chaotic. Zheng Qi laughed. I believe this, but how are we going to defeat the interceptors in front of us? Kim Wenmin asked helplessly. As a former great player, he could certainly think of what Zheng Qi could think of, but the key point was that the other side only sent 16 groups to intercept them, because it was certain that these 16 groups could at least stop them for a considerable period of time. Listen to our coach's command, and leave the rest to us. Zheng Qi said to King Wenming, and then King Wenming immediately saw a friend request from someone with the idea of Su Munianbo. King Wenming was silent for a moment, and then added the other party as a friend. The other party did not say anything, but began to issue instructions one by one. The first group coordinates so-and-so, advance, the second and third groups support, the fourth group coordinates so-and-so, retreat, the fifth and sixth groups prepare to attack from both wings. Such brief instructions, although King Wenming was not good at tactics when he was a professional player, he could feel that if these instructions could be conveyed well, then on both wings, the opponent's team could be cut off. Sure enough, after Zheng Qi's guild did this, the left wing broke into the opponent's defensive formation, and the right wing attracted a regiment of the opponent into their formation, pouring fire on them. The leaders of the Meteor Pavilion and Geely Hall saw at a glance that their own part was in trouble, and immediately began to dispatch troops to support them. They were not collaborators, and when they encountered danger, their first reaction was naturally to save their own people first. As a result, the two regiments that were originally close to the center became somewhat disconnected from the majority. The regiment of Geely Hall was fine, just encountering the attack of a regiment of Zheng Qi, and the two sides fought fiercely, but when the regiment of the Meteor Pavilion wanted to join the majority, it found that two regiments had blocked it in the main force, and there was another regiment behind them. For a moment, the leader didn't know what to do, and subconsciously sent 20 men to intercept the rear, while the others tried to rush forward and join the majority, ignoring that a small group of people had separated from the regiment behind them at some point, and quietly approached the core area of their team from the middle. As the leader, he naturally needs someone to protect him when he is commanding. However, with the troops divided into two routes to intercept and attack, there are only 4 teammates left to protect this unlucky leader. The next moment, Yuzi, Ainul Yuanilu and Su Jing used the rush skill at the same time, sending Zheng Qi and 6 others to their side. Zheng Qi and others who suddenly appeared beside them used a powerful big move. The leader and his men thought that they could still fight 5 against 6, but once they fought, they found that the opponent's judgment was much stronger than theirs when the same skills were used. Are you kidding me? Where did these guys come from? When the leader reappeared at the resurrection point, there was only this thought in his mind. The leader was killed, and the source of command was immediately cut off. The group immediately fell into chaos and was sandwiched by the 3 groups of the Zheng Qi Guild Alliance. Countless casualties were instantly caused. In the confrontation between regiments, even if one side has fewer people, as long as there is a well-organized tactical arrangement, even if it will die, it can still support for a long time. However, now there is no command, and they have become headless flies. Under the opponent's systematic and precise attack, no matter how good their personal ability is, there is no room for struggle. After destroying one regiment, Steward Meng did not command the extra regiments to turn around and attack the regiment of Jiliutan, but began to concentrate troops to besiege the remaining regiments of Yunxing Pavilion. Among Zheng Qi's 21 regiments, in addition to the 8 regiments that confronted the Jiliutan team, the remaining 13 regiments began to concentrate and attack the 7 regiments of Yunxing Pavilion. With a ratio of nearly 2 to 1 and good command, Zheng Qi quickly divided and destroyed the team of Yunxing Pavilion. 5 regiments would attack 1 regiment of the other side at any time. Among them, Zheng Qi and others continued to carry out decapitation operations. Moreover, they did not intend to kill them all. They often killed the leader of the other side, broke up the other side's organization, and drove the scattered soldiers of the other side to attack other regiments that were still intact. Under such an impact, the leaders of the Meteoric Pavilion tried their best to resist, but they could not withstand the impact from all directions. What was even more terrible was that one of their groups was cut off at any time, and then they were scattered and rushed over. It took only more than 10 minutes for the 8 groups to be completely dispersed. The leaders were all sent back to the city. The rest of the people were at a loss and didn't know what to do. The people of Zheng Qi Guild did not continue to entangle with them. Under the command of the leaders, they reorganized the team and rushed towards the people of Geely Hall. The people of Geely Hall and the 8 groups of Zheng Qi Guild were already fighting each other at this moment. Even if they wanted to retreat, they couldn't do it. In such a chaotic situation, the leaders of Jiliutan began to suffer despicable assassinations, and the command system was constantly paralyzed. Compared with the Meteoric Pavilion, the ordinary groups of Jiliutan were less cohesive. Because they were not short of money, they introduced many outstanding professional players. These professional players had strong personal and organizational abilities, and they needed their subordinates to have enough obedience. As a result, Jiliutan's team strength was very good, but after losing the commander, they were more likely to be at a loss. It took Zheng Qi Guild about 15 minutes to disrupt the 8 groups blocking the way of Meteoric Pavilion, and it only took Zheng Qi Guild 10 minutes to disrupt the 8 groups of Jilutan. We will count the casualties as we go. 3 regiments will lead the way, 3 on each side, and the others will follow us to advance from the middle. King Wenming commanded quickly. The series of exquisite commands just now made King Wenming very convinced. It can be said that if it were not for the exquisite command of Butler Meng, even if Zheng Qi and his team continued to snipe the other team leader, Zheng Qi Guild would not have completely defeated the opponent's 16 regiments in such a short time. And now this kind of forward command does not need Butler Meng to operate in detail. The morale of the Zheng Qi Guild members was greatly boosted. While counting, they moved forward. There are no casualties in the battle of the football era. As long as they don't die on the return journey, all kinds of potion skills can be used, and each player will be vigorous. The results of the statistics along the way have been obtained. It is natural that Zheng Qi Guild will not have no losses in breaking up the opponent's 16 regiments. Basically, each regiment has lost nearly 10% of its manpower. However, such a loss means that their 20 regiments are basically still in the main force. At this time, Yin Meliuxing and Touyubian Juan Liu had received the news that shocked them at the same time. In less than half an hour, their sniping team had been completely defeated. It was difficult to reorganize, after all, the leader and the leaders around him were killed. If they formed a temporary group, they couldn't find anyone to command. In this half hour, Jili Hall and Yunxing Pavilion had fought fiercely. Yunxing Pavilion had taken the lead, but under the desperate attack of Jili Hall, they had no time to kill the boss. The elite group leading the boss was chased by the boss and cried bigly. In this half hour, more than half of the soldiers had been lost, and most of them were killed by the boss. However, such sacrifices are not without effect. After surrounding the opponent's most elite group, Yin Meliuxing took advantage of this and constantly commanded his team to eliminate the living forces of Jilutan. Their team originally hit 700 more people than the opponent. They used the opponent's elite group to surround the opponent's elite group, and then surrounded the point to attack the reinforcements, using the opponent's elite group as bait to kill a large number of the opponent's members. In the case of grabbing the boss, if there are many people on our side, then of course we must try our best to kill the opponent's players. When the number advantage increases to a certain level, we can stop the remaining troops of the opponent and draw out people to concentrate on killing the boss. In this way, even if the opponent grabs some of the boss's hatred, they can still quickly take away most of the materials, and those protected materials can be taken after a few minutes. If there are still many people on the other side, this process will be more difficult, so even if doing so will lose a lot of manpower, it is still necessary to do so. Now Yin Meliuxing did just that. He did use his numerical advantage step by step and gradually gained the upper hand. Of course, the people of Jilutan were not easy to mess with. Although their elite group was surrounded by heavy enemies, they still exerted their personal abilities to the fullest and constantly relied on their personal abilities to take away as many enemies as possible. So in this half an hour, both sides suffered heavy losses. Relying on the advantage of numbers, the Meteor Pavilion now has about 20 groups, although the establishment of each group is about a little more than half, while Jilutan is more miserable, with only about 10 groups left, and the number of people in each group is less than half, and the most important elite group has been reduced by 70%. At this time, they received news from the leaders who were killed. However, at this time, the members of Zheng Qi Guild, who were in high spirits, had already rushed over. Chapter 221 Good luck. In fact, the news of those group leaders had been reported gradually in the first half an hour. However, at the time, neither Yin Meliuxing nor Touyubian Juan Liu cared about this, but chose to ignore it. After all, they were under great pressure at the time. The Meteor Pavilion had the advantage of numbers, while the elite group of Jilutan was of a higher level. The Meteor Pavilion wanted to use its overall advantage to gradually eliminate the opponent, while Jilutan wanted to seize the opportunity to break through the opponent's defense line. In that case, even if Yin Meliuxing kept receiving news of the killing of his own group leader, he could only wait. After all, in the current situation, he could not divide his troops to support his subordinates. Moreover, Yin Meliuxing did not think that Zheng Qi Guild, which was only considered to be in the middle of the A-level guilds, would have the ability to cause any impact on them after annihilating the intercepting opponents. Even if they and Jilutan were both injured, Zheng Qi would break through the interception of the 16 groups of both sides and completely defeat the opponent. How much loss would they suffer? It would be great if there were still a few regiments left to come over. In addition, the probability of annihilating Ji Liuting in mobile warfare was getting higher and higher, so Yin Meliuxing could only ignore this point. As for Touyubi and Yuan Liu, the 8 regiments of Ji Liuting were not affected at the beginning, so they did not come to report. When the 8 regiments were dispersed, Touyubi and Yuan Liu received the news, but he had no time to care about it. His people were being beaten by the people of Yunxing Pavilion. And if Zheng Qi's people joined, it would be good for them who were about to lose completely. Of course, such an idea immediately became empty talk after seeing Zheng Qi's people. There are more than 30 regiments on both sides now, but after calculating the total number of people, 15 regiments are limited. The most important thing is that the most capable group is basically the first to be targeted during the battle. In other words, the remaining players of the 2 guild alliances are not necessarily because they are good at fighting, but because they are less threatening and the enemy is not in a hurry to eliminate them. Although the people of Zheng Qi Guild Alliance have also suffered losses, there are now nearly 20 groups in terms of number. More importantly, their morale is high now, and they suddenly appeared in front of the other side when the other side was in a mess. They have the right time, place and people. How can they not win? Impossible. Charge. Now there is no need for Bartolomeng to command. Kim Wenmin knows what to do. At this moment, except for the 5 most elite groups left to prepare for battle, all other groups rushed over and attacked the 2 sides that were already entangled. Take the boss away, quickly. Seeing this scene, Yin Meliuxing made a wise decision. Since his side is already at a disadvantage, the side that is still holding the boss should take the boss away. Although there were less than 50 people left in that group, it was still possible to lead the boss to a deserted place and kill it slowly. The expert from Meteoric Pavilion who led the team naturally knew this, and took advantage of the 3 parties being strangled to run away with the boss. The southwest was mountainous, and the expert from Meteoric Pavilion led the boss around and immediately found a relatively hidden ravine. After taking a breath, he was about to lead the boss further away. There were ravines everywhere, and it would be difficult for the other party to find them if they just went around. However, just as they were leading the boss to bypass a ravine in front, the leaders looked up and saw 9 people standing in front of them in a neat row. Shadow's tracking skills are getting better and better. Zheng Qi praised the mad knife of chaos, and then waved his hand. Although there were only 9 of them, there were less than 50 of them. The key point was that many of them were still distracting the boss. Those who came around the ravine were the kind of people who were almost beaten to low health by the boss, so they were exploring the way and recovering their status in front. Almost in an instant, Yasheng Xi rushed into the opponent's formation. He was unintentional, and he was fierce against the low health. In addition to the advantage in attribute points, Yasheng Xi scored a brilliant 5 kills in less than 30 seconds. Beautiful, Brother Fei, comparable to Lu Xiaoshan. Zheng Qi shouted. Yasheng Xi rolled his eyes. Zheng Qi's words were obviously mocking him. Can this 5 kills be compared with Lu Xiaoshan's 5 kills in professional competitions? The remaining players of the Meteoric Pavilion were struggling to dodge the boss's attack. Who knew that 9 killers would suddenly come behind them? The involvement of the boss made them unable to even see the warnings of their teammates. Now the boss's hatred was all on these dozens of people, and Zheng Qi and the others were completely ignored. So Zheng Qi and his team prepared comfortably for a while, and then the 8 formations, ashes and smoke, and other big moves burst out at the same time, and the injured players of the Meteorite Pavilion immediately lost more than half. Seeing that they could no longer fight against this group of new forces, the remaining players of the Meteorite Pavilion could only flee in all directions, and at the same time remembered the name of Zheng Qi and his guild. Fifen Guild. Where did this guild come from to take advantage? Yin Meliuxing, who was still entangled with the other party, was almost speechless with anger. It seems that the 3 parties fought to the death here, and a player guild took advantage. This situation is actually very common, but today the 3 parties fought too badly. Except for Zheng Qi's people who did not suffer much loss, the Meteorite Pavilion and Ji Liuting suffered heavy losses. Although it is not a big deal to die once, but so many elite groups have 8 out of 10 dead. It is a big expense to train them back and replenish the materials. A small guild wants to snatch the boss, and they are not afraid of being killed by the boss. Yin Meliuxing cursed in his heart, and then immediately issued an order in the guild, asking the players who had died before to regroup in the city and then kill the boss to the place where the boss was lost. In his opinion, with the level of the extraordinary guild that came out of nowhere, it might not be able to kill the boss. Send people to search quickly, maybe they can snatch the boss back. However, only 10 minutes later, the system message proved that the boss Peng Demon King was killed. Although the killing of the wild boss will be announced to the whole area, it will not be clear which guild took it away. After all, this is also considered as the privacy of the guild. This guild is not bad. It can actually kill Pen Demon King in 10 minutes. Since the boss has been assigned, there is no need for the three parties to fight anymore. Everyone PKs to fight for the boss, not for a full-scale war. Moreover, the arrogance of the Meteor Pavilion is also super team. You two are level team guilds are worthy of having a grudge with us. Let's check what this extraordinary guild is. Yin Meliuxing said to his men. They were able to defeat Pen Demon King in 10 minutes, so they were indeed not ordinary people. Although Pen Demon King was almost half dead at the time, according to the information sent by his subordinates, the other side only had 9 people. Of course, 9 people could not defeat the boss. The extraordinary guild must have ambushed a lot of manpower nearby, so that they could quickly defeat Pen Demon King. A guild with such ability is definitely a leader among amateur guilds. Being able to appear in that place at the right time shows that this guild has good intelligence capabilities, and being able to kill the boss shows that this guild's combat effectiveness is not bad. Since it is an amateur guild, it is possible to recruit them. Of course, every professional club's guild will not lack manpower, but high-end talents are always in short supply. So Yin Meliuxing immediately checked this extraordinary guild, and then found that this extraordinary guild now actually has more than 20 branch alliances. This number is not particularly eye-catching in a guild alliance, because over the years, there are also many amateur clubs guild alliances that can accumulate a lot of fans. After all, the population base of this game is really too large. However, after a closer look, he found that this guild was actually established recently, and Yin Meliuxing became more interested. A guild that has just been established, it is very likely that it is a guild composed of players from the new area, which is more valuable to use. But soon, Yin Meliuxing found that something was wrong. Oh my god, isn't this the guild that is very arrogant in the new area? Yin Meliuxing finally remembered why this name made him feel familiar. He had also heard about the extraordinary guild's extremely cool performance in the new area, but basically those who would pay attention to this matter were generally the top management of the club, because the most affected were the newcomers that the club wanted to train. As for the guild suffering losses in the new area, it was not a big deal. After finally reacting, Yin Meliuxing began to think, this extraordinary guild, after making a fuss in the new area, is it finally preparing to make a fuss in the myth area? Grabbing a wild boss in one move, this is already a brilliant performance for an amateur guild. After all, 99% of the boss that refresh every week are snatched away by guilds from professional clubs. They have the ability and strength to do this. Unless the guilds of amateur clubs are the team guilds that have just been relegated from the first-class clubs, it is difficult for them to participate in this kind of competition. There are amateur guilds that can snatch bosses from professional clubs, but they are basically picking up leaks and relying on luck. Today, this boss was snatched away by someone even with the participation of 3 professional clubs. It is really rare. Boss Rin Pingshen, why don't you let our group participate in PK? Qtianya asked puzzledly while dividing the materials with Zheng Qi. We should hide it if we can. After all, it will make others pay less attention to us. Anyway, we should just make a fortune quietly. Zheng Qi laughed. When killing the players of Meteorite Pavilion just now, Qtianya's guild was actually hiding nearby. Zheng Qi and his team killed the players of Meteorite Pavilion without any help. Then it was up to Qtianya's team to kill the boss. Although there was only one team, they still killed the boss smoothly with Zheng Qi and his team pulling the hatred and the boss only having half of its health left. Then, it was naturally the scene of dividing the spoils that everyone liked to see. Good luck, let's eat chicken together, Zheng Qi said while dividing the materials. Chapter 222 Cooperation is beneficial to both sides. The reason why all guilds are eyeing the outdoor boss is naturally for its value. The 7 copies are the pinnacle of copies in the myth zone. However, after playing so many copies, Zheng Qi and his team also know that the explosion rate of the 7 copies is indeed much higher than that of other copies. However, legendary materials do not explode every time. It can even be said that a copy may explode only after 5 times of playing. As for the red suit materials, they will definitely explode, which is much better than other 100-man copies. However, only about 20 pieces of materials will be exploded in one clearance. For a guild, or for a club, this explosion rate is really a drop in the bucket and is nothing at all. If there were not so many people in each club and guild, even if they were arranged separately, they could get a lot of them. Many clubs with relatively weak power might have given up the materials of the copy. This time, After robbing a boss, the materials that exploded immediately opened the eyes of Zheng Qi and others who had never seen much of the world. There were no less than 100 hero upgrade materials, and hundreds of red equipment materials. The legendary materials that could only be obtained by clearing the 7 dungeons several times. A boss dropped a full 21, we've made a fortune. Zheng Qi sighed. A professional club guild, even if it failed, could at least snatch about 5 bosses a week, which means hundreds of legendary materials. If they saved a little, it would be enough for the club to spend. In fact, the president Qi, who had not seen much of the world, swallowed his saliva, and then divided the materials that were dropped with Zheng Qi. Other materials were easy to deal with. The hero upgrade materials and red equipment materials, if 1 or 2 are missing, it would not be a big deal, and no one would care. But the most precious legendary materials, boss, there are 21 legendary materials. Qi knew that he could not make the decision on this matter, so he immediately asked King Wenming. Give them 11, but it is agreed that next time there is an odd number, we will take 1 more. King Wenming replied. Qi immediately conveyed King Wenming's words honestly, and Zheng Qi nodded happily. Yes, let's do it. King Wenming's approach was obviously intended for long-term cooperation. In today's boss competition, the Fifth Guild showed their strength. Not only was the beheading action of the elite team very exciting, but you have to know that this approach may work well at the beginning, and over time, the other party will definitely pay attention to protecting their commanders. In fact, in the process of grabbing boss, this kind of beheading action has been invented a long time ago, especially when there are professional players on the side. Everyone's protection of the team leader is often very powerful. There are still many factors that made the coalition of both sides able to create such a good effect this time. First of all, the team sent out to stop the SYNOPSIS Guild Alliance was not the top-ranked team in the elite group of the Meteor Pavilion and Geely Hall. Even the core guilds are divided into strong and weak. Although the Meteor Pavilion has 50 core guilds, the real elite ones are still the top 10 guild teams. Such elite groups are the real elite. Even if they are not as exaggerated as the elite group of quasi-professional players in Geely, they are not much different. The most important thing is that those elite groups are specially used for fighting. Let alone the leader is dead, even if only 30% of the organization remains, they can fight to the death. Relatively speaking, the elite groups of the core guilds at the back do not have such excellent battlefield experience. Most of them still have to rely on the command of the leader to exert the strongest power. In the process of fighting for the boss, these teams are basically the same as Qi guild, responsible for those less important tasks, such as intercepting the opponent's large forces, responsible for opening the way for the main team. These tasks have a characteristic, that is, the dirty and tiring work, but relatively simple. The team sent out to intercept the SYNOPSIS Guild is basically such a team, which is why they were a little overwhelmed after Zheng Qi and his continuous decapitation operations, and the SYNOPSIS Guild took advantage of the situation to disrupt the organization. The elite groups of both sides had already been wounded in the battle between them. Zheng could only let his men let the boss away first, but he was caught up by the tracking mad knife of the chaotic world. The next thing was simple. The boss was taken, which was unexpected. The opponent would most likely guard against this, so it was impossible to completely rely on this tactic to succeed. Of course, this time it was the Meteor Pavilion and Geely that suffered losses, but they would not be generous enough to tell others about this experience and lessons for free. Even Geely did not know who finally took the boss away. Only the Meteor Pavilion knew that the Fifth Guild was also involved. Zheng was not a fool. After careful consideration or reporting to the top management, it was easy to infer the consequence that the Fifth Guild had found the SYNOPSIS Guild Alliance to join forces, but this was only what they knew. Of course, when there were more such things, other guilds would probably know about it. At the same time, as the professional players of various clubs returned one after another, the advantages brought by Zheng Qi and others would be reduced to the weakest. But King Wenming still understood the value of cooperating with Zheng Qi and his team. The reason was simple. Zheng Qi and his team were indeed very strong, and with the tactical command of Butler Meng, their command ability was far higher than King Wenming's own level. King Wenming was also a former great player, but not every great player had the ability to command tactics. Only the tactical core of each club could do that. Even after retiring, such players would become coaches. Coaching was much more glorious than being a guild president. If an excellent coach only used his command ability to grab the boss for the guild, it would be a huge waste. At least King Wenming knew that he did not have the top tactical vision to command such a large-scale attack. At most, he could only be considered qualified. Butler Mink's command level had surpassed his imagination. Looking at the major guilds in the entire mythology zone, Kim Wen-ming felt that there was no one with such a level. While he was extremely interested in Butler Mink's background, Kim Wen-ming also realized how much benefit it would bring to the Shinshipjara Guild alliance if he joined forces with him. As I said before, the Shinshipjara Guild is now seriously lacking in competitiveness in boss snatching. It can only snatch less than 5 bosses a week. Although it is barely enough for the first-line team to use, it is completely impossible to make subtle adjustments in tactics. In this way, the performance at the first-line team is naturally not guaranteed. In addition, although Zheng Qi is a team with a long history, their financial resources can only be considered to be passable. When the financial resources and youth training system are not very good, no matter how long the tradition is, it is useless. Kim Wen-ming, who came out of the professional player, naturally knows this. He has no way to do it financially, and youth training cannot be done in a day or two. Now Zheng Qi does not have much attraction and cannot introduce outstanding first-line team members. However, if there is a leap in the guild's boss snatching harvest, the first-line team members will naturally be more flexible in tactical arrangements during the game, and the winning rate will naturally be higher. In the just concluded A-level league, Zheng Qi was just barely relegated, and it was not very attractive in the transfer market. However, the level of their first team members was not inferior to other A-level teams. As long as they could have more choices in terms of equipment selection, their performance would naturally stabilize. In this case, being able to cooperate with the 5th Guild was like a piece of pie falling from the sky, and it was exactly what they wanted to eat. This boss was easy to take. Even if it would not be so easy to take it next time, it would at least be more competitive than before. As long as more materials were obtained than before, the foundation of the club would slowly recover, and it would be easier to achieve better results and have better goals. At least, it would not be like this year, where they had to wait until the last moment to successfully relegate. Kim Wen-ming is very insightful. He realized so quickly how much benefit they would get from joining forces with us. Zheng Qi said in the team channel while collecting the materials. Of course, this boss was taken so easily, and everyone knows what we can bring. Dynamic Lightwave replied with a smile. Boss, I'm a little confused. Even if our team is very strong, don't those guilds often have professional players participating? Are we better than those professional players? Chaos Matt Blade asked a question that confused him. Professional players naturally fight against professional players more often. In this case, when they are not around, the combat effectiveness of those guilds actually drops a lot. After all, they are used to fighting under the leadership of top players. Now, it happens to be a rest period after the season has just ended. If we take action in such a gap, of course we will have a big advantage. Zheng Qi replied. I see, but if this continues, when the professional player's vacation is over, will our advantage be gone? Chaos Matt Blade asked. Actually, I'm looking forward to that moment. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Our primary goal is not to grab equipment, but to fight with those professional players on such a battlefield and improve our level. Besides, at the time, with the command of our Uncle Meng, neither we nor Zheng Qi will suffer. While training the team, we earn materials. When our reputation is up, those professional teams will come to us soon. Zheng Qi laughed. Ah, it does sound very cool, said the crazy knife in the chaotic world. Well, but you will definitely encounter some setbacks at the beginning. Just don't cry when the time comes. Zheng Qi said. I'm a tough guy with a strong character. Have you seen our rivalry? Even in the chaotic world, we will laugh at the crazy knife who is proud of the world. The crazy knife in the chaotic world replied. I think I know why you two hit it off so well at first sight, Shinny couldn't help but complain. Chapter 223 New Stimulation. After defeating this boss, although only half of the materials were distributed, in fact, it was an eye-opener for Zheng Qi and his team. Before, when they worked hard to clear the dungeons in a week, they could only get 5 legendary materials at most. But now, they can get 11 legendary materials by defeating a boss. One boss is equivalent to the output of half a month in normal times, and it takes the elite team led by Zheng Qi and his team half a month to have such an output. Not only legendary materials, but also the output of hero cards is very important. We can't even upgrade heroes to the maximum now, which is a big disadvantage. There are not many hero material cards dropped in the dungeons, and the materials that players usually get are used by themselves. It is a very long process to upgrade by yourself. Only when professional teams get a large amount of hero upgrade materials through boss can professional players not worry about the level of heroes. Butler Meng emphasized. Others nodded one after another. In the process of grabbing the boss, relying on Zheng Qi and his operation level to constantly switch the hero's skills, even if the hero level is not high, it will not suffer too much loss, because after the hero level is upgraded, the attributes will be higher than when it is at a low level. This is the biggest bonus for players. They have high attribute points themselves, so they will not suffer losses in this regard. At the same time, another benefit of hero upgrade is the shortening of skill cooldown. In the official competition, only 10 heroes can be selected. The shortening of skill cooldown is of course very important. However, in the usual boss grabbing, 60 heroes can be used continuously, and skill cooldown is not particularly important. Therefore, for ordinary players, their demand for hero cards is not particularly high. Usually, when killing monsters, they will go to the guild to exchange for materials, and then upgrade the heroes they are good at first. But for Zheng Qi and other players who want to show their skills in professional competitions, if the hero cards are not upgraded to the top level, it will be a great flaw. Red suits should be in surplus now. We don't need them ourselves. I suggest that we keep half of them for future use and put the remaining half in the guild warehouse as rewards. At least it will be an incentive for them. Zheng Qi said. Oh, that's quite generous. Dynamic Lightwave laughed. It's not that I'm generous. With so many members in the guild, we have to give them something to go for, right? Besides, many players basically only have enough attribute points for gold suits, but there are also many players who are lucky enough to get accounts with around 700 attribute points. Such players are reluctant to change their accounts and will be core members of our guild. What's so great about such members wearing red suits? As long as they have enough attribute points and enough contributions, it will be easier to use this to promote core members. Zheng Qi said. That's quite reliable. Zheng Qi nodded. In fact, many professional guild alliances have such a mechanism. Although most players' gold suits are enough to meet their needs, there are also some players with good luck or good skills who need red suits. If the guild does not have red suit reward measures, it is easy to lose these elite members. Of course, there are also those who go undercover to other guilds to get red equipment materials, but red equipment materials are not particularly necessary for the club. Even if some are taken away, it will not have much impact, and the general club guild will not be full of food and send core players to go undercover just to get red equipment materials. Regarding this move, everyone thinks that Zheng Qi's idea is good. As for legendary materials, it is obviously not a good thing to use them to upgrade equipment now. After all, the situation of fighting for boss is too complicated, and no one can guarantee that they will not die. If all the legendary materials are used up and explode when they die, it will be too uneconomical. After all, there is a rule in the myth zone that all players hate, especially those professional players, that is, after dying in PK, the equipment materials are almost certain to explode, and the exploded materials cannot be reused. When they explode, the top equipment materials will be exploded first. In other words, Zheng Qi now has a legendary equipment. If he is unlucky enough to die in the process of fighting for the boss, then the downgraded equipment must be that legendary equipment. So even though Zheng Qi's team has the attribute points, as long as they create a legendary equipment, they can be said to be able to fully exert their level. But with such a rule, naturally no one wants to waste precious legendary materials in PK. But these materials, if they are not used, will be wasted, Chaos Mad Knight said with some regret. It is indeed a bit wasteful, especially for those of us who are used to close combat. If we can exert our strength and other things, the lethality will be even greater. Zheng Qi also nodded. There were few legendary materials obtained from dungeons before. Only Xin Xiangfei, Zheng Qi, Dongyan Guangbo, and Yuan Shiquangdu used one each. The others were kept in the warehouse for future use. Although Su Jing and others did not ask for legendary materials, it would be unreasonable if they were not given the materials. In fact, we can still afford one or two. For example, Xiaotuo's boots are made of legendary materials, which allows him to stack the attribute points of speed directly to 200 points. In this way, there are not many attribute points that can be used, and his characteristics can be fully utilized. Therefore, if each person has a legendary material, it is not a big loss if it explodes, but it can play a big role in the battle. Butler Mink said. That's right, since it has been used, don't be afraid of wasting it. But you four can use it. You will always be on the front line. The few of us are more in the back and play more of a supporting role. There is no need to use legendary materials. Su Jing said. Xin Zhaoyilin and the others nodded. They thought they were much worse than Zheng Qi and the others. In such a chaotic scene, legendary equipment was extremely cool and could easily be targeted by others. After all, people are jealous. Seeing that you have legendary equipment, they will naturally be a little bit disgusted. Why not focus on you? Even if they kill you, they won't get the legendary equipment, but at least they can disgust you, right? So in the process of fighting for the boss, unless they're skilled and brave, generally no one dares to enter the field with legendary equipment, except for those professional players. But even professional players often die several times and their equipment drops several levels during the 3 days of fighting for the boss every week. However, professional players have the support of the club, so they can afford the loss. However, the red dress is not very eye-catching in the process of fighting for the boss. It is not uncommon for the core members of the big club guild to have red clothes. Although it is also very cool, it is not an eyesore. After returning to Yongan City, Zheng Qi first put the materials in the guild warehouse, and then asked Lu Li to help set half of the red suit materials as exchangeable, which immediately improved the cohesion of the entire extraordinary guild. For those players with ordinary attribute points, red suits may not have much impact on them. After all, their attributes cannot even fill the full body of gold suits. However, for those players whose attribute points have reached the level of professional players, it is almost impossible for them to obtain red suit materials without the help of the guild. Now, the guild has put the red suit materials in the exchangeable column, although the conditions are quite harsh and the contribution points required also very high, but everyone understands this very well, that is red suit materials. When most players' gold suits are already the top level pursuit materials, there are red suit materials for exchange. Damn, shouldn't the conditions be harsher? You must know that even in the guilds and professional clubs, not most people can get red suits. Those who can have red suits are basically members of the elite group of the core guilds. Otherwise, why should you be allowed to take red suits? This move has improved the situation of some members of the Fifth Guild who were in a state of mind after coming to the mythology district. Although they had been tested before, it was in the new district after all. They didn't know that there were so many powerful guilds in the mythology district. Now that they are in the mythology district, compared with the guilds of those big clubs, the Fifth Guild is really nothing. It is impossible to keep so many people following them wholeheartedly for a long time just by relying on the personal cohesion of Zheng Qi and others. The inclusion of red materials in the guild exchange has made many players settle down. Those who are qualified and capable of fighting for the exchange of red materials naturally want to stay and exchange them, and those who are not qualified and capable also feel that there should be a future in the Fifth Guild because of this matter. After all, there are too many ordinary players in the mythology district. Even if they leave the Fifth Guild, they may not have a good place to go. Since the Fifth Guild now seems to be thriving, it is of course a good choice to stay. In this day and age, if you only talk about feelings with others, you are just being a hooligan. You have to put some visible benefits in front of you to make others follow you willingly. Of course, Zheng Qi would not consider these details so perfectly. He just handed the task to Lu Li and Sui King to go to acquire Jiangshan and others, and did not care much, because today was not over yet. In theory, a city can refresh about 4 or 5 bosses a day. After grabbing the first one, of course you want to grab the rest. I hope we will have better luck next time, otherwise, the other party will be prepared, and we may not be able to proceed so smoothly. Kim Wenmin said to Zheng Qi. It's okay. Anyway, we have already got one today, and we encountered 2 super team level guild alliances. The probability of this kind of thing should not be very high, right? We are unlucky today, but in the next few days, maybe our luck will be very good. Zheng Qi said with a smile. Kim Wenmin nodded. Although this statement is a bit idealistic, it is indeed true from the perspective of probability theory. Chapter 224. Division of Troops. Zheng Qi and his team were lucky. On this day, 4 bosses were refreshed around Yongan City. Except for the first one they got. When they arrived at the second one, the meteorite pavilion had almost killed the boss first. Not only were they late, but even the people from Jiliutan were late, so what the meteorite pavilion had to do next was very simple, to withstand the impact of Shenshijian and Jiliutan until the boss was knocked down, and then pick up all the materials and run away. Zheng Qi once wanted to ambush in the middle to see if he could kill the other party's general president, but was stopped by King Wenmin who was sweating profusely. Snatching the boss itself is an all-round PK, and the losses of each family can be said to be not small every day, mainly to get materials for the club, so basically an unspoken rule was reached, that is, after the boss was killed and the materials were picked up, this wave was over, and no account could be found, otherwise there was nothing to do every day, just PK. What's more, it is difficult to explode the other party's general president under the protection of dozens of groups. Even if there is an unspoken rule, the other party's group leader will not relax his vigilance. Well, the rules still need to be followed. Zheng Qi replied. Perhaps it was because following the rules that they accumulated good luck. When the third boss was refreshed, it was the Shinshiji guild that got the news first, and then organized a team to go and kill it. After seizing the initiative, Zheng Qi and his team were responsible for attracting the hatred of the boss, allowing the two groups responsible for killing the boss to progress very quickly. When the Meteor Pavilion and Ji Liutan came to grab the boss, Butler Ming commanded the Shinshiji guild, which was at a disadvantage in terms of military strength, to resist the impact of the opponent's superior forces, constantly using the terrain to distract the opponent's attack, and finally took down the boss without any danger. Ji Liutan, who almost got nothing all day, finally had a good luck with the fourth boss. When the three guilds arrived at the location of the boss almost at the same time, they relied on the advantages of the elite group to force their way in, and then took the boss away. Others began to fight desperately. Although Zheng Qi and others secretly followed up and ambushed and killed many people from the Ji Liutan elite group, they still failed in the end and failed to snatch the boss. But even so, others began to clearly understand the value of Zheng Qi and his team. Without Zheng Qi and his team, the Shinshiji guild would not have been able to get close to the first boss. At the same time, without Zheng Qi and his team, the Shinshiji guild might not have been able to successfully take down the third boss, not to mention that Zheng Qi and his team almost snatched another one from the tiger's mouth on the fourth boss. An excellent commander and a team with strong strength, although only 10 people were added, the competitiveness of Shinshiji guild has more than doubled. The Shinshiji guild bosses who were originally a little unconvinced that Zheng Qi and his team could share half of the results are now all convinced. With the other party's contribution, although they did a lot of hard work, they should let the other party share half. Happy cooperation, come again tomorrow. Zheng Qi said to King Wenming with a smile. No problem, let's change cities tomorrow. I will mobilize people to explore the actions of other guilds tomorrow when I go back, and try to hit more soft persimmons. King Wenming nodded heavily. Obviously, it depends on luck to hit a weak target. After all, except for a few large guilds with relatively fixed territories, other guilds are in a situation of roaming around, just to hit more weak targets and less to fight against strong opponents. Therefore, the transfer of each guild and the meeting place of the next day are actually very secretive. It is a bit difficult to find out. Basically, you can only rely on calculation, or guess. After all, although there are teleportation arrays between each city, the cost of teleporting 1 or 2 people is nothing. If you want to teleport all the groups, it will cost a lot of gold coins. In the myth area, gold coins play the role of general equivalents and are not endless. Even if the guilds are rich, they will not waste money on this. Therefore, the location of each guild on the second day is often in an adjacent city, so that it is cheaper to teleport. The money consumed in places where the teleportation array is close can be ignored. If you want to teleport over a long distance, the money consumed will increase exponentially. In addition, when teleporting, the guilds will not move together stupidly, but will be divided into small groups. Even if there are tens of thousands of people, they will not be noticeable if they're scattered among tens of millions of players. Therefore, even if they inquire, they can only talk about the best of their abilities. In general, they still rely on luck. However, after going online the next day, both Zheng Qi and King Wenming felt that their luck was really good that day, and it was not bad at all. After a round in Zithone City near Yonggan City, Zheng Qi found that there were indeed 2 other professional guilds in this city, but one was King Yu Villa of Chennai and the other was Yixiantin of Haitian. These 2 clubs were only Class A teams, and the level of the guilds was about the same as that of Shinshiji Guild, with about 20 core guilds. In the past, if King Wenming met these 2 opponents, he would think that today was a good opportunity to grab the boss. In fact, the boss that Shinshiji Guild grabbed was basically obtained under such circumstances. The strength of each other was similar, so it was a matter of luck to see who performed better and had better luck. King Wenming also knew the Jixiantin's boss Riaqianle and King Yu Villa's boss Hong Xiaoyu probably thought the same way. Ordinary club guild bosses like them could only count on this kind of thing. Sorry, brothers, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed today, but you're also dependent on the weather, so you can't blame me if you can't. After mocking the 2 brothers in distress in his heart, King Wenming began to arrange for the guild's manpower to disperse and find out about the boss. The area around a city is quite huge. Even if a guild like Shinshiji spreads everyone around to level up, it is impossible to control all the areas. After all, the wild areas in the myth area are also very dangerous, and the monsters are very strong. A single ordinary player staying in such a place is often courting death, and at least they have to act in a team. As a result, there are many blank areas, and even if players roam around, they can't take care of all the places. Kim Wen-min was very grateful for this situation before. After all, only in this way can a small club guild like theirs take advantage of the overwhelming strength of the big guild, such as stealing 1 or 2 bosses before the big guild finds out. When stealing bosses in the past, Kim Wen-min felt a bit nervous and excited like when he was a child doing some small bad things. Every time he succeeded, it was like winning a prize, which made people feel happy. But at this time, Kim Wen-min began to hate this situation, because if he was unlucky today and the refreshed boss was discovered and stolen by the other party first, it would be a waste of such a good start today. The experienced and battle-hardened Kim Wen-min began to worry about gains and losses at this moment. Perhaps the more anxious you are, the more problems you are likely to encounter. From 8 AM to 12 PM, there was no news of a boss being killed. This is actually normal. Although theoretically 4 to 5 bosses will spawn around a city in a day, it is not uncommon for none to spawn. Perhaps a dozen bosses will spawn in a nearby city area, while none will spawn in the city area next to it. It's purely a matter of luck. Of course, this situation also gave many small and medium-sized guilds opportunities. After all, even large guilds must send out all their members to ensure that they can grab a boss. In this way, when 2 bosses spawn at the same time, they will have more opportunities to grab the boss. Similarly, Kim Wen-min, who was very grateful for this setting in the past, hated it today. Because when noon came, news came from both directions of Zithone City at the same time. Bosses were found. 2. Damn it. Kim Wen-min rarely lost his composure. The refresh of 2 bosses at this time almost made Kim Wen-min, who was already a little worried, explode. However, he quickly controlled himself. He was not a person who was easily excited, but the pressure of being the general president was indeed not small. Take both together. Zheng Qi suddenly sent a private message to Kim Wen-min. 1 in the east and 1 in the west. Kim Wen-min said. It's okay. Those 2 have gone to the east. Let us, old man Sui Munion go with you. Give me 4 groups and I will take them to the west. Maybe both of them will have a chance. Zheng Qi said. Kim Wen-min hesitated a little. Dividing troops is a taboo for any club. Everyone knows that it is better to have 1 fish in hand than 1,000 fish in the abyss. If the troops are really divided, what will happen if both sides lose everything? Although the large forces of Yixiantin and King Uvilla went to the east of the city, what if the other party was just covering up their true movements, or even sent a capable team to the west of the city for a sneak attack? We are stronger than them, so it's okay to split up our forces. Zheng Qi added. Okay, or we can just grab 2. Kim Wen-min nodded heavily, and then assigned 4 of the main forces, including the Gazguan team, to Zheng Qi, and then led the others to rush to the east of the city. Did Kim Wen-min take the wrong medicine? The other 2 bosses were surprised at the same time when they found that the large force of the Shinshipjara guild was also rushing towards the east of the city. Old son, go to the west of the city, there's no one there. Hong Xiaoyu sent a private message to Rieqianlei. Why don't you go? Rieqianlei was not stupid. If you don't go, I'll go. Hong Xiaoyu said. That's fine, you go. The 2 chatted sweetly while asking several of their subordinates to split up and go to the west of the city, both with the idea of taking down at least 1. At the same time, both of them thought in their hearts that if the other 2 guilds really sent most of their main forces to the east of the city, then they would turn around and head to the west of the city. Anyway, the few regiments sent would be enough to entangle the other side. We need to let them do it themselves first, and then we can turn to the west of the city. This will be better. Rieqianlei and Hong Xiaoyu thought at the same time. Chapter 225. Snatched away. I think that several groups of people from Yixiantin and King Uvilla should have come to the west of the city. Gazguang said while rushing to the boss in the west of the city. Well, after all, everyone can think of it, and the strength of our 3 groups is similar, which also gives them more ideas. Qutianya also agreed with this statement. If a melee breaks out, it will be a bit troublesome. Zheng Qi thought about it, and then immediately said to Qutianya, Old Q, take your group to find a place to hide, and wait for me to send you the coordinates and then go over to help. Old Guang, your 3 groups continue to move forward according to the established route. I estimate that the other groups are about the same. Let's let the boss away first, and interception will be left to you. Can you lead it away? Besides, there are people watching near the boss. Gazguan was shocked. It's okay. This boss is the Golden Winged Rock, which is known as the fastest among the demons. As long as we can withstand its attacks and get rid of those guys watching at a fast speed, we can lead them away. Zheng Qi said. You are not. Gazguang, who has such a good temper, almost said the word nonsense. This is difficult to do. Don't worry, you should speed up and entangle the opponent's group. Otherwise, they will find us easily once they scatter and search. Zheng Qi smiled and said, in fact, it shouldn't happen. There are many mountains in the southwest. Just find a place where there are no people and hide in it. Gazguang couldn't get rid of Zheng Qi, and he couldn't control them, so he could only watch Zheng Qi and the other 9 speed up and leave. They move really fast. Qtianya said. Gazguang nodded. They were all very experienced. Naturally, they could see that these 9 people had their own way of moving, which could save their physical energy to the maximum extent. At the same time, combined with their skills, their moving speed was indeed much faster than that of ordinary players. If they could save their lives during the attack of the Golden Wimpen Eagle, then it was very possible to complete this task. Speed up, don't let them complete the task while we don't. Do you understand? Gazguang's rare loud voice inspired the fighting spirit of the team members. At that moment, the 3 groups attacked in the original direction, while Qtianya's group split up and ran towards the mountainous area where Zheng Qi had sent the message. Zheng Qi himself didn't know where it would lead to, but he had already explored the nearby map clearly and knew where it was less visited and the terrain was more complex. The Golden Wimpen Eagle was known as the fastest among the monsters, and it was actually true. To deal with such a boss, it would be a disadvantage on flat ground, but it would be more effective in the ravines. Zheng Qi and his companions accelerated all the way. With their current level, their movement speed could exceed that of ordinary players by an unknown amount. The guild players who were exploring everywhere were basically ordinary players. Even with the advantage of numbers, they could not compare with them. Sure enough, after rushing to the boss refresh location, Zheng Qi saw that the huge golden winged rock was strolling in the open space. The 3 players who were watching around were just watching from a distance, and no one dared to approach. For ordinary players, if they provoke the wild boss without organization, they will definitely be killed instantly. As long as they find the trace and report it, it will be a great achievement. Therefore, the ordinary members of the 3 guilds only need to watch from a distance. There is no need for them to PK each other. The confrontation between the elite groups is the key. No matter how they fight, it will be useless. And as long as they wait for the elite group to come, they will basically have nothing to do. Overall, this is still a very easy job. So when the 3 players were looking around in a relaxed manner, they saw a figure rushing into the hatred range of the Golden Wimpen Eagle like a madman, and then raised his hand to launch a long-range attack. Fuck, what the hell is this? Almost all the guild players present exclaimed at the same time, if one person went to trouble that Golden Wimpen Eagle, wouldn't that be courting death? Sure enough, the next moment the Golden Wimpen Eagle, which was attacked, immediately let out a clear cry, flapped its wings, and flew in front of the buddy, ready to attack him. The Golden Wimpen Eagle's wings are range attacks, physical and magical dual attacks. No matter how strong the player is, he will die if he is hit on the head by such a blow. However, the next moment, another person on the right side of the Golden Wimpen Eagle quickly attacked, and it was the strongest enemy judgment arrow. The Golden Wimpen Eagle immediately turned around and rushed to the right, but it did not let go of the guy who provoked it first. When it turned around, its tail swept towards the man. The man rolled quickly and dodged. A white blessing light fell on the man, and the man did not hesitate at all. After dodging for a distance, he shot another arrow at the Golden Wimpen Eagle from a distance. The Golden Wimpen Eagle turned around again and rushed towards the man at the beginning. After rushing in front of the man, another arrow flew from a distance. The unlucky Golden Wimpen Eagle spread its wings again and flew forward again. These few times were very fast as a rabbit. Before the members of the 3 guilds surrounding them had time to react, the Golden Wimpen Eagle had been taken away. Someone is stealing the boss. A shout broke out in the crowd, but it was too late. The player who was originally blocking the Golden Wimpen Eagle in the southwest did not have time to dodge the direction of the Golden Wimpen Eagle. The Golden Wimpen Eagle swept his wings and sent him back to the city with a scream. The maximum distance of a chaotic army arrow is 1,000 coordinates. Zheng Qi and his team were ready before they made their move. The continuous chaotic army arrows directly took the Golden Wimpen Eagle 8,000 coordinates away. In front of the Golden Wimpen Eagle's speed, these 8,000 coordinates are actually just a moment. Although it seems a bit slow to stop 8 times and then accelerate 8 times, it is also relatively speaking. So, when the players just reacted, the golden Wimpy Eagle had been led to the corner of a ravine, and the huge figure disappeared from everyone's sight. The boss was really taken away. Everyone reacted to such a problem. At that moment, whether it was the players of Yixian team, King Yu Villa, or Zheng Qi guild, they all rushed to the entrance of the ravine. Although they could not beat the boss, they could not watch the boss being taken away. Not only the players of Yixian team and King Yu Villa, but also the players of Zheng Qi guild were the same. King Wenming did not tell them his plan, otherwise it would be too easy to be exposed. However, at this moment, the 4 players who stayed behind to pull the monsters blocked the passage of the ravine. There were cliffs on both sides, and blocking the intersection was really like a single man blocking the pass. You guys from the Fifth Guild, you want to die. Seeing that the 4 people on the other side wanted to block their way, some more irritable players began to clamor, "What the hell is the Fifth Guild? I have never heard of it." What's more, there are dozens of players from the 3 parties at the scene. If they can't beat the boss, can they beat the 4 of you? However, the 4 players from the Fifth Guild still stood there and did not respond. "Go, kill them." I don't know who shouted, and the 3 players immediately began to attack the 4 people guarding the intersection. Although the 3 parties were not immune to damage from each other and were prone to accidental injuries, there was no problem with long-range skills. In their opinion, with a more than 10-fold advantage in numbers, relying on long-range attacks alone would be enough to kill the other party with concentrated fire. However, after the magnificent skill light and shadow effects faded, they were shocked to find that none of the 4 opponents were dead. With the blessing state, dodging, and much higher attribute points than the opponent, Zheng waited for the 4 people to block the intersection without any pressure. Seeing that relying on long-range skills alone was useless, and rushing up to fight together would easily hurt each other, the members of the 3 guilds were a little embarrassed. They began to want to discuss or temporarily form a group, but it was too difficult to temporarily form a group. There was no leader between the guilds to be responsible for negotiations. They took turns to go first, and who was later was unwilling to give in, and time was wasted little by little. It was not until the large forces of the 3 parties arrived that they were relieved of their pain. The 3 parties sent several groups over, and the group leaders knew each other. When they arrived at the place, they found that the boss was gone. So there was another round of detailed questioning. Gazguang and the others knew the answer, but they pretended to ask a few questions, wasting some time. Those guys took the boss away, but they must not have gone far. Now the 3 of us should unite, otherwise it would be a joke if an amateur guild took the boss away. The leader of the Yixian team said. "How to unite? To be honest, I still suspect that one of you hired someone to take the boss away on purpose." The leader of the King Yu Villa team snorted coldly. Gazguang smiled secretly in his heart. He knew that the 2 leaders had a grudge before. The leader of the King Yu Villa team was probably just venting, but it also gave him a chance to delay time. "Anyway, we won't split up our forces, and we don't want to mix with your teams. To be honest, I'm afraid of being ambushed by you," Gazguang said honestly. His words were quite true, and no one else could refute them. The leader of the team led by Yixian stamped his feet and said, "I won't waste my time with you. If you don't cooperate, forget it. I'll let people to chase him." Seeing Yixian rushing towards the canyon entrance with great momentum, the people of King Yu Villa did not dare to neglect and immediately followed him. Gazguang also gathered people and rushed into the canyon. Zheng and others who were originally left to block the attack had already withdrawn. The 3 gangs passed through the canyon one after another and began to track them according to the traces on the ground. If they were taken away by other guilds, they would not bother, but since they were taken away by an amateur guild, they might not have the ability to kill the boss quickly, so it was still necessary to chase them now. Findes capture much as great as Pelaga has to el final. No se olvidem all like busgasms contenido exclusivo ixo inmediato. Se escrevete news to Patreon. Recuerda, cada like, se inscripción nos anima a continuar. Gracias a todos nos vemos en el próximo video.